not including faculty, staff, alumni that were also present, as well as our live streaming channel that alumni does for us. When it came to Nights Got Talent and Kickoff, we saw higher numbers for that this year, around 1,500. For movie night, we were about 800 in the Student Pegasus Ballroom. For a concert, we sold about 6,000 student tickets, not including what wasn't there. In terms of revenue, so we projected that to be around 8,500. For comedy night, that was more around 4,500. And then for Ignite the Night, I believe alumni sent us the numbers of around 2,000 student tickets were given out, but that doesn't include faculty, staff, and alumni who were present. Mm-hmm.
President Greenaway.
Happy day. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I have a question about the fireworks because I know you mentioned that that's a partnership with alumni now. So what, obviously, you have here, this is what, Homecoming is funded. What does alumni fund for that portion of the event? And has there been conversations about potentially, having them fund a little bit more than they have this past year? I'm just curious.
Great question. Thank you for that. So this year, they actually funded more than they did in the previous year, so I'll give them props for that. When it came to Ignite the Night, a big chunk of what is expended is, of course, for the actual fireworks show. That this year, that came out to $25,550 just for that. We also had to pay, of course, to clean the garage. We had to pay for the fencing that goes around the garage. So we actually did spend a bit more than, again, that we had projected to, just because costs have gone up. When it came to what alumni contributed, they did pay half of what the PD cost was. So that $2,000 was what our half was. The original total, I believe, was $4,500, as well as they paid for any of the decorations that they had. We paid for the banner that hang on the stage, which was a one-time cost for us this year, which was $2,000. And then we also paid for a majority of the stage. I believe alumni contributed $2,000 to the stage amount, and we paid the rest. So yeah, I'll let the committee interpret if that was equal.
Chair Alderman Chili, then Temple.
2 questions, if I may.
You may.
So thank you for coming. And I had a question about the increase in the budget for Spirit Splash. It currently is $9,800, has been so for the past 3 years. And the proposed budget plans to increase it by about $6,050 to $15,850. How would you say is this increase justified, and what is it going to be used for? And do you think there is potential to cut it to a lower amount?
Mm-hmm. So I will say half of that increase that you're seeing again is for the police department. We spent $2,400 more than we had budgeted for UCF PD for Spirit Splash this year. So that's where half of that increase is coming from. The other half is an increase in the price for ducks, because like I said, we ended up spending much more on ducks this year than possible, even having to do several shipments of ducks in order to try to make sure that we had enough for the student body. And so that's where those increases are coming from. So it's $3,000 in ducks money and then $2,400 in Spirit Splash PD.
Got it. Thank you. And with regards to, I also was curious about movie nights. Used to be funded at much higher levels in previous years, at $7,700 2 years ago and $4,200 last year. The current budget only has it at $1,900, which is a fraction of what it was a few years ago. How has this impacted the quality of the movie night in Homecoming that y'all have done?
Great question. So because of the budget cuts that we've had to make over the years, movie night has kind of tended to be where we start looking first. If anybody recalls, we actually used to have movie night in the arena, but due to rising arena costs, we're no longer able to make that happen because we can't afford the rental in that area. And so we've had to move it into Pegasus Ballroom, which is a smaller space. So we're only allowed to accommodate a certain amount of students. And other budgets cuts we had to make are just other movie night promotional items. So now we try to make it a thing to at least do stickers for students, but the only promotional item we're able to do for movie night now are the cups. And with that, we're only able to order the minimum amount of what that order is, which always comes out to about $600. And then we have to also accommodate for rising movie rental costs now. So this year we ended up spending $1,800 on our movie rental when we had projected to only spend about $1,300 to $1,400 on that. So that's why that line item looks the way it does now. I would say in terms of the experience that's given to students, honestly, much lesser impact than we would like to have. We've tried to think of ways that still make it as impactful, as immersive experience for students with the lower numbers that we have. And I would say that my board and I have done a really good job of making that happen. But of course, if we've got to make trims, and that's definitely been the event where we've had to cut some things off.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Temple,
2 questions, if I may.
you may.
So we're going back to the fireworks that President Greenway had brought up. How much would you say the alumni board and homecoming share with between the for the costs of that event? Like what percentages between the two entities?
I can't really speak to a percentage on that because I'm not sure. I know that they went through Tim Weber events for a majority of their decor and what their setup was. And I'm not sure what those prices look like. I can say that one aspect they were trying to lower their own costs was with the games they had out on the mall. They did access if we could receive like sponsored or donations from other agencies, departments around campus. And our advisor was able to secure a few for them. So I know that brought down costs as well. But I can't really give an approximation on what those percentages look like because I don't know what their numbers look like.
Alrighty then. So just in general then, would you say that seeing as you did have to share some costs with the alumni board this year for events, would you say that it would be sustainable for you and the alumni board to continue sharing those for the foreseeable future?
I do. I think there's always room for growth in any partnership, and this one is particularly new. It's only the second year that we've hosted this event with the Alumni Association. Like I said, from the year prior, we were able to take strides in what I believe is to be the right direction, and I've advised the person coming in after me on what I feel like the proper next step should be. So my answer to your question is yes.
Temple.
So in the sorry for the questions, but so should we decide to cut some amounts of funds from this budget line, do you think it could be made up for through your cooperation with the alumni board?
I believe so. I would honestly ask if anything, since they were able to partner with us, especially on the cost for PD, if you were to cut anything, I would say to cut what we spent on PD first and then see if they're able to make that up for us. But everything else, like I said, are things that we can't really control. We have to have fencing. We have to put that in ourselves. We have to clean the garage. We have to pay for towing. So anything that you would be taking out of that line item would take away from the success and the safety of that event.
Vice Chair Kringle.
Apologies if this was already mentioned in your speech, but I was just questioning about the writer's needs line item. Is that just for transportation for the artists?
No, so that also goes into anything that's obligated within their contract that must be in their dressing room, food that we have to provide for them and their artists. We don't have very much control over how many people they bring with them in their party when they arrive, so those numbers have to go into it as well. Anything that we, again, is attached to their writer, what the writer needs are actually contracted. And we do that through BABCO, so Melissa handles that for us.
Any other questions? If not, I have one. It's concerning your one-time expense. You're asking $3,000 from for Spirit Splash Ducks, but this seems like an operational thing, something that you would need every year. Is that correct?
Yes, that's true.
Okay, so then you will need to request this in your normal budget, not a one-time expense?
So it has been requested in our normal budget. It's reflected in the line item for Spirit Splash Ducks. The previous total was $5,000. This year we requested $8,000, and in the event that we were unable to accommodate that request, was also placed in our one-time expense request.
So you do want to move forward asking for both?
Yes.
So that knowing that if you do this, this isn't a guaranteed, you will be back to, okay. Okay. Any other questions? Alderman Chile.
So there's in the budget, a certain amount set aside for production, and I looked at what that entails, and it said production for arena events, equipment for concert artists, production for Spirit Splash, fireworks, staff costs, etc. I'm not exactly sure what the word production means here. Like, is it used for marketing, or like, am I just understanding it wrong?
No, sir. So what it is used for, we have line items that regard to the actual arena rental for each event. So that's reflected in like comedy and concert night budget lines. When it comes to production as a whole, we have to pay for the actual production. So we have to pay for the lighting, the screens, anything that goes inside the arena, the closed captioning. We have to pay for the staff from that production company in order to be at the event. We also have to pay for our agent through BABCO Entertainment. So the number that you're seeing is not marketing. It's reflecting in actually putting on the show. If we didn't have any of that, it'd just be the artist, the talent standing up there.
Chair Zamillo.
I have a twofer.
Go ahead.
Okay. Regarding the firework display, how much is it? Is this like the grand total? Because I do know that you said that there was like contributions. So I didn't know if the 22 was like the actual total.
Anything that you're seeing was an actual total from what Homecoming spent. Those line items do not reflect any contributions that we received from alumni. To reiterate, the only thing that they paid half of us with was PD, but that $2,000 reflects what we paid.
Okay. And then in regards of the production for fireworks, do you believe that there is a chance that the $5,000 they'd be able to cover through their expenses and like help you guys with that?
What $5,000 are you referring to?
In the production line, it says firework production, the production of fireworks, $5,000.
That would be a conversation with alumni. The way that we receive that invoice is that everything comes in as one statement from the company that we use, Pyrotechnico. And so when you look at that, it's broken down by how much the actual show costs, how much the fire marshal will cost, things like that. And so they just give us one total and we have to pay that lump sum over to them. If alumni would be willing, then that would be a conversation. But as of right now, I don't think that they're willing to put into that because they feel like they make up for what the show costs in itself by providing other things to students, faculty, and alumni.
President Greenaway.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are there. Anybody wishing to debate? Temple, Daniel, and Chile.
I just wanted to bring some attention to the possibility of slimming down the costs for fireworks, specifically for their police, because they did just say that if there were any costs that we could save, that would be through their policing measure. That way the alumni board would be able to not subsidize, but support them through that means. So yeah, positive a question to the representative.
You may.
So I know that the budget line for the police element of the fireworks festival is very small relative. It's about $2,000. How much would you say would be the maximum amount you would want to see drawn down from that?
I believe we could most likely take that amount down to about $1,000 or $1,200. This year we went $750 in terms of fireworks PD over budget. So if there needs to be a conversation about alumni compensating a little bit more than they did this year, I'm sure we could have that.
Clarify.
Go ahead.
Do you mean drawing it down to $1,200 or by $1,200?
Drawing it down to $1,200.
Okay. Thank you.
Yelma Chile.
So yeah, I was thinking the same that with regards to the fireworks show, the alumni should cover more of the costs for PD there, and so I do think that a cut in that field would be a good idea. And thank you for providing the number as to how much you could realistically see it being cut down. So that's that. And with regards to Spirit Splash, it's unfortunate that because of inflation, the cost of buying ducks is going up. But considering that there's plenty of items to get through in this budget, I do think that an increase of $6,000 for Spirit Splash is likely not feasible. And so because of inflation, we are going to need to increase the amount of funding for it this year. I don't know if it's going to be to the full extent in the current budget proposal. So I do think we should discuss potentially limiting that $16,000 to potentially a lesser number, maybe 14, 13. That's up to the committee, but that's my ideas.
I will take one more debate on this matter or a motion. Comptroller Kane.
Yeah, for Spirit Splash, I think this is pretty straightforward. Spirit Splash is one of the cheapest events that Homecoming puts on and by far has the most attendance. If there is an event that we're going to be accounting to, this is the perfect event to be doing so. They're cutting back in other areas. The budget total has an increase of 3.24%, which is very fiscally responsible. So honestly, I'm in favor. I would support any minor cuts, anything other than Spirit Splash, but I'm in favor of pretty much accepting the proposal as it is.
Is it debate in the contrary or a motion? You may.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of echo that because I actually do have a minor cut I wanted to make as well regarding the fireworks festival. So with that, I move to reduce line 43 by $800.
There's been a motion to reduce line 43. Are there any objections to that? Seeing none, we will vote on the matter. You can. Vote of 11 to 0, the motion passes. Vice Chair Morissette.
Chair Tupple, can you repeat the number that you said for the amendment?
Reduced by $800.
Thank you.
Chair Samillo.
I think homecoming is probably like the best turnout and like the most student facing for a lot of the events that they have. So I feel like with that one thing that we did, like that's enough. We can come back if we need to. I think we should move to the next entity.
Is that a motion? Yes. All right, there's been a motion to move to the next entity. Are there any objections? Seeing none, thank you very much. All right, we are moving on to the next entity, which is CAB. Is it green?
It's green now. Oh, that's loud. I'm so sorry. Good morning, guys. My name is Marlena Tanner. I'm the Executive Director for the Campus Activities Board. And then it's just the green button. Okay, awesome. So this is just the table of contents what I'll be going over for today's presentation. So what is CAB, summer programming, fall, attendance, etc. So what is CAB? The mission of the Campus Activities Board is to foster a sense of community on campus by hosting unique events that effectively cater to our diverse student body and to the Orlando community. The community that we create at our events and within our committees is meant to impact students' time at UCF by fostering connections between their peers and providing them experiences to bring them joy and help them grow. Why is it not going? I'm hitting green.
Yeah, if you could please just click. It's on the keyboard, not the laptop. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. So CAB committees. CAB has 7 committees, which are cinema, comedy, concerts, fine arts, impact, marketing, special events. These 7 committees are dedicated to different genres of events that impact different sections of interest for the student body. In total, CAB has 10 student leaders, including executive, associate, and 8 committee directors. In fall and spring semester, CAB's goals are to host at least 6 small-scale events per month and 6 large-scale events between fall and spring semester, like Masquerade Ball and Fright Night. In total, CAB has hosted and collaborated in over 30 events combining summer and fall events this year. Thank you. And then here are some of our summer programming that we've done this year. Go back, sorry. Go back to another one. Sorry, I skipped a slide. Yeah, you're good there. Okay, CAB members. So the Campus Activities Board not only has 10 student leaders that help make these events, but also has committee members and volunteers that contribute to much of CAB's success. With around 117 active members, committee members help each director when it comes to decision-making, such as event ideas, purchases, graphic designs, helping at events, and so much more. Committee members are valued for giving insight on what events will be popular among students. CAB finds it equally important that along with hosting events that help students immerse themselves on campus, they also have an opportunity to get the first step in campus involvement. Okay, now the next slide. Thank you. Summer programming. Each director is supposed to host at least one event in the summer term in order to make sure summer semester students get an understanding of what the new CAB board will bring to the table for the fall and spring semester. And then now, thank you. So I'm not going to go over every event that we've done so far in the fall semester because there's way too many, but each director is supposed to host at least, for fall programming is when the bulk of our programming occurs. As you can see, a lot of our fall semester events had a more diversified approach to try and capture different crowds of students, from collaborating with Improv Academy to Silent Disco and even hosting the Super Mario Bros. Movie with a game truck this year. So we've really tried to capture a lot of students' interest this year and try to do more diverse experimental events. And then next slide, please. Thank you. So I also want to back this up with some numbers that we have from each of our events. So most attended events. Here are some of the numbers in fall regarding Pegasus Palooza. Approximately 1,884 tickets had been sold, and to general public 6 days prior to the event occurring. So this is not accounting for the actual total attendance for day of. This was just what we got prior to the last person coming into the doors. And then this number is combined ticket sales of comedy and concert night alone. It does not account for purchases that made in between these 6 days or day of purchases. So I just want to emphasize that 1,084 tickets were sold, but they don't count for day of purchases. Okay, next slide, please. And then student engagement. So our Instagram engagement increased by approximately 22.3% this year, from 16.6K followers to now 20.3K followers. So that kind of also shows how much engagement we've got with students this year. Next slide. Thank you. Okay. And then these are our spring programming events that we project to happen. Obviously, we're going to have UC Fest. We're still in the works as into which concert and comedy night people we're going to get for those nights, and speaker night. And then, of course, our tradition for Symphony Under the Stars will be occurring this year in April. So here are some of the events in spring. You're good to go. Okay. Now for the budget breakdown. So this budget breakdown is for the next fiscal year. Obviously, the OPS is to accommodate for the increase in wage for next year, as well as for the rest of each budget line. The only difference that you see I highlighted in red is that cinema, I would like to take away 1,000 from cinema and put 1,000 towards operations. The reasoning for this is because I view operations as CAB's safety net, and when it comes to purchases, putting that $1,000 in operations allows the executive director for next year to have more money to use for in case of emergencies at events, such as if one of the other committees need financial backing for a large-scale event, or even for UCF PD costs that keep increasing. And then that is all I have to say for that. Thank you. And then for I also requested for a potential increase of $10,000 for next year. So the increase would be reoccurring. It's not just non-recurring expense. The money would go towards high priority areas in CAB, $2,000 for the Fine Arts Committee, $3,000 for the Impact Committee, and $5,000 for Special Events Committee. Out of all these increases, special events would be the main priority. Next slide, please. Thank you. The reasoning why special events would be the most important is because CAB is aiming to upscale our special events committee and reach more students, as well as meeting the increasing cost of UCFPD and the increasing cost of using everything but the mime and other vendors that we use to make these large-scale events with our special events committee. Special events is renowned for organizing large-scale events during the fall and spring semester. Notable among their annual events are Fright Night, Winter Wonderland, and Glow Nights. And I would like to also emphasize with Winter Wonderland that we have had over 2,000 students that attended this event. And that because of this, I think it's really important that special events does get an increase, because it is at 24,000, and that 29,000 would help with potential UCFPD costs and help with the increasing cost of inflatables and other vendors that we use, and also just overall help the large scale events and have more things for students to do on campus. Next slide, please. Our fine arts would be the second and high priority for increasing in the budget. CAB is seeking to preserve and grow the Fine Arts Committee in the forthcoming years for two primary reasons. One, to ensure that Symphony Under the Stars, a long-standing UCF tradition, can continue happening with proper production needs and capacity for the audience and symphony alike. To meet the high demand for our small-scale events, especially make it tickets so that students can keep memories of the CAB events they attend. So that's why we also think fine arts would be important to also increase in their budget, just because staging is also increasing, and due to inflation costs, so we're trying to also maintain Symphony Under the Stars, and just because it is one of those key UCF traditions. Next slide, please. Thank you. And then our last high priority for increasing in the budget would be for impact. The Impact Committee of CAB is focused on helping students through events that promotes personal, social, and mental development. CAB aims to maintain impact by bringing prominent speakers like Brittany Broski on campus that we had last year at UC Fest, as well as continuing to have events that allow students to have an outlet to express themselves and find their voice. So that's all I have.
Thank you. We have entered a period of questioning. Are there any questions? Jasamilla?
This might not be a question for the representative, but more a question for in general. The operation cost on the PowerPoint was a lot less than what it is here. Do you know why?
No, that would be a question for the next.
Okay. The operation cost that we have is 17,432, but on your PowerPoint it was 900995. Is there a reason for that?
Okay, so I'm pretty sure in the budget packet, I put it into the marketing and the operations were combined on one of the long term. So that should have been the combined number. The 17,000 is the operations and marketing together.
Okay. Comptroller Kane.
So I was looking at OPS and I had a question about hours. So I saw that there was an increase for associate director of 3 hours per week, and I wanted to understand why that is.
Can I refer to Laurel?
Sorry, I'm doing the math in my head. Increase.
I will say that I was just trying to match up the numbers for the increasing cost for
Yeah.
OPS this year.
I was about to say, I think that's includes just the minimum wage increase. However, our associate director does really kind of keep behind the show running with all the reservations, the volunteers keep being active, etc. And it's a lot of work for them to do. But again, it's also just the minimum wage increase.
Chair Yamachili.
So I noticed under the cinema section that $2,500 is going to be spent on supplies, which will serve as materials to enhance movie events with prizes and make it take it. Do you think that there is potential to cut back on this? And with regards to other events, what would you say would be where you believe that it can be trimmed down?
I mean, I already plan on cutting 1,000 from cinema and putting in operations, but the 2,500, essentially it would be very hard to even take more than 1,000 away from cinema because of the increasing cost of vendors. Like purchasing movies is already getting more expensive. The average movie is costing between $500 and like $800 to even get the rights for, as well as like supplies getting increased. So I think the 1,000 is already like asking a lot from cinema.
Okay. I'm going to go Temple, Kringle, Smith, then Similo.
Hey, good morning. So I noticed on your packet that it looks like the associate director regarding OPS, your associate director had an increase of about 50 cents in their pay. I mean, because I'm not quite sure why that's the case, because I noticed in court's budget packet that their assistant director has, I believe, kept that 50. Like I believe it was 12.50, 13.15. Could you please clarify why the associate director had that increase in his pay?
I honestly think we kind of answered it earlier with why the associate director had an increase is because of they also do the equally same amount of work as me. I feel like the reservations as well as making sure that members are being active and as well as also maintaining the minimum wage budget. So I think we kind of already answered that.
Kringle.
And I just want to clarify for the OPS, before and after minimum wage increase, both positions are making 13 an hour.
Yeah.
Smith. Vice President Smith.
Hi, Marlena. So out of the 3 increases that you had, I know you said that special events and fine arts is your priority. For impact, what would you say? What would you do with that extra $3,000 that you have?
For impact?
Yeah.
I think for impact, the reason why I asked for that increase is because I'm taking away speaker night for fall next year and we're putting it towards UC Fest. That's also how I plan on accommodating for the increasing cost of vendors and Babco fees and all of that. And so with taking away fall speaker night, we'll put that money towards getting a better speaker for UC Fest, as well as potentially the increasing cost of Babco fees. So that's where that extra money goes to, is just the inflation.
Similo.
So from Fine Arts and Impact, I know that you did ask for an increase in both of them. If we were to put both of them at 31,000, would that take a hit on you guys? Because that would be about $3,000 that we would save just between the both of them. You'd still get like somewhat of an increase. I just want to know like how impactful that would be.
If we were to get 31,000 for each of them, honestly, whatever we can get for the staging for fine arts is really important for Symphony Under the Stars because it is a really big UCF captive tradition, and also because of the increasing in staging costs. So it would be an impact, like a really great impact for fine arts especially, and then for impact, it would help it as well with the BAPCO increasing fee.
Vice Chair Morissette.
In your budget packet under impact, you have two fees, the agent fee and the hospitality rider shopping. Can you just further explain what those two fees are?
The rider shopping?
The rider shopping and the agent fee.
And the agent fee? Okay. So for the rider shopping, that is essentially where we go and purchase items for like artists or talent that we have come for like Pegasus Palooza or UC Fest. So essentially that is like whatever they request in their staging room, their dressing room. So that's the rider fee. And then for the agent fee, that would be for the BAPCO fee is the agent fee.
Vice Chair Kringle.
Yeah, and because of just budget costs and everything else, if we were to trim from one item or from any items on your budget here, what would you want to trim first, have like the least impact to students?
I would trim 1,000 from cinema so far. And then if there had to be an increase, not an increase, if there had to be more that had to be cut, potentially we could try and trim away from concerts, but that's really hard due to the inflation costs going up.
Chair Samila.
Kind of a follow up to that. I know you said the 1,000 from cinema, and I believe earlier you said that you were going to take that away and put it in operations.
Mhm.
If we were to take the 1,000 away from cinema and not put it in operations, what kind of impact would that have?
I mean, I'm just trying to keep my budget as it is. If I had to do a budget like cut, it would honestly might impact like next year's like programming in general because we have a movie night for Pegasus Palooza. We had over 1,000 students attend for that movie night because it was in the Student Union Pegasus Ballroom. We usually have that money reserved for the movie cost, which costs like $700, $600, it varies, as well as the make it tickets. So taking away that 1,000 could really impact like just programming in general.
Before we move on, Chair Borges.
President Moody.
So noted at 9:50 a.m. Chair Samila.
So if I recall correctly, you already wanted to take that 1,000 away. So I'm just
Yes.
confused on why taking that away now has a big impact when you already wanted it to.
Well, the thing is, it would go towards the operations, and that reason why I want to put towards the operations. So it's not really being taken away; it's just being moved, right? So it would be for more of a safety net for UCF PD costs, and also just the increasing cost. So the reason why that I'm uncomfortable putting it into the operations is just because it's not really going to disappear. It's just being put somewhere else.
President Greenaway.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are in debate. Anybody wishing to debate? President Greenaway.
I think the events that CAB have put on, under Marlena's leadership have been outstanding this year. I don't want to touch any money from any of their event budget lines. I do want to look at the OPS. Specifically, if we were to decrease the associate director back to 15 hours, I think that would save about $1,000. I think that might be a potential option just to save some money, but that's just an option. I don't want to touch any of the lines that have to do with the specific event programming because as Marlena said, it would have an impact on what they can do. So,
Chair Temple.
Yeah, I agree. CAB does host some amazing events. I personally don't attend, way too busy for that, but I know the impact that you have in the student body. I commend that. I do agree with President Greenaway's analysis of the budget because I think that if we are to cut anything from CAB, it would be through its OPS. I did want to bring attention to what I've said about the associate director's pay because there are equivalent positions in other agencies such as Court and VUCF that value their associate director 50 cents less than the executive director. Just I wanted to posit it to the floor about having that, keep maintaining that parity. But that can be a discussion for like in a given minute.
We'll go Borges, Samillo, Greenway.
Yeah, I think what Temple said, I think the OPS definitely needs to change. I think standardizing everything is important. And if they care a lot about this, they can find room in their budget to change it themselves after the fact. But I don't think it's necessary right now, especially with the money we still need to cut. So.
Chair Samillo.
Has anybody actually done the math to see what like the change would be?
Shane.
Like,
So I was working with Laurel back there as we were looking at the budget packet. And if you do the change, because there was a little, they actually didn't increase for minimum wage for the new one. And so they kept them out the same. Without changing the hours, it would only be $289 difference of a savings. If you changed the number of hours to 15 for the associate director and put them at the right rate, the total for OPS, and Laurel, correct me if I'm wrong on this, the new total, if you made that change, would be $21,384.81 based on the math. And that would be moving the associate director down to 15 hours and equating for Ethan's and moving that one down 50 cents. If you made that would be the total numbers.
Follow up, Chair Samillo.
so like $700.
It's not a lot of hours, so.
President.
The associate one. We had to readjust those numbers too. That was with us readjusting those numbers.
Comptroller Kane. President Greenway, did you still have a question? Or debate? Okay. We are in debate still. Chair Samillo.
I think the first thing we should do is move the 1,000 from cinema into operations, considering that's like a request from the representative. So a motion to move 1,000 from line 23 to 22, right?
I think she already did that.
I don't think, did you?
Would you like to ask a clarifying question?
I guess. Did you already move the $1,000?
Yeah, in the budget packet, I just did it. Yeah. Sorry, I got like a little scared.
Anybody else wishing to debate on the matter? Chair Samillo.
I'm kind of going to circle back to OPS. I don't know what we figured out. Okay.
Comptroller Kane.
Motion to amend OPS, which is line 21, I believe, to 21,385.
There has been a motion to amend line 21 cab OPS. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll vote. With a vote count of 12 to 0, the amendment passes. Are there any other members wishing to debate? Chair Temple.
For those, okay. Seeing no further hands on this entity, move to the next entity.
There has been a motion to move on to the next entity. Are there any objections? Seeing none, thank you very much. We will now be seeing late nights. Move it from this number to another. So you just want to do the math. 15 minutes, whenever you're ready.
Is it on? Is it on? Okay. Hello, committee. So great to meet you all for the first time ever. My name is LJ Hall. I'm the executive director for Late Nights this year. And this is our 2024-25 budget packet or budget hearing. Oh, it works. So table of contents, I'm gonna talk about what Late Nights is, the events we posted so far, and what events you have coming up. But break down the budget compared from like last year and this year. explanation of any changes, and then final thoughts and questions, of course. So about late nights is an agency under the Office of Student Involvement or Student Government as well. And the purpose of late nights is to provide safe and unique entertainment experiences for while creating memories on campus for students. So our events are typically on Fridays and Saturdays. We offer various evening programming for UCF students looking for involvement on the weekends, Friday and Saturday. We typically execute one large-scale event per month, in addition to 2 to 3 small-scale events per month as well. On the left, you can see our executive board for this year. Late consists of 6 student directors and 30 active council volunteers who play an important role in the maintenance of the agency. So these are the summer events we posted. We have like a friendship bracelet event and then like a athletic Olympic type event in the summer. And then so far, fall 23 programming, we had Thrill the Night for Palooza, which is like a BMX stunt show. We've had an info session about our council and getting involved. A birthday party celebrating 20 years of late nights, family weekend in collaboration with First Year Experience. We had Rosen at Rosen in collaboration with obviously Rosen. We've had Witches Awards, kind of like a capture the flag tag type of event for Halloween. Of course, Friday night with CAB, Panic at the Quizco, which is like a trivia event. We had our Midnight 5K with the RWC, and then Winter Wonderland with CAB and SG as well. And then so for things coming up in the spring event, our spring semester, we have Who Got Ox, Up All Night, Spa Night, Prom, Game Show, Glow Night Chardon with CAB as well. Around the World in One Night, Casino Karaoke, Paint Palooza, and Splashdown. And then so now this is like a little breakdown of the budget from last year to this year. Not really much changes except for in OPS, Operations Special Events. So OPS changes will be from $10,997.64 to $11,860.56. Operations going from $4,300 to $4,800. And then special events going from $3,954 to $4,954. Programming marketing staying the same at $4,182 and $3,182 respectively. And then so for explanations, so OPS increased at $862.92 to accommodate for minimum wage increasing in October 2024. For late nights, the only paid position is the executive director, my position. So there's not really a huge increase for OPS in that. It's just the one position that's getting increased. For operations, I'm requesting an increase of $500 to accommodate for increases in traveling costs for our annual participation at the NACA conference. NACA is the National Association for Campus Activities. We typically send 2 to 3 directors from late nights every year to get like student leadership development and have them learn more about programming from other universities around the country. Last year, the registration price was about $470 per person. This year, it is $510 per person, and based on this trend, is likely to go up again next year. And in order to continue to send our directors to this conference, and also account for like the flight increase, hotel increase, and food cost increases as well. Just kind of requesting this to help us, maintain us sending directors to NACA. And then lastly, for special events, requesting an increase of $1,000 to accommodate for increases in the cost of PD for large-scale events. So this past year, we paid $3,200 for use of PD for Palooza, compared to $1,054 spent last year. Additionally, PD is required for some of our large-scale events like Friday Night, which alone was $586 this year. Family Weekend, Glow Nights, and Splashdown, they all cost a lot for PD, and then it's going up again. It'll continue going up, so I'm just kind of requesting that $1,000 to kind of help cover those costs for the future. And then, so a little bit of our impact. On some of our own events, we've had supported initiatives of other organizations on campus. This year, we were able to assist the RWC with their Midnight 5K, hosting over 500 students, a 21.7 increase in participation compared to last year. Additionally, our efforts aided in the execution of Winter Wonderland early this month, which saw around 2,000 students. This year, Late Night celebrated its 20th year, so we're still going strong. Although we're a smaller agency, nothing is small about our impact that we had on students and campus. We continue to grow and improve our variety of late night programs. Any questions?
Alrighty, thank you. We are now in questioning. Chair Samillo.
What is your difference between the promotional items and t-shirts?
So the t-shirts will be, so promotional items includes things like pins, pens, mugs. You have mugs that we give out. In addition, to key lights. T-shirts would be kind of like a brand, like a late night t-shirt, or else it could be like event specific t-shirts, so like a Friday night t-shirt, a Winter Wonderland t-shirt. We help with that some years, or if If we do like a glow nice t-shirt, it'd be like kind of like that difference.
Follow up.
I guess, why are they separate?
I think I just, oh, like the budget packet. To be honest, I think I just separated them to like add the cost. I could just put it all under advertising, but I think I just to make it, I know, different, just put it different. Yeah.
Vice Chair Kringle.
And just a general question: if we did need to trim anything from your budget, what would you pick that would have the least impact to students?
I would probably say, well, depending on the amount, if it's a larger sum of money that you would like trim, I would take it from special events, because since it is a larger number, it would have like the least overall impact. If it's a smaller number, I would say programming, because those are small scale events. And with our large scale events, we do collaborate with, we assist other agencies and organizations with their events. So cutting from us would hurt the other agencies and organizations that we were helping with their events as well.
Vice President Smith, and then Chair Samillo.
I just want to make sure, LJ, to correct me. The $500 that you added in operations was for NACA, right?
Yep.
Chair Samillo.
I was just gonna move on to debate, but
Is that up? Are you making that motion? No. Okay. Chair Borges.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about the refrigerator. Did yours break, or is it just non-functional the way it's supposed to?
It's just old.
Chair Borges.
Do we have the expenses from the 2023 year for agencies? I know we have all the departments. I didn't see any other ones. I don't know if I'm missing it.
If that was not included in, there are some for the. Yeah, no, I do not believe we have that currently. Comptroller Kane.
Motion to move to debate.
There's a motion to move into debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Are there anybody wishing to? We're going to go Chair Samillo and then Comptroller Kane.
I feel like most of the price increases are just due to like inflation related things. If we needed to cut, he did tell us where, and I don't really think, if anything, I would probably say programming if they work with other people, but honestly, I feel like all the amounts are pretty like easy going, set in stone. Like I don't really think there's much we can do left, so.
Comptroller Kane.
Yeah, I agree. I think this budget's pretty straightforward. I would move to vote unless anyone has anything else, or move to see next entity.
Are there any objections to that motion? All right, thank you very much. We will now see Knights of the Round Table. Chair Samillo.
All the one-time expenses that we're seeing for them, those are already in the non-reoccurring.
If you were going to, yeah, we put all of them in the non-recurring. So if there's zero, there was no requests.
Okay.
15 minutes, whenever you're ready.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Aisha Martin. I'm the executive director for Knights of the Round Table. Oh, next slide, please. Got it. So our mission is basically to serve as an administrative resource to all organizations and as an advisory council to all students pursuing involvement during their collegiate experience. And our goal is to develop, educate, and inspire student leaders. And we do this through bridging the gap between students, registered student organizations, and other UCF resources. So the impact we have on the student body, Knights of the Round Table helps connect students to over 700 diverse registered student organizations on campus, aiding and facilitating all registered student organizations in their continued success and guiding all students seeking involvement opportunities. So for operations, office supplies, I'm proposing an increase to $1,500. That mostly just comes from, so rather than it being zero, it was moved to zero before, from my understanding. The previous person who presented it proposed it to be zero due to the hub being closed, so we're using all of the stationery from there. However, that's diminishing, and I expect the amount of stationery that we buy in the spring semester to be quite significant. So I'm basically just asking for the office supply budget to just be reverted back to its original amount. Uniforms can be cut, and then software purchases are cut as well. So that's reflected here. For OPS, pretty much everything is the same with just the regular increase, NightQuest consultants. This is something that I did want to touch on. So it has been my understanding that there has been efforts to cut a NightQuest consultant, as we have two. So I just wanted to let it be known that I don't feel as though that is a good idea, just because in order to cut a NightQuest consultant, you would have to increase the pay and the hours of one consultant to fulfill all of the duties of the role and to accommodate for the volume of appointments that we have coming in. So it just doesn't seem feasible for that to even be an option, as NightQuest consultants see about 20 to 30 students a week on like a good week. And I just don't see one student being able to take that role. Additionally, as you can see here for NightQuest consultants, it says that they are at 7 hours per week for 12 weeks out of the year and $12 an hour for 20 weeks out of the year, as opposed to the other positions that are 35 weeks out of the year. So my request for this is to increase the NightQuest consultants' weeks to 32 weeks, so that way they are on the same schedule as the rest of the executive board. I'm not quite sure where the 20 weeks came from, I guess to not include the summer term, but that's just not realistic for the schedule that Knights of the Round Table operates on, as they have to do training, orientation, and prepare to be a NightQuest consultant. So by the time the fall semester starts, they can begin accepting those appointments and helping students create those new organizations. So to do 20 weeks out of the year, they're not going to be able to get through all of the appointments because they work more than 20 weeks in general. And I do feel like this is generous just because, realistically speaking, executive director is in for 18 weeks, for 18 hours a week. And I can just tell you that I do more than that already, as well as the assistant directors for 15, and she does more than that. So I feel that NightQuest consultants can be upped back to 32 weeks out of the year instead of 20, since that's more realistic. And then for programming, we have opening night. Obviously, this is our biggest event out of the year. I'm proposing that the budget be increased by $4,500 to $14,500, as it's closer to what we spent. It's been consistently over budget in previous years, so it doesn't make sense for it to be $10,000 if we're going to keep spending $5,000 more. But this event is the kickoff to Pegasus Palooza. It's held at FC Mortgage Stadium. It's typically the day right before the fall semester begins. And we have over 200 registered student organizations that attend and table with, we provide food, drinks, DJs, giveaways. I did want to note that the prices from vendors were a lot more expensive this year as compared to last year. For example, we used the same table company as before, and the price had gone up on that. And then, of course, PD was like over $3,000, and medical standby. So UCF PD and medical standby are just non-negotiables that we need to have for student safety. So the increase needs to account for that, as well as cleaning fees, merchandise, and then even just paying for nitro. So in order to maintain the quality of the event and set the standard at the beginning of the semester, I'm proposing that the budget be increased for that. For leadership summits, this one I'm really just asking for a $50 increase overall, but that's mostly because it's 14 summits at $75 a workshop, essentially. But our leadership summits are bi-weekly events, and they're held to educate and develop RSO leaders. And they're also open to any students who wish to just gain leadership skills or who are looking to start their own student organization. These are some of the ones that we did: Tackling Terror, we did RSO Resources. They typically have guest speakers and activities to help them with those leadership development skills, conflict resolution. And the average student body impact is about 700 plus students. So increasing that budget would just make it more even for all of the workshops, and also prevent us from having to pull from leadership summit money in order to do other events, because then that affects what we're able to do for the students and what they're able to walk away with from those workshops. So Spring and Fall Fest. This is more of a team and community building event. Our goal is to give RSOs the opportunity to interact with students and campus leaders outside of tabling. It's usually about 20 to 50 RSOs per event held on Memory Mall. So it's a little more casual, more fun. About 1,200 students are benefited. And it's just a lot of networking opportunities for them to engage with other departments and agencies and RSOs on campus. I'm asking for an increase of about $4,000 each. So I know that obviously Spring Fest hasn't happened yet, but the budget for Fall Fest was $2,000 and it ended up costing $4,500 roughly. A lot of that has to do with the increase in the price of vendors. Food, so one of the complaints that we consistently have is food always running out. So that is kind of like frustrating to get from students, that we don't have enough food for everybody. So that typically happens because of the budget. Like if we can only afford 30 Chick-fil-A sandwiches, there's only so much we can do. So if the budget is increased, it will enhance the experience that students are getting. Nitro, light towers, and then inflatables. This year we had an issue with the contract from the vendor. So the vendor that we typically use, we were unable to use due to issues with general counsel. So we had to go with another vendor that is more expensive, but was able to provide the same quality event. So if that continues to be the case, then the budget should be increased for that. Involvement Week, this is a week of events. Each day caters to different niches in the UCF population. Our goal is to allow students to get involved and get to know RSOs on campus. There's, again, over 200 RSOs, sports clubs, and departments, and over 1,200 students benefited. This is another great networking opportunity. We have RSO Showcase, Greek and Cultural Orgs, the academic and major orgs. So this is where we just highlight all of the different things that UCF has to offer, and allow students to find their home, essentially. I'm pretty much asking for a $300 increase for this one, just for the sake of prices going up and maintaining that quality of events. Impact Awards. This event is to recognize the excellence and hard work put in throughout the years among different RSOs and agencies. There's over 10 different categories. It's held in April. We usually do catering for this as well, so it is a little more pricey than the other events, as opposed to just having Domino's. And over 100 RSO representatives attend, so I'm asking for the budget to be increased to $4,500 to accommodate for that. Just in last year, the awards cost over $2,000, and then catering was over $3,000, so that's already $5,000, and then a couple $100 for decorations, so they were already at $5,000, so that's $2,000 over they were at last year, and I project that to just be more. Career and Breakfast Forum. This is an event in partnership with other UCF departments. Typically, it has been the Career Services Breakfast, but they have not really been pitching in for the event, so it has been changed to just a core event, and it's in partnership with other departments since we've been responsible for putting on the event. So I'm asking for a $300 increase in order to make sure that we are able to put on a quality event for students so they can connect with the different resources and tools to successfully pursue their career field for graduate school. It's typically catered by Einstein Bagels. We weren't able to do that this year. So that's another reason for that. I do feel like it's disappointing that we couldn't even get table linens and ice water for the event. So yeah. Coffee and Cupcakes with Court. This is another event that was unable to be put on due to the budget. So I'm asking for an increase from 0 to 300. But this is basically an outreach event. It's supposed to be very small and intimate and just give students the opportunities to connect with us and different opportunities on campus. And then we have Court Gives Back. So this is a community service event where we let RSOs fundraise for a charity of their choice. And the student body impact is over 100 plus organizations. And I'm asking for an increase of $500 to ensure that we can put this on, because this is, again, another event that was unable to be done. And I know that students were missing this. So I'm asking for an increase for that as well, so we make sure we have that security to provide those opportunities. Make It, Take It. This is an RSO Success event. to provide supplies needed to promote and grow RSOs on campus. So this one is a little more interactive. I'm just asking for another 300 for that one. And then extra events and partnerships, proposed increase of $1,000 to account for programming expenses. Something I wanted to note about this is that since I started as executive director, I do feel as though Knights of the Round Table has been overlooked. So I feel that in the efforts to promote the work that is done by the graduate assistants and members of my executive board, one of my goals is to implement collaborations with other agencies in the Office of Student Involvement. So I feel like this would expose students to multiple agencies at one time. It would provide them with opportunities to connect with us, Knights of the Round Table, and the people in OSI. But it would also allow court to be seen for the work that it does outside of just re-registration. So I feel like this $1,000 of extra events and partnerships would actually go a long way for the enhancement of Knights of the Round Table as an agency overall. And then this is just a rundown of the proposal. Any questions?
Alrighty, thank you very much. We are now in questioning. We're going to go President Greenaway, then Chair Simone.
Hello, how are you doing? Happy you're here. You kind of mentioned at the end my question, and I just kind of wanted you to elaborate on it more about partnerships with other agencies, because a lot of these events, that you were mentioning, I think would be great partnerships with, Court Gives Back would be a great partnership with Volunteer UCF. Within student government, the executive cabinet, we put on, events regarding professionalism and academic success. So, that would be a great partnership for the Breakfast Forum. So I was just curious if you started, exploring some of those in terms of just saving some budget costs, or it's just kind of a general idea that you had and you want to hopefully push into the next year?
Yeah, I think that's something that can be looked at. The issue that we've been running into is, like, for instance, with the Career Services Breakfast, is that it's called the Career Services Breakfast, and Career Services has not done anything to contribute to that breakfast, and then our budget for that has been cut. So the $1,000 that I would be asking for is to kind of create new events that would be court's own, or something that we can do in collaboration with other student directors within OSI, something more original, something that would bring students into the Office of Student Involvement and give them a better understanding of what each agency does and the resources provided to them, rather than just throwing another agency into something that already exists and trying to make it work.
Chair Simillo.
Related to the Night Quest consultant, I know that you said that they normally only work, what was it? No, I can't brain. Someone help me brain. What was it? 7 hours. I don't remember. Anyways, it was a number of weeks that's not 32 weeks.
20.
Okay, so out of those, there's 12 weeks over summer, 12 weeks that they don't have. Do you believe that you would be okay with only one consultant, since normally you only have, you normally don't have one at all?
No. That's something that I mentioned in my presentation, is that I know that has been an effort before to try to reduce a Night Quest consultant. And what I'm saying is that it's not an option, because they're not going to, one Night Quest consultant is not going to be able to keep up with the volume of appointments that we have.
Chair Temple, then Comptroller Kane.
2 questions, if I may.
You may.
Good morning. So I wanted to kind of touch upon the events that you wanted to bring back, more or less. How many, if you have those numbers from, I can't remember when exactly last held them, but how many people did those events service?
And I mean, I believe they were in the presentation. I could go back for you if you like.
Yeah, my apologies on that. I had to step out for a minute on those. If we can go back to those events, please.
You can keep going. So this is what the Court Gives Back, Cupcakes with Court. So over 100, over 75 is approximately, I would say, 500 to 700 students. But again, that's hard to say considering the events haven't been put on.
Okay.
So it would almost be like starting from scratch.
Okay. And then my second question, bit different. It's regarding the Night Quest consultants. If I may.
Go ahead.
So you said that you don't think that a Night Quest one consultant wouldn't be able to handle the volume of requests, I suppose, for lack of better terms. How many requests or services do they provide in a within the given time span? Just, I won't I'm just curious on that.
So in a given week, they usually see about 20 to 30 students a week. And they split it up between the two of them. But the NightQuest consultants also work very closely with the graduate assistants. And then they also help other members of the executive board with any other events that we have, as well as doing executive board meetings, which are part of their office hours. So one NightQuest consultant is not going to be able to fulfill all of those roles. There's going to be students who just don't get an appointment.
Follow up? Go ahead.
Last one, I promise. You mentioned grad assistants as well. How many grad assistants do you work with?
We have 2 currently.
Counselor Kane.
My question is specifically about programming. So just to give some context, because I know there are a lot of people here today that weren't here yesterday. We're looking at effectively a 4% increase in budget. Court has requested a 31% increase in budget. So I'm really trying, I would love to have your insights in what areas we could cut back on. To me specifically, it seems like OPS is essential and your operational increases make sense. So if you could tell us a little bit more about any programming cutbacks that you would recommend that could be done, because the reality is we're going to have to make some cuts in order to reach the budget that we need to.
Yeah, that's understandable. I would say it's hard to find room for cuts when a lot of events were already 0. So I don't feel as though I'm asking for much, but I do understand what you're saying. I would say any place that could probably be cut would maybe be $750 from operations. And then possibly 100 from career services and maybe 200 from court gives back. So that's really all I could say for sure that I would be willing to decrease the amount from.
Vice President Smith, do you have still a question? And then we'll go Chair Borges.
If there were, sorry, hi. What on programming would you cut? You know, let me ask.
Like an event?
Yeah, or lower.
Well, I would remove the career services, not remove, but I would cut career services breakfast by 100. And then court gives back by 100.
Chair Borges.
Hey, so 2 years ago, court only had 17,000 programming, and now the request is 33,000. That's nearly double the amount. Well, yeah, pretty much double the amount. Do you know? I know, like we asked about some numbers and some other things. If you were to cut that amount, half of your programming, can you list those for us?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, can you list if you were to cut half of your programs, or cut some programs completely out? I know that's been asked a few times. If you can give us ones to do, because without your input, we'd kind of just pick randomly to decrease random.
Are you asking to cut half of the amount or half of the actual events that are put on?
Up to you whether or not you want to just minimize your events to make them smaller, or to reduce the amount of things, or just reduce food entirely, or just to reduce events as a whole.
I really feel like, so honestly speaking, I do feel like the numbers are realistic. I know that the more expensive ones were impact awards and opening night. So those are pretty much the projections of the money that was spent and what I expect it to be, considering it's just going to be more expensive next year. The only ones that I would say to cut are the ones that currently have not been failed to put on because of a lack of money. So it would just be on that same hamster wheel, which would be the coffee and cupcakes with court, and court gives back, and then potentially the poster making party. But those events were supposed to happen. It's just we run into the issue where we are borrowing money from other events, and then by the time we get into the spring semester, there's nothing left to do them. So that would be my answer.
Any further questions? Chair Borges.
This one's a question actually for OSI Director Johnson. May I? Yeah.
You may.
Okay, cool. Is there a way to make the NightQuest consultants a stipend instead, so we can still pay them and they can still do their jobs, but to where it's more like not exactly dependent on how much they work, and more just that they get a stipend?
The short answer that I have is no. We did operate where some positions years ago were on a stipend, and we were required to move those all off of a stipend. So the last information that I have was the answer was no. We had to put them as hourly, and that was as a result of like what UCF audit came back and told us. But I think it's important when you talk about those NightQuest consultants too, is they're handling one-on-one meetings with students that are coming in, just saying, how do they want to get involved? So if a faculty or staff or a professor or conduct or something says, hey, you need to get connected, they come to us. They're meeting with those students one-to-one in addition to helping out student orgs. So, but yeah, the stipend question, the short answer is I could ask again. But the last information I have is we were required to move everyone hourly.
Senator Duke.
Present voting.
So noted at 10:27 a.m. We are still in questioning. Chair Samillo. No. At large Foster.
So given that we were talking about cutting programming and everything, I know you had mentioned that you would go and just basically cut the ones that you're not currently able to hold. But as far as the impact on students, which events do you think you have lower turnouts at, or just a lower impact on the student body as far as making those cuts?
I would say that it would probably be the leadership summits, just because those happen more frequently. So this was something that we were able to like pull from the money in order to do things for other events. So the leadership summits just had to do less things for their events. So I would say that's something that the turnout is usually a little more lower just because it's so frequent. So students have more opportunities to go rather than the large scale events.
Vice Chair Kringle.
What would you say your like top 5 events turnout wise are?
Opening night, involvement week, impact awards, Spring Fest, Fall Fest.
Chair Samillo.
Okay, I really don't want to have to cut any of the events just because those are the most student facing. So going back to the consultants, I understand the importance of them, but considering you don't have one for 12 weeks and you don't know what the magnitude or like how much work they'll have, are you still 100% certain that you are not okay with one during that time period rather than cutting events? Like you'd rather have 2 consultants and cut all your events than have all your events and have 1 consultant.
Say it one more time.
Okay, would you rather have 2 consultants during that time period and cut events, or would you rather have most of your events and have 1 consultant?
I mean, I would rather have all of my events and cut 1 consultant. The concern is the students not being able to receive what they need from NyQuest consultants and from us as an agency in terms of the one-on-one meetings that they have and creating a new organization. So that would be a loss there.
Vice Chair Hall.
For the consultants, is it do they work during 2 questions? Do they work during the summer? Did you mention that?
They pretty much do, just because they have their trainings and their like orientation, and they also are assisting with opening night. Like there's a lot of things that they have to learn about their role in order to make sure that they have what they need to be successful by the time the fall semester starts. Like they can't just start in fall because appointments start too soon. So they wouldn't be prepared to do appointments by then. So there's a lot of preparation that they have to do in the office during the summer to make sure by the time opening night and Palooza is over with, they can start those consultations.
But they don't do like the appointments in the summer? Just
No.
Okay.
There are no appointments in the summer.
Okay.
Comptroller Kane.
I have a question. I'm not sure who would be best to answer this, but my question is in regards to increases from agencies. Why is court's requested increase so much higher than pretty much all of the other ones?
I'm basically just going off of the money that we've spent. I mean, I do feel like our budget is also very low compared to the other ones. But it also has to do with me trying to bring back these events that we haven't been able to do and struggling to put on quality events. So that's typically where it comes from, are the increases, is to ensure that we can have these quality events, because we do struggle just to do the basics like getting linen or having ice water as a refreshment. So it's more just things like that, which is why you see like the $300, the $50 increase. I get that that does add up, but that's pretty much where it comes from.
Is it a motion? Go ahead.
So seeing is then that you the majority of your request is mostly to bring back programs, which do you think would be the most feasible to bring back and the one that would be the most impactful for students?
I believe we've asked almost the similar question
Yeah.
multiple times
Okay. My
in
apologies. on that
different
one.
ways. Vice President Smith.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate.
I object.
There's been objections. Do you withdraw?
Yeah.
Okay. Borges.
Sorry, I'm trying to get some numbers just to wrap our heads around things. And I'm looking at your actuals for this year for opening night. And the most I'm getting looking through everything is around 12,000. I know you said usually things are costing more than you actually had, but since it actually costed that much this year, would it be okay for us to reduce it to that amount, considering that's what you actually spent?
Could you tell me where you got the 12,000 from?
Yeah, so I'm in the Office of Student Involvement's expense reports. Let's see. So, sorry, not this year. I meant like last year. I don't really have. I'm not looking at things from this year. And so that was 1, 2, 3, 4. It says table rentals, opening night events to raise school spirit. These are like the names that they put in, so that they're not exactly the most specific. Refreshments, water for attendees, food for volunteers, and just different things like that. All added up. It's used the Excel sheet and it's already in there. So that's where I got that from.
Okay. Can you say your original question again, please?
Yeah, so basically it's costing less, it seems to, at least from the records we have, cost less than you're requesting. Would you be okay with us reducing it to more of what it actually costs in our records?
Reducing to?
I guess down 2,500 or 2,000.
I would be okay with reducing to from like 10,000 to 13,000 because I'm asking for 14,500. So I would say 13.
Vice Chair Kringle.
In your operations sheet, you have perquisites listed at 1,200. Just wondering if you go a little more in depth on what that's going to be used for.
You said for operations?
Yes.
Going down, oh, that was just cutting the amount of things that we like for uniforms. So like instead of like maybe how many polos we provide or getting a different type of jacket or something, that's where I was saying I would be willing to cut that. Is just reducing what we do for uniforms.
Vice Chair Simillo.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are there. Anybody wishing to debate? President Greenaway, then Chair Simillo, then Hall.
So I'm of the belief that keeping the consultants is important. I think they help students that, don't know what to get involved in, find something that meets their interests. UCF is a huge campus and there's so many things that you could do. So I think it's important that we keep those people in their positions to ensure that students have that support. I would like Court to maybe push out that resource more just so students know that's available for the upcoming year. Because I think it's a great resource and really can really change a student's experience. That being said, I do think that there does need to be some decreases in the programming area. So I just did some calculations on my end based on some of the things that the director was saying was most important to their agency. So I'll list those out really quick. So I kept opening night at the same. I know they mentioned a decrease, but I decreased some other things. So I think it would balance out. Leadership summits, I decreased to half of what the request was. She also mentioned poster making and the coffee and cupcakes as, not as attended events. So I decreased those. I decreased the breakfast forum by about 100 and I decreased Court Gives Back by about 250. And then the last two changes was the Fall Fest. I made it the same price as the Spring Fest. So they both would be 3,500. And then I completely decreased the extra events. So that's a decrease of $3,500 in terms of programming. It's still a $10,000, almost $10,000 increase in their programming budget from last year. So I think that still gives them a lot of opportunity to, work with and create some partnerships to be able to continue some of these programming and events. I know student government's definitely interested in helping out with that as well. So, and then the other change that I would suggest that was mentioned was a 750 decrease in operations. So that would be a decrease of 4,250 overall. That I think is, again, Court is a small budget. So I think taking more away from that would be very detrimental. So that's my thoughts. I'll wait for some debate and then make a motion.
Chair Simillo.
I do agree with President Greenaway about opening night. I feel like that's like their main event. There's a lot of people that come out. There's a lot of students that have a huge, like, that's like a big thing for them. At least like when I first got here, it was a good way for me to kind of dip my toes into everything. So I don't really completely agree with bringing that down to numbers that were 2 years old, considering inflation's a thing and other things like that. So I don't really think that should factor in. And then regarding the consultants, I still am kind of questioning it. I do understand their importance, but considering they're not working during that time in general, I feel like maybe lowering the hours or at least like having one during the time that they're normally not there, like one when they're both still there, but like one as in like hour wise, considering we don't know how much of an impact they'll have during a time that they normally don't work. I don't know. We can still talk about that, but yeah.
Vice Chair Hall.
Oh, I was gonna pretty much echo exactly what President Greenaway say. I was saying that I definitely don't think we should touch opening night because that is like pretty much like the first event I think of like the school year, and it's like so many people attend, so many RSOs, and like we need those resources for those RSOs. I was saying like I think Brenda was saying this like halving like the fest and kind of like still giving them an increase, but it's not as like much of an increase. And then kind of just like my thought was just like taking like some of the other ones down, like the extra events, and kind of just like splitting that between like the other events, like pretty much everything Brandon was saying. So I don't know why we're talking.
Vice Chair Morissette, then Temple, then Kringle.
The position of the consultant sounds very similar to the position of a peer knight, to be honest, if that's mistaken, but I feel like that's a really good partnership that this organization can have in the future, because it just seems like you're meeting with a student to kind of understand like the involvement you can have in UCF in different aspects, and that's also kind of a similar position of a peer knight. So I feel like if they collaborate, kind of if we decide to take away that position of the consultant, they can maybe peer knights would take up the other responsibility, or that could kind of just be some type of collaboration. I don't know if that's feasible in any way, but I feel like that's a good idea.
I was going to make a motion to reduce the programming budget line by President Greenaway's suggestion, if I may do so.
Yes. What was that number, President Greenaway, again?
A decrease of 3,500, so it's 29,650 for programming.
Okay, that motion has been made. Are there any objections to the motion?
And then the other change was the operations line. I don't have the line in front of me. 54 by 750. That was just a decrease that the director mentioned. I'm not sure directly what that would go towards, but.
So there's been a motion to decrease line 54 by $750 and line 55 by $3,500. Are there any objections to the motion? We're going to voting. For the vote count 15-0-0, the amendment passes. We are still in debate. Vice Chair Kringle.
May I ask a question to the entity representative?
Go ahead.
For the uniforms for 1,500, what exactly do you spend that on?
For uniforms?
Yes.
So that's like polos, name tags, jackets.
And there's only 4 people you would be buying that for in your agency, correct?
There's 10.
There's 10? Okay.
Yeah, 12 if you include the graduate assistants.
Vice President Smith.
I motion to move to the next entity.
There's been a motion to move on to the next entity.
I object because I have
There's
a
an
question
objection.
regarding uniforms.
Do you withdraw?
Sorry,
Speaker
Courtney.
Holmes.
So you said that you fund two questions, if I may.
You may.
You said that you fund how many uniforms again?
12.
12 uniforms. Do you know how much you spent in the previous year for those uniforms, considering that it's 1,500 that you're requesting?
I couldn't tell you an exact number right now.
Okay.
Vice Chair Kringle.
I would like to just debate then. I would be interested in removing another 500 from operations, maybe sometime in the future, just as a point of reference, because I think 1,500 for uniforms for 12 people is kind of.
Speaker Holmes.
I'm gonna have to concur with Kringle just because I can't just use my organization for reference, but I spent less than that for 60 uniforms. So I just don't know what they use to request uniforms from. I can't say like, oh, it's more expensive or it's not, but
Since we are speaking about $500, I'll take either a motion or I will take one last debate, but this is $500 of an $18.8 million budget. Chair Simillo.
I guess what I want to say is, I guess, debate, but relating to that number, is there a way that you could get us a number of what you spent last year
I
on
could,
just uniforms?
I could, but I do want to also say that it was 1,500, and then I was only asking for 1,200 this time. So I already reduced it by $300 just for uniforms specifically, and then the other $750 from operations. So it's gonna be difficult to get the jackets and the polos and everything for the entire executive board to have their uniforms with the number already reduced. I can tell you that.
Chair Simillo, is this continuing
follow-up,
the same?
Yeah.
Vice Chair Morissette,
Motion for a non-committee member to speak.
any objections?
I can speak to exactly what the numbers were. I have a board of 10 executive members, including myself, and we only purchased 6 shirts. Mind you, what Aisha has on is what we're accustomed to wearing. And so those are actually custom with our logo. And we also have the SG's logo, and we have to have OSI's logo on them. In terms of what I spent for only 6 jackets and shirts were almost $1,000. So in bringing that in context, if she's asking for 10 people that she has to purchase these items for, it's definitely going to be well over $1,000 and probably closer to $1,500.
Comptroller King.
Motion to move to the next entity.
There's been a motion to move on to the next entity. Are there any objections? Seeing none, thank you very much. We will now be seeing Nighthon. $15 minutes whenever you're ready.
Alrighty. It's on, right? Awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Madison Broderick, and I am this year's Executive Director for Nighthon. Awesome. It works. Alrighty, so getting started. Nighthon is the dance marathon program here on campus for University of Central Florida. We work year-round to educate, inspire, and unite our campus and the Orlando community in the fight to end pediatric illness. Our efforts provide support to our local Children's Miracle Network Hospital, Orlando Health, Honor Palmer Hospital for Children, and we are UCF's largest student-run philanthropy. We are on our 28th year, where we strive to create a culture on campus in which students are encouraged to give back and create a home. So going on to a little bit deeper about Nighthon, we are run by a management team of 6 students. We have an executive board with over 40 members. We have our internal leadership team, which is known as our impact team, which includes about 120 students, varying from year to year. Our team captains from over 50 organizations on main campus and satellite campuses. We also have an extremely unique opportunity to engage our UCF alumni and our K-12 students from 11 local Orlando high schools. So we also have that outreach. Nighthon as an organization hosts monthly events leading up to brand new this year. We are changing to a 12-hour main event experience. That 12-hour change is coming from the 20 hours in previous years after hearing feedback from our student life. So yes, we are changing to a 12-hour main event. So looking back to the fall semester, Nighthon hosted a variety of events to help with recruitment, awareness, fundraising efforts for our program. We kicked off our event with KT Carnival, where we reintroduced our organization to campus to focus on recruiting our students, our Greek and RSO teams, and individuals who might not know what Nighthon is. Leading on into Child Health Day, which was October 2nd. That is a federally observed holiday to promote awareness about children's health. So Nighthon was able to table in the Student Union Atrium to promote how Nighthon advocates for Orlando Health Honor Palmer. Then that day, we ended with Dance Marathon Experience, which is a small-scale dance marathon. It happened over 3 hours, just to kind of show our newly engaged participants and returning participants what a glimpse is into like a dance marathon event. In October, we also had our Morale Halloween event where Nighthon was able to invite our teams to program with us, and we utilize this as a small-scale fundraising push. We were also able to invite our Miracle families out to get to know their teams. Our largest fundraising push of the fall was for our future nights, and we took this opportunity to teach our campus how to fundraise prior to the spring semester, and I'm proud to say that we raised over $25,000. We also had some family parties this semester where we invited our Miracle families back to main campus, and participants got the chance to interact with their families on a personal level and strengthen their connection to our org and kind of get that why behind what we're doing here. We also, I'm proud to say, we are hosting hospital tours back at Orlando Health Honor Palmer for the first time since COVID. So students and participants within Nighthon are able to go to the hospital tour and kind of see what CMN Nighthon funds are being utilized directly there. There it goes. Okay, so going on to some more collaboration, we are definitely focused on collaboration this year. We've had the opportunity to collaborate with Homecoming during Homecoming Week. We sold early access passes to their events. We are also working with Rosen in downtown for tabling. We are also working with Rosen to host a small tabling event at the Rosen campus in the spring semester. Again, we are collaborating constantly with our alumni and K-12 programs. I kind of mentioned that earlier, but we do provide a really unique experience in that engagement with our local high schools. This year, we also introduced something new. We had a collaboration with Hillel for a casino night. Looking towards the spring semester, in January, we're going to have our recruitment week. We're looking forward to doing a collaboration game with men's basketball. Believe in Tomorrow, which is basically a small-scale hospital tour to campus where we'll invite some hospital speakers to kind of give students the opportunity to learn more about the hospital and what, again, funds are utilized for. In February, we will have our spring fundraising event, which is going to be Champions Challenge. We are going to have our Battle of the Bands with our collaboration with CAB. We'll have our annual dodgeball tournament. In March, we'll have our Dancer Appreciation Week. And then in April, we'll have our 12-hour main event. Alrighty, moving towards our budget. Here's our proposed budget for the upcoming year. As you can see, the side by side, the amount for the, we would like to request totaling up to $59,568 for this upcoming fiscal year. Comparison. There she is, with an increase to our operations budget by $1,000, OPS by $700, you get the number, and then main event by $2,000, and our special project staying even. So to go more into our operations budget line is basically used to support our large internal teams in supplying our organization with uniforms, providing the training and onboarding needed to ensure all members of our organization are successful in their position. This budget is also used for our promotional items in our main event shirts, which is to encourage fundraising throughout the year and reward and steward our participants in their efforts for supporting Orlando Health Honor Palmer. I have requested an additional $1,000 to go to our advertising due to increasing costs of promotional items. For example, the unit cost of our main event shirts in 2022 was $4.80. In spring 2023, it was $4.98, so closer to $5. Unknown what that price will be in spring 2024. Finally, this budget line is also associated expenses for some of our members of our executive board to attend the Dance Marathon Leadership Conference, where students learn leadership skills, event ideas, position-specific practices to have a successful year. This year at DMLC, we presented on Nighthon's main event programming, and we were highlighted for having successful participant engagement with event programming. Yes, and then the total amount that we would like to request for these operational expenses is $8,700, including the $1,000 increase to advertising. For OPS, that's just the increase due to wage. Alrighty, moving towards main event. Our main event is held annually in the spring semester to fundraise and celebrate our year-long effort in the fight to end pediatric illness. You may see this expense as the largest amount of money allocated, as it is our main focus for the entirety of the year. As mentioned earlier, Nighthon is changing our main event experience to be 12 hours to adapt to UCF students and student life. As this event is held in the arena over an extended period of time, these associated costs have small flexibility to change. These funds are utilized to cover the cost of renting the arena, production fees, security, operational, cost of providing entertainment, and the cost of catering for what would be over 1,000 students. sorry, the event operations, I'm asking for an increase of $1,500. Last year, we were over that budget by $1,000 due to UCFPD, pod rental, and other needs such as supplies during our main event. Entertainment's going to stay the same with event catering, and then that main event night-thon request, $38,500. Moving towards our special projects. Night-thon uses special projects to make our cause an effective year-round effort with smaller scale fundraising, recruitment, and awareness events. As mentioned, Champions Challenge is our largest fundraising push of the spring. And this past year, we were able to raise $53,000 in just 24 hours. Additional events such as the ones hosted in the fall to help activate and engage participants in year-round order to make the largest impact possible on our local Children's Miracle Network Hospital. For special projects, Night-thon would like to request a total of $2,000. Moving on towards our one-time expenses, I started with office supplies at $1,000. We need new and more storage bins to accommodate the loss of our storage room, and ones that we currently have are folding in on each other. So longevity of our items are not supported because they're not stable enough to support the items in our boxes. In addition to that, wagon and a small flatbed for moving materials would also be extremely helpful for our events and our tabling events. For furniture and equipment, we have in the Night-thon cube, if you've been there, there is a ledge where there's technically 3 workspaces where someone could be, but there's only 1 stool. I would like to have stools so there could be 3 people working there. As I mentioned, we have a 40-person executive board, so the more spaces that we actually have and people can be, the better. And then for advertising, Night-thon requests a fund of $3,000, which would go towards a retractor kit, which is the printed display for tabling. The best description that I can give for that is you see it when you walk through the student union during first year experience. They have those. And then a step and repeat, which is a backdrop. So depending on size and vendor, retractor kits cost one is around approximately $500, and step and repeats, the average for the actual build of it is around $1,000, and then the banner being around $500. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. We are now in a period of questioning. Vice President Smith, then Chair Samila.
Hi, Madison. Great job. For your one-time request, I know you added, I think it was $1,000 for advertising for shirts and stuff, and then you added it for your one-time request. Which one do you think would be more? Which one would you prefer?
I would prefer in the operations for advertising for main event shirts rather than the one time. Was that the question? Yep, I would prefer the one in the operations budget.
Chair Samila.
My question's about the arena rental. Since you did change from 20 hours to 12 and it's the same cost, could you just kind of elaborate on how that works? I don't know if it's if it's a full cost. I don't know how.
Yeah. So I had the same questions this year as well. We were actually able to get a quote from the arena tour, and we found that actually our arena cost does not decrease. It stays about the same with production. So the rental is actually the same. But it was around, I want to say, I don't know if I have it on me, but it didn't change much from the previous year.
Is that a follow-up or a separate question? Okay, we're gonna go Borges, then Morset.
Hi, this is just about the one-time expense for the office furniture. Are you able to break down that $1,500 more? I know it's probably not just 2 stools for $1,500.
Yeah, so the stools vary on different stools, like the stools that you get. And then the wagons, I want to say the wagons were, again, it depends, $50 to $100. And then our flatbeds, closer up to $500.
Vice Chair Morset and then Chair Samila.
In your operations, you have group travel at 1,400. Can you just kind of go into detail about what travel that your organization does?
Yeah, so we are, in the summer, there is a Dance Marathon Leadership Conference where 6 members of our management team, and in previous years, we've been able to bring more executive boards, but with budget decrease, it's just limited to our 6 management team, where UCF provides flight and meals. Our registration is covered by the foundation or CMN.
Chair Samila.
I was going to motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. President Greenaway and then Chair Samila.
Overall, I think, the requested increases are legitimate. They make sense. I think, leaving this budget as was presented will be, very beneficial for Nighthon. I did want to note to the committee that, Nighthon is one of the only dance marathons, to my understanding, that does not take any of the funds that they raise for operational costs. And I think that's important that we keep it that way, that they're able to donate all the funds that they raise to the hospital, Arnold Palmer. So I think that's awesome that we were able to support y'all there. And I think we should keep everything what it's at.
I think most of the costs that have influx are just because of little things that have happened due to inflation and things like that. So I think that we should keep them as it is. And I do believe that there's something else I wanted to say, but I don't remember. Oh yeah, they raise a lot of money, and have a lot of recognition for the school. So I would love to keep everything as it is, and I was going to motion to move to the next entity.
There's been a motion to move to the next entity. Are there any objections? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm looking around because it's either the judicial branch or it will be election commission are either here currently.
I know the judicial branch is next door, although they might be coming in right now. Look at that.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you all ready? You want some more time? You're good? Okay, they're good.
We will see the judicial branch next. Alrighty. Whenever you begin and you are ready, you'll have 15 minutes.
All right. First and foremost, I just want to say thank you to all of you for doing this and having us here. We really appreciate your tenacity in this project. So first, I just want to introduce myself. My name is Elizabeth Silva, and I have the honor and privilege of being the Chief Justice for the Judicial Branch this year.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jake Hansen. I currently serve as the Internal Assistant Chief Justice.
And my name is Daniel Rivera. I serve as the External Assistant Chief Justice.
And this is our ASNF budget presentation for the 2024-2025 year. All right, so who are we? We're the Judicial Council. We're a branch composed of 14 students. I myself am the Chief Justice, and our 2 Assistant Chief Justices and 11 Associate Justices. Our mission statement: we're dedicated to improving the life of the student body at UCF by working to uphold and protect students' rights through interpretation of student body constitution and university policies. And we strive to be a comfortable environment for students to bring their concerns regarding their rights at this university.
So the way we choose to execute that and the way our branch is set up is through our student service arms. These are our external facing services for our students here on campus. First, and one of our most internal powers is judicial review. So that maintains our system of student government checks and balances, where we have the power and any student can request judicial review on any matter pertaining to an SG corporate entity or agent. Other than that, one of our most used services and one of our most sensitive also is impartial advising. This is where our justices are trained advisors by student conduct and academic integrity to serve as advisors to students walking through those processes. Obviously, it's a very scary and very serious issue and time in students' lives where their college career can be at risk. And so we serve as a support system for those students where we are peers and students also just able to walk through the process, whatever that looks like, whether it's helping them write a statement, answer any questions if they just want to come into rant or anything like that. We serve we serve that purpose for them. We also serve as advisors for the grade appeals process. Those look a little bit different depending on the college, but we are trained also to walk them through that process. A flip side of the impartial advising in our work with student conduct and academic integrity, we serve as hearing officers for the formal hearings at student conduct for those panels. So it's also part of our job in protecting students' rights here on campus. That being said, like I said earlier, we are annually trained by the student conduct and academic integrity assistant director because obviously that these are serious processes and we have to be properly trained in order to properly walk the students through that.
Okay, and then the service that you guys are probably most familiar with and the one that is most used by students here on campus is our parking appeal service. We do service a second appellate level for all students that receive parking citations. So first they appeal it to Parking and Transportation Services, and then once that doesn't go through, they'll appeal it to us. We kind of serve as the final judgment on that matter. We have the ability to uphold, reduce, or completely overturn those fines. So we handle those on a case-by-case basis. We have a couple different numbers later on to show you guys what that kind of looks like this year as well. Aside from that, we also handle any election violation appeals and any contestments to any election that can be within Senate or the student body president election. So they can bring it before our council. We'll see that as an impartial entity. And then we also serve as the appellate level for fiscal appeals. That's the second appellate level as well. So this allows RSOs and any students that receive funding from Senate, if they don't use those funds correctly, they receive a sanction by a Senate fiscal committee. They can appeal it to us, and then we can determine if that sanction, kind of in the same way as parking appeals, is upheld, reduced, or completely overturned.
All right, awesome. And with our student service arms, one of my biggest initiatives with being chief this year and just kind of for our branch in general is to expand our involvement at this university beyond the doors of the student government office. So our newest student service arms is Title IX guidance. So this is coming early spring 2024. We're currently working with the Office of Institutional Equity for the training and guidance material for the justices. We only serve as student and peer resources, and we're not legal representation. However, I do think that this is super important because people that are coming to us for Title IX sexual violence or harassment processes, oftentimes at this university have to, because of whatever resources, have to go to an adult, and they are usually required reporters. And we've heard a lot through our processes with our impartial advising that talking to a student actually helps to reduce the nerves that a student feels when they're going through a process like this. So we kind of wanted that to reflect for Title IX as well. And then
Okay, so like I mentioned, we do have a couple of different numbers to kind of show you guys what's changed this year since we started our expansion. So the first one up there, we've had a 63% increase in impartial advising cases compared to last year's council. We've also had a 22% increase in parking citation appeals. We've launched a new parking citation appeals form on Night Connect, so that one's been revised. It's been the first time in a couple of years that we've really been able to dig through that, kind of overhaul all the things that needed changing. And then we've also updated our internal rules for guidance on all of our new projects. So really just kind of bringing the branch up to speed in terms of all of our internal operations and proceedings.
And then another one of our really big initiatives, specifically through the Precedent Committee, is we've established a translation partnership with the Department of Modern Languages and Dr. Humberto Lopez, as well as Francisco Rubiera, and they've been working with us very closely to making all of our forms that are on our Night Connect in Spanish. So making sure that since we are a Hispanic serving institution, students that need access to those forms and need access to, being able to fill out those forms in Spanish, and we can make sure that all of our services are available to all students here. We've reached 300 and more main campus students across our 2 outreach events, hosting the University of the University of Southern Florida's Supreme Court in early January. And that's really important, specifically for our external. He's been working really closely with them and other universities as well, but upcoming in, I think it's January, in the middle of the month, they'll be coming here and we'll be showing them our chamber, our student government, kind of like gaining more appreciation for how each other's branches work. And then we'll also be hosting Lounging with the Lawyer. It's an event, basically. We want to have it in the chamber, have a panel of lawyers, attorneys, prosecutors, basically so students who are interested in the legal profession can come and find out more about the legal industry here in Orlando.
And so with a lot of that expansion, obviously comes budgetary constraints. So a little bit of the background on what our budget looks like this year. The last ASF committee allocated us about $24,000. Around 83% of that goes to OPS, so paying the checks for myself, the chief, and the internal. And about 16% of our allocation is operations, leaving us at $4,050. Of that total, we are about 1.64% of the total allocation for student government of last year. And then of the total ASF budget, we're 0.13%. And so some of that background on how we split that up. So some of the expenditures we've had this year are our summer and spring retreats. So that's where we take care of those annual trainings with student conduct and academic integrity, and other trainings like ethics, diversity, and so forth and so forth. We also had to pay for the judicial branch uniforms and name tags, and also the Judicial Leadership Council uniforms. And for those of you who don't know, the Judicial Leadership Council is sort of our training module for the justices, the first underclassmen who want to become justices in the future. And our biggest expenditure is obviously our outreach event incentives. As a lot of us know here on campus, students don't come to events unless there's an incentive. So that has been our biggest expenditure in operations, and also other special initiatives and projects such as hosting USF later this coming up in January. So the operations budget came out to obviously the $4,050, where that figure is about 0.02% of the total ASF budget, and then roughly around 0.28% of the SG allocation. So some of the sacrifices we've had to make with such a constrained budget is that we've had to cut one fall and one spring event to cover the other expenses that we've had to have. This means that we are only reaching the statutory minimum, which is 2 events per semester. We set out to expand our events also with the expansion of our services, but unfortunately, due to those budgetary constraints, we've been unable to. That's also because of the cost of goods rising. So obviously, as we all know, like we have to contract with Aramark for food, and so forth. So those services are also rising, and that's adding another stressor to our budgetary constraints. Furthermore, we've also needed to request funding from other SG branches. As the executive branch knows, they've graciously paid for the Chief Justice's travel to the Big 12 conference due to our budgetary constraints, and Senate has historically paid for our graduation stoles, and so forth and so forth. We've also requested some help from the coordinator, the sustainability coordinator, for some outreach event materials. So we've had to pull from other places to get our stuff up and going. And so that's just a little background on what the budget looks like this year, because I wanted to provide sort of a groundwork for why we are requesting so much more. So the figure this year that we've put in the packet is $10,450. That comes out to about 0.056% of the ASF budget, the working number that you guys have now. I'm going to go line by line. So obviously with advertising, we've put $1,000 in this year because we have been reliant on the advertising promotion materials from the last 2 judicial councils. So those include tote bags, judicial stress gavels, and then stickers also. We've run out of the stickers and the stress toys completely, and we have, I think, sufficient enough to get us through the rest of this year. But once those tote bags are out, we are out of promotional materials completely. So obviously that's conjoined for our events, and when we have the incentive also, it's just something to bring to the table for students to come up to us. And so with that depleting inventory, we've added this line in so that we can replenish that, obviously. We don't have any specifics on the quotes, but I think $1,000 is more than enough for the next external assistant to decide what promotional materials they want to buy, obviously giving that discretion to them with the allocated funds. And then also we put in the line for $1,200 for professional development. Those are for our summer, fall, and spring retreats. Those are for the required statutory trainings. So we have invitees come in, people from student conduct, from Office of Institutional Equity, and the Title IX coordinators. And those are long 8 to 5 days. So we would like to have the ability to at least pay for their meals. And then operating supplies and services at $2,200. So the way the council looks now, we're looking at a turn turnover rate of anticipated 9 new justices next year because we have 7 statutory seats opening and then 2 graduates in the other half. So that's accounting for a cut that the last budget took because we had so many returning justices that we didn't necessarily need those new uniforms for. This is also including the Judicial Leadership Council and those graduation stalls that Senate has typically paid for us. We've also added a travel expense at $1,200 for the travel and lodging for the Big 12 conference. This is just that figure that we put in there. And then other non-operating expenses, $350 for the judicial awards for the ceremony at the end of the year, and just a mini end of year celebration. And so I've left other operating expense towards the end because I want to explain a little bit more in depth because that's pretty much what my role is completely, which is the events for judicial. So we've put that at $4,500. I've added a schedule onto the slide here just to give you an outlook of how, if I was the external assistant next year with this budget figure, I would separate the money. That being said, so obviously this is a expansion of what we had this year. So this expansion would allow us to host longer, more frequent, and a variety of events. So like the Chief Justice said, hosting Lounging with a Lawyer, we'd be able to offer an incentive for students to come into the ballroom to actually take part in that event. Also, this would allow us to have a higher volume of incentives. So one thing that I've noticed a lot with our events this year is that we've had to cut them short. So we've always allocated around 2 hours or 2.5 hours for tabling. And we've had to end up cutting it to an hour or an hour and a half because we run out of coffee, we run out of candy, or we run out of this and that. So obviously with the improved outreach budget, it allows us to have the ability to conduct that outreach without sacrifices to other necessary expenditures, such as uniforms and like promotional materials. And obviously with this expanded, if you guys would grant us, this money would be delegated with the anticipated event schedule and a transition binder for the next external assistant. Obviously this is tentative. This is what I would do if I had this money. So this would obviously be at the discretion of the next external, but as a guideline for how we would spend that money and where it would be going. So the figure at the bottom is $4,300. So we've added an expenditure buffer for those increased costs of goods. As a lot of us know, sometimes events take more money, sometimes they take less than anticipated. So that's just a buffer there. And since I'm sure the question will be asked as to where we can trim, because obviously this is a significant increase from what the budget packet was last year for judicial, it would be in some places here where we can take a little bit of a hit at the expenditure buffer. So I would save us $200. And then also other places, if I can go back on this, yeah. So other places we can probably take a hit at the operating supplies and services at $200, the travel expense at $200, and then in other places, if other branches would be still willing to pay for things like the trophies, we can take the $350 for non-operating expenses also. So there are places where we can trim if the committee would like to see that. But this is the
time for the presentation has elapsed. Well, y'all, Chili.
Move to extend by 3 minutes.
There's been a motion to extend the speeches for 3 minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, continue.
Okay. And so I'll just move right into OPS. So pretty much OPS is just accounting for the minimum wage increases for the assistant chief justices and following the guidance that Brody gave us for the increase in the chief justice for a total of $20,804. And so that brings us out to the total of $31,254, where about 67% of our requests is for OPS and 33% of requests is for operations. That comes out to about 0.17% of the total ASF budget, just about a 0.05% increase from where we were last year. And so we do have a student testimonial today, and we'd like to pass out to Chief Justice.
Of course, so this is a student who has sought impartial advising services with us, and I think that he has a great story to share. So if you would so graciously take a stand.
Hey everyone, my name is Diab Ali. I had the pleasure of dealing with Elizabeth for the impartial service just this semester, just like a month or two ago. And basically I had a situation where I had received an SAR while on campus. And I'm in a situation where like my admission to the campus had me on the condition already of being on disciplinary probation, just as a condition of my admission to the campus as a transfer. So basically, I didn't really, it was kind of like it was a very anxiety, anxious ridden event. And I was doing a lot to prepare because I was like nervous about what would happen. Luckily, the event, it wasn't really a big deal, and it kind of, there was no disciplinary action and it kind of figured itself out. But I was able to, because I like reached out on Reddit to people on the UCF subreddit for people to like just ask for advice. I found out about the impartial service, impartial advising service. That's how I found out about, I reached out to the forum. Lisa Bett reached out to me the same day, set up a meeting with me. I came in person and like just told her a little bit about myself and just what my situation was. And she was able to like just explain what was gonna happen A through Z and kind of give me some advice on what, you know, I should do and what I should, not what I should say, but basically what's gonna happen and how I should prepare myself. And that was like huge and just calming my like just at least knowing what was gonna happen at least, because you know I wasn't aware of like the hearing process or any of that at all. So having especially like the chief justice reach out, you know, having to sit down with her and help a lot was great. And like for someone else that might go through a situation like that where they don't think to reach out on every single source, you know, people they know, read online, random online forums, like it would have been great to find out about that just, you know, through like orientation and things like that or events on campus. So I definitely think whatever they need, they should definitely get. That's my stand.
And that pretty much concludes. No, we're good.
Questions? Okay. Well, that's at perfect time. We're now in questioning. Chair Temple, Y'all Machili, then Samila.
Good evening. Morning. Sorry. This is very nitpicky of me. Sorry, but can you go back to the slide that had the budget summary, please? Okay. One more to the right. Oh, sorry. I meant your the slide before the student testimonial slide. That one. Yeah. I just wanted to question why the OPS is at a lower figure than on the budget packet, because it says it's 21,200 for OPS, and it reflects differently on that. I know it's not a big difference. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, I wasn't exactly sure which figure to use because it included fringe benefits on the packet. So I didn't want to touch the packet because I wasn't sure what that was going to look like. But when I went to the summary page, that was the figure that was up there. So that's the figure that I used.
Brody.
If I can just explain a little bit about that really quickly. The packets for a little while were pulling the wrong number. They were pulling the subtotal, not the full total for a little while. So I think like the packet now is correct. Ryan and I fixed a few of them and just forgot to communicate that back as they were creating their presentation. So yes, the number on the bill is correct.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify that.
Y'all Machili.
So I understand that judicial has faced shortfalls with the amount of stuff you have for events, which makes you have to cut events short and things of that sort. And you did mention that there was an expansion of the judicial branch going on, but how do you think that would warrant a basically 50% expansion, or let's say doubling of the operations budget, considering that is the largest percentage increase in this overall ANSF budget for any entity?
Yeah, so we absolutely understand that the increase we're asking for is quite large in comparison to our last year. So we are accounting for expenses that have already been made just through other branches or other forms and then matching the expansion of our services to also match that of our outreach events. So we've planned the expansion anyway. We just haven't had the resources to be able to advertise that correctly to students or in the way that we want to execute it. And this wiggle room would just give us enough of a space where we can keep those events going for the time that we've allotted, and then making even more events and other outreach resources.
Cheers.
I will also add in on that. A lot of it is just catching up like our internal proceedings up to match, the changing nature of everything. This year we did have to cut polos short. That was just because we got lucky because we had a higher turnover of justices. But those things take a lot of money. I think polos are usually between $500 to $600. So that alone took away 1-2 events. So it just kind of brings everything up to speed.
Cheers, Samila.
I have a twofer. Is it okay? Okay, so my first question is for advertising. I understand that it's mostly like supplies to that extent. Are you guys willing to move that to one-time expenses, and that way it doesn't happen in like the reoccurring?
So on that, I would say yes-ish, just because we've been reliant on the last 2 years of purchases. So if we're on that same schedule, the council 2 years from now would also be reliant. So they would have to make that request again in one-time expenses, and obviously, like, we can't predict the future. So I would be willing to, like, if we can move like a portion of it to one time and a portion of it to reoccurring, if that's possible.
Would you be willing to maybe, because we do have like an excess in non-reoccurring, maybe increasing the amount so you guys can get more in non-reoccurring, so that way you have more of a surplus within non-reoccurring of items?
Yeah, I think if at least we can provide an outlook for a couple of years of promotional items so that we don't have to keep that in reoccurring, I would be open to that.
Okay, and then my second question is regarding the other operating expenses. I understand that you are planning on holding about 8 events, not including the hosting visit, the $300 one. Regarding that, would you be able, do you think realistically you guys would be able to cut like 3 events and then we'd give you like 3,000 instead of the 430, like 4.3? Instead it's 3,000 and you would just cut 3 events from that. So that way you guys still have like a good number of events and a good number of things going on, and you'd still be able to hit a lot of the campuses and maybe limit the amount of like main campus events, or try to like put together some downtown events. I know that you have 2 on there. So like things like that.
Yeah, I think one of the things we can also take a hit on is the hosting visit. So that's just been one of my initiatives, but I obviously can't predict who the next external would want to do. So I would be more than willing to take that off at 300. I would steer a little less on taking a little bit less from the events. Obviously, this is just like a tentative schedule of what I would do. But I think if we can hit the figure at 3,500 would be a little bit easier for the wiggle room, just because, you know, Airmark is getting a little bit more expensive. And the capacity of the events that we want to hold is a little bit higher than what we've been able to.
Follow up.
1 second. I'm going to step out for a few seconds. I'm going to yield the chair to Vice Chair Morset.
Can I continue with my follow-up, or?
I'll follow. Go ahead.
Okay. So pretty much how I did it was each event you have about $500.
Yeah.
So I did 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Mhm.
And then I did still add the hosting event in there. So that would be about 8. And then I did add a little bit of a buffer, putting it at the 3. So that's why I was wondering if that would be like reasonable, still having that hosting event. I wouldn't say to get rid of it. I feel like it's a good initiative and a good thing to push forward for next year. But again, just limiting to like just getting rid of at least 3 of those events at the 500, even if I don't know how much of a buffer we would need, but maybe even taking it to like 3.2, if anything.
I would be comfortable with the figure looking at around like 3,250 or something like that. Yeah.
Contrary, can you stop your question?
Yeah. So my question is about events. I would like to get a better understanding of what type of events these would be, considering the very limited budget. One thing that I would definitely like to mention is in terms of promotion, in terms of outreach, in terms of events. Obviously, we have a ton of cross-brands collaboration, and the executive brands has a communications division. And I genuinely think that a lot of those funds that are requested through different partnerships can more than already be reached. In a year where we have a budget where we're currently expending $200,000 more than we have, I don't know that there's room for those type of increases. So I'd like to ask about what those events would look like and the possibility for more collaboration.
Yeah, so first things first is the events that we do typically have a tabling structure. The only difference with us is just because there's such a learning curve to understand how we can help students and what we do. We typically have to have a conversation with the student for a little bit longer. So if it's like a 2-minute conversation to explain what we do, it typically looks like that. We've sought to expand to a different format where we have something that students can come into, and we can use that venue for promotion of our services. So like lounging with the lawyer. And those things require incentives for students to come to. So that's what we were accounting for in those materials. I can't give any specifics on what those purchases would look like, just because that's obviously for the next external assistant to decide. But as far as the budget that I had this year with the limit, we've been working with like 1,800 for our events. It's just been looking like trying to buy iced coffee from Aramark. That costs us $500 for an event. So it typically looks like that. And this would just give a little bit more wiggle room to have more volume if necessary and more events in general.
Chair Allen, the President Greenway.
Okay, so I saw $1,200 marked for professional development, including retreats for the summer, fall, and spring semesters. So my question to you is, could the amount of spending on retreats be dialed down and achieve the same objectives? Because in my experience as a senator in the legislative branch, we do not hold retreats every semester. So like, is there potential for cutting down on professional development in that sense?
So with our retreats, I do think that the nature of the judicial branch is that we constantly need new training, and every semester is different, and the stuff that we do every year and semester is different. Within this past year with my big initiative of Title IX, we had to do basically like a 9 to 5 retreat, which is typically what we usually would do, but only really like 9 to 3 was budgeted for actual work, and then bonding was like 3 to 5. We literally had to spend like the entire day from like almost sun up, sundown, working on getting our justices trained aptly. And that's not even covering all of, like the legal work and stuff that has to go with that, making sure that our justices are very in the know of everything that's going on, specifically also with the current, legal, of Florida, making sure that we're compliant. So I don't think that obviously we can move things around, but I do think that it is us asking for basically like exactly just what we need. It's not like just being like super, super generous.
Hey, y'all. I have 2 questions. So my first question is, and I'm sure y'all don't have an exact number, but is there an estimate of how many students use a judicial resource after attending one of your outreach events?
Yeah, so I've actually worked on that this year because we haven't had the statistics on that. So we've been having people swipe in every time they walk through our tables. We have seen an uptick, particularly in our parking appeals and also our impartial advisings. I don't have the figure for you exactly, but I know, yeah.
Right, so me being on, briefly, I was chief last year, and obviously I can attest to what my predecessor, Sage Care, was able to, tell us, because if you're not chief, you don't have like the login for parking appeals. But just from what I was able to see, last year we were getting parking appeals maybe like 2 to 3 times a week. This year, we're lucky if we get less than, and I say lucky because it's kind of difficult to schedule them sometimes, but we have like about 6 to 7 or 8 in a week. So I think specifically this year, we've had a huge uptick in our parking appeals and also impartial advising. Last year, we would get 1, maybe 3 in a month. And now we're getting at least 2 a week. And I think that that's also really important because now students are finding out more about our services. And I think just having the funds to be able to aptly inform students on that would be just like phenomenal.
Mm-hmm. So let's say there were, 8 parking appeals. How many would you say attended a judicial event? Oh, like 8 parking appeals in a week. How many of those, just on average,
I would say, yeah, like 4 or 5
Okay.
are finding out through our events.
Got it. So then my second question was, in terms of, working with downtown, Rosen, Lake Nona, I love, that outreach. Have there been any conversations yet with the deputy chief of staff who's really focused on, those outreach efforts and has those connections there, about potential partnerships, what those can look like? I know, the executive branch does some events over on those places. So I was wondering if there's any conversation or, can judicial, join along on this specific event or any of that?
Yeah, so we haven't any specific conversations, not yet with Peter. Obviously, like, we do know that it's his job to reach out to the other campuses, but also I think it's important to have sort of like our own avenue to do that. Like, we would love a partnership with the executive branch, and I would look forward to that also. But just having that money if we need to, in case, if the deputies focus on a different campus that we are at that time, sort of while we can align our interests, in some cases, we can also do our own thing almost.
One more question, if I may.
Go ahead. But before you start, you look back to general comment.
Just about advertising. So what does a judicial advertising piece look like, if that makes sense? Because I know, executive branch, we last year the decision was made to really compile all the advertising budgets between all the branches to make student government general merch. We don't make executive branch merch. So I'm just curious what a judicial branch advertising thing looks like.
Yeah, so what that would look like is it's what we can join with our incentives during the events. So we'll have iced coffee, but then we'll have a tote bag or a sticker or something like that. The money that we've put in there is because we don't have inventory for that anymore. So the tote bags are running out really quickly with each event that we have. We've ran out of stickers completely and stress toys. So it's kind of just like when we do those tabling events, to have something else for students to keep coming down the table and keep coming back to us, like if we're in the union or outside. And I know we did combine the budgets for that with the executive branch, but our schedules obviously sometimes don't align with the budgets with the events that we do. So that would just give us a different incentive also for students, while also giving us the autonomy for when we need to schedule the events when we can.
And if I may add to that, a lot of the times, because we have such low inventory with our merch, our judicial merch, we've had to let's say right now, this is not the number, but let's say we have 100 tote bags. We can't bring as many tote bags as we'd like to the table, because we know that we have 2 other events coming up soon. So we run out immediately, basically, when students see them, because the line forms, people grab them, and then no one wants to come to the table anymore.
Chair Simillo, Comptroller Kane.
I have 2.
Go ahead.
So circling back to the other operating expenses, my first question is, so is the majority of this money for incentives?
Yes.
Okay, so again, circling back to non-reoccurring expenses, would you guys be opposed to putting $3,000 towards advertising and incentive type things that you can buy now in bulk, and then down the road you guys can still hand them out? Or what do you mean by incentives?
Yeah, so I apologize for not making that distinction clear. So the promotional materials is something that we can bring alongside the other incentives. So when I say incentives, I mean when we had Java with the justices, so having free iced coffees for students to come and get, or if we want to do another event like Candy with the Council, having enough volume of candy so that students can keep coming. So it's the gag almost for each event. That's what this money would be for. And then the promotional items would be what is additional to that. Because so each event, like we do the J with the justices thing or the C with the council, that's just to match what the incentive would be for the event. And the promotional items, like the advertising, would be for the tote bags, the stress toys, and stickers like that. So that's why I would like to keep it in reoccurring, just so that whoever the external assistant is next could have that wiggle room for whatever event they want to put on.
Comptroller Kane and then Vice President Smith.
I had a motion to move to debate.
Any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Anybody wishing to debate? Chair Simillo.
I would like to discuss moving some money to non-reoccurring for promotional items. I think that if they can buy a good amount of things with the Justice logo on them in bulk, that way they can kind of spread it out to everyone throughout the years. I think that would be a good idea. I'm thinking about 3,000 because we do have a good amount left in there. So yeah.
Vice Chair Hall, at-large Foster, then Comptroller Kane.
I know we talked about that. I think with the Sports Club Council, we mentioned moving non-recurring to one-time expenses for that. I think one of the reasons why I think we decided against it, I honestly can't remember what we said yesterday, but it's because what they were saying is when they need this stuff again, that money may not be guaranteed. So it's like a short-term solution. So I think that's why I think for sports club council, we said to keep it in recurring. I think it was that agency or a different department. We said to just keep it in recurring because like that money is never guaranteed again. So like they would run out of the promotion items again. The only thing I could assume or like I could see being placed in like the one-time expenses is like the graduation cords, because I feel like those you can probably buy like a lot in bulk that can last like many years, because I think those are all like individually pretty cheap, but like promo items like totes and stuff like that, I feel like you can't really buy those in bulk because of like the varying prices that they always are, and they're more expensive.
For some clarification, I believe we moved the IM leagues to the recurring budget for Sports Club Council, but left their advertising at 5,000 because it was said that they'd be able to use that for multiple years. Although we did say that we weren't going to do other operational advertising for other entities in recurring, unless I guess it's in the case of you're not going to be asking for this every year. It's for a bulk order, and if we see a trend, it's not going to happen at Large Foster.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I would argue that if anything, we could look into reducing the amount to just what would be covering the 1 year of promo items, instead of if they're saying that it would be covering, you said 2 years, I believe you were looking at stocking up for. So if we were reducing that down to just the 1 year then, but leaving it in recurring, just because again, we're not guaranteed that those one-time expenses every year from year to year. So just, I don't want them then moving it and then not having that money 2 years from now to work with, and then being left with no promo items.
Comptroller King.
Yeah, I had a couple of things. So first of all, when looking at advertising, all of the merchandise that they mentioned is merchandise that I know that we have. So I see no reason to fund that separately, considering that the executive branch makes general student government merch, and we're happy to work with that. I would like to make a motion for some amendments as well, if no one else has anything that they wanted to say.
All right. Chair Samilo.
Regarding the promotional items, I still think we should do it in non-recurring, just because, like was said, exec does have the option now to purchase promo items. So at least right now they can get the bulk amount, and then like later down the road in future, they can ask from exec to purchase those things. I just feel like it's easier to do it that way for now, at least, so that way next year they'd be able to buy as much as they can, and then for future reference, they can just keep asking exec, since that is something that we put all together. So I don't think it would be a reoccurring thing in non-reoccurring.
Vice Chair Kringle? No? We are still in debate. Comptroller Kane, did you have?
Motion to amend line 146 to 6,200. I'll give the breakdown of that. That would be cutting advertising. That would be keeping professional development the same. That would be cutting operating supplies and expenses by $200, cutting travel expense, reducing other operating expense from 4,500 to 3,000, and then cutting non-operating expense. So that would be, the new number would be $6,200.
There is a motion to reduce line 146, judicial operations. Is there any objection?
More of a question.
Do you withdraw momentarily or at all?
Sure.
Okay. Regarding the advertising, do we plan on putting that in non-reoccurring, or are you just expecting it to go to exec, like with zeroing it out?
I think we can have that conversation later, but I don't think it makes any sense. I think right now we're talking about recurring. It doesn't make sense. All the merchandise that was mentioned, we have in the cage. It's not specialized merch, so I see no reason to fund that over recurring because of the precedent that was set last year.
Vice President Smith.
I do think it's a conversation that we can have for one-time requests later, though.
Would you like to? Vice Chair Hall.
You said cutting the travel expense. I can go back to the slide with that had it. Would that include the day? Was it the? Is it that one? So like, basically mean like the judicial can no longer go to like that lodging, or like what exec still covered that, like their travel expense for that?
Comptroller Kane.
Yeah. So this year it was an event that came up and exec decided to cover it. In future years, that's a part of the conversation. I don't think that it is essential to be included in this budget.
I'm sorry, was that a question for, or was, I'm sorry. Or we have debate, Chair Samillo?
Question to the,
Yes.
what was your non-operating expenses again?
The trophies for the end of the year awards, typically exec will pay for that. So, if they would still be willingly, graciously to be able to pay for that, we could take a hit on that budget there too. But we just allotted for everything that we do spend.
Okay, and then can I direct a question to exec? Well, the representative for exec, I guess.
Go ahead.
Would you guys be willing to continue to pay for that?
I think, yeah, that's something we could definitely put in the, note for transitioning, that is something that exec has always paid for and will continue to do so in the future.
Chair Samillo.
Motion to re-see Comptroller Kane's motion.
Okay, just for everybody, I believe that is the motion to amend line 146, student government judicial operations, to 6,200. Are there any objections for that motion? Seeing none, we'll go into voting. With a vote count of 14 to 0 to 1, the amendment passes. We are still in debate. President Greenaway.
Motion to move to the next entity.
There's been a motion to move on to the next entity. Are there any objections? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now see the Election Commission. $15 minutes whenever you are ready.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Grace Myers. I am currently the supervisor of elections for this cycle. For our budget, we're pretty much sticking with the same that we had this year for our operating expenses. So that's going to be $5,750, same amount we needed for uniforms for our volunteers, as well as advertising. So for advertising, we have $4,750 budgeted, as well as $300 for professional development. So that would be for like a retreat to kind of get our election commissioners into the flow of their new roles. And then operating supplies and services, that's where we put the uniforms, just because they're not all UCF employees. So that is budgeted for $700, and that's the total of $5,750 there. And then for OPS, our new budget, we've kind of returned it to the same thing that it was last year, as our budgets were cut for this cycle. We're hoping to go back to the supervisor of elections and the assistant supervisor of elections getting paid. It'll help ensure that everyone will have the time and the motivation to be there during the election cycle, as those weeks can be 30 hours in itself. So guaranteeing that you're going to pretty much have at least 2 people there for the election booth is essential to our proper functioning. So the total there is going to be $5,592. And so that'll just be the hourly rate of 14 for the supervisor, with 12 weeks and 12 hours a week for 24 weeks. And then for the assistant supervisor, it's an hourly of 13 with 6 hours a week and 20 weeks in the year. So then, yep, I already said the total for that. And then in general, our total, we're asking for $11,342. And with that, I yield my time to questioning. Oh, Brody, did you have something?
We are now in questioning, and then Brody has something to say.
Just in case you are looking and wondering why there's not a difference for the first beginning of the year, the supervisor and assistant supervisor don't really start until, you know what I mean? Most of their work is in the spring, so we just didn't account for that. The pay will go up at that same time, but it's just not really accounted for there because so much of the work is in the spring. And then again, right, like this one is a little bit funky because most weeks the assistant supervisor is not doing 6 hours, but during the election week and during the candidacy week, they're doing a lot more than 6 hours. So those are kind of how we shook out the numbers based on the work that they do.
We are in a period of questioning. Chair Borez.
Hi, thanks for being here. I was just wondering regarding the assistant supervisor, what the effect would be if they were not paid. Like, how would that change the operations or different things within the entity?
Yeah, so to my knowledge, all the years in the past, the supervisor has been paid, and that this is the first current year that the supervisor isn't paid. So on paper, the actual reactions for that, I'm not 100% sure. But I do know as the supervisor or the assistant supervisor likely is going to have to go out and get another job. So they're not going to be able to put in those 30 hours for declaration of candidacy and polling when the supervisor really needs their support to be leaned on. But yeah, in general, just working to increase that motivation and also allow them to time manage while still getting paid and going through college at the same time is super helpful.
Is that a follow-up?
Yeah. Regarding the hours worked, obviously there's statutory requirements. Are you able to just give us an overview of when it's not a period of any candidacy or election period, how many hours a week they'd be working, and then exactly how much during those periods?
So really that kind of depends on the discretion of the supervisor and how you want to plan everything out. Like Brody said, the fall semester is pretty lax, so I would say maybe a couple hours a week. But then in the spring, it's going to go up to probably closer to that 6 mark. So just in general, our goal was to kind of average those out. So 1 or 2 hours a week in the fall semester with those 30-hour weeks you're going to have in the spring. Kind of come together for those averages. But yeah, it kind of depends on how you want to plan everything out. Some people choose to do more in the fall, so they don't have as much to do in the spring. But then also with violation hearings and other things, like they need space to be flexible in that.
Clarification, Brody?
Yeah, just in addition, Grace and I, when working on this, really just pulled the numbers from last year. I remember sitting down last year with the supervisor, or actually it might have been 2 years ago, and going through, and I believe we did like 2 hours a week for the fall, and then in the weeks leading up to declaration, 4 or 5 hours, and then during the actual candidacy period, a little bit more, and then during the actual polling week, like 20 or 25 hours, something like that. We went through and added it all up, and then kind of did the math backwards to get an even amount. I don't remember exactly, but something like that.
Chair Borez, is this another follow-up?
Yeah, it's related. It's regarding the election commissioners as a whole, not not you or the assistant at the pay. My understanding is that they're required to work 10 hours during that period anyway. Do you think that, if they weren't paid versus if they're paid, they still have to do, amount of work just like the rest of your entity has to do? Do you think that the argument, I guess, regarding, having another job, for me, I have another job. I know a lot of other people in this room have their jobs that, it's, I don't know how to put this without it trying to cross the line, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, you're good. Just kind of also with being UCF employees, we're trained in that awareness and kind of security management. So we do kind of access some personal information for students. Obviously Brody handles the majority of that, but also having 2 UCF employees can divide that work out. As well as I don't believe that the commissioners are going to be able to have access to our web courses as teachers. In the past, that's just been the supervisor and the assistant supervisor. So that's going to be where a lot of your work is through those online platforms. So having them be UCF employees that are educated on exactly how to handle students and that security awareness training for confidentiality reasons, I think is important for the protection of students and the success of everyone, if that kind of answers your question.
Vice President Smith, did you have something still? I think I saw your hand.
I was just wondering if Brody or you could update the ASF Excel sheet because it's not updated. So I just wanted to say that.
Chair Borez.
This is kind of a follow-up. Sorry, I keep asking questions. I just want to make sure I understand this full situation before making any debate or anything later. So regarding like confidentiality, different access to different things, and Brody can probably clarify regarding the specific access needing to be paid or not being an employee. I know that, the justices are very different and they all have, a lot of confidentiality. They have to take a lot of trainings and most of them are not paid. I guess not just like plainly what's the difference between the confidentiality, but like, can you explain the differences between, them not being paid, having confidentiality? I know you're not the Chief Justice, but also then, the confidentiality of what the assistant would do just regarding like student IDs and stuff like that. I don't know.
I can't really speak on the Justice Department at all. I don't really have a ton of experience with them. But also I will say just in general with the assistant supervisor getting a salary or the hourly pay there, it helps. It's definitely a big support for the supervisor of elections, regardless of the confidentiality. I have no idea what their training looks like, but just based on how the election commission has functioned in the past, we don't have like a training in place like they do for the beginning of the year. That could be something we could look into for the future, but right now that's not something that we have already in place. So having those like trainings that UCF requires us to do as an employee is already like built in. So, I mean, that could be something for the future, but right now we haven't had any like training like that. And based on our budget, like we only have those $300 for the beginning. So I'm not exactly sure what the future supervisor would do with that, but it's a possibility.
Comptroller Kane.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Anybody wishing to debate? Chair Borges.
I don't know if I'm the only one on it. Obviously, we removed the position last year. Last year was a lot more cuts than we are experiencing this year, considering there's not cuts. So if anyone else has anything to add to anything about the assistant, I'd like to hear it. I'm okay if it gets approved being paid for. I just don't know if with the amount of money we have to cut, if that's exactly in best interest, considering it doesn't seem like the assistant actually has to be paid to truly, to my understanding, the answers to questions to make that much of a difference within the entity. I think jobs can still be finished. They can still be done. And I totally get the argument of having second jobs as someone who has a second job. And we'd all love to be paid more. But yeah.
Any debate on the matter? On the matter of election commission as a whole, even? Anybody? Vice Chair Morissette and then President Greenaway.
I'm really just kind of going off of comparing it to the other branches, but it seems like to me for all the other branches is the branch head and then their assistant in some capacity, they're usually always paid. So it doesn't seem like outrageous for me for this to be a request. In terms of this year's budget, doesn't really seem feasible. So I kind of agree with Chair Borges in that matter in terms of allowing it to be paid this year or not. I do see the reasoning for it. It's just really within the budget. I don't know if that's something that we can provide in this fiscal year.
President Greenaway.
I was gonna ask the question to Grace, if I can.
You may.
Grace, I know you were assistant supervisor last year, and obviously last year it was a paid role. So, what difference do you think that made in just the efficiency of the election commission and, you working with the supervisor in that capacity?
So I would definitely say like I was on call like whenever Carly needed me, the previous supervisor, because I had that open schedule where I just had classes and I was the assistant supervisor. So if anything came up or there was like a meeting we needed to go to, I was able to go there and support her. Or if she wasn't able to, I could take over that role more easily as my schedule was freer. And then as well as that, I was able to commit my time during those heavy weeks, whereas someone who wasn't paid probably wouldn't be able to. And that's really important as the 10 hours, for like those type of periods, the election commission, their job is to approve our actions. So statutorily, we are the ones required to do the work during those like heavy weeks. And then they are there to approve our actions and double check our work based on the statutes. So with that, yeah, it just kind of enables the commission to always have one of their leadership members like on the board or on the table for anything that may come up.
Chair Borges.
Yeah, I totally get any sentiments to pay the assistant. I guess now I have a question for the entity head.
You may.
So regarding actually the supervisor's pay, the hours went up by 2 hours for this packet, increasing it by about $1,000 for the supervisor's pay. If you'd be willing to have us reduce that back to 10, I mean, the assistant supervisor only costs $500 more, so that would, to me, make budgetary sense and pay both reasonably.
Chair
Um,
Samelo, did you- oh,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Why did
I personally, I would be more open to I mean, Brody, you can let me know what you think on this, but I would personally be more open to cutting the assistant supervisor a couple hours, considering that that could really cripple the election commission if the supervisor isn't able to complete all their duties with that, as it is a large undertaking.
Chair Samelo.
After kind of hearing about the assistant supervisor and the supervisor and like kind of their roles, I feel like the assistant supervisor is kind of like a vice chair to the chair, like the supervisor, and like our vice chairs don't get paid as much as I wish. I'm sorry, but I don't know. I do agree that like to an extent they should be, whether that's we cut one or the other's hours. I don't really know, considering the assistant supervisor only has 6 hours. I don't know how much we can actually cut that and how beneficial it'll be, just because they do get paid less and less per week. So I don't know how much we're actually saving there, cutting them a few hours compared to cutting the supervisor a few hours. So yeah.
Chair Borges.
A question to the entity head again, sorry.
One more.
So last question, I promise, I hope, at least for me. So currently at 10 hours a week, are you unable to fulfill any of your statutory duties?
At this point, no, but kind of like we've said in the past, for the fall semester, we generally only work a handful of hours a week, and it's really heavy in the spring. Honestly, I can't really say for sure yet, as I believe that was probably like the biggest budget cut in recent history. So that's like nothing I've had personal experience of being able to speak on.
We'll take one or two more debates at most, or a motion. President Greenaway.
Just a thought, and I'm not sure if anyone can do calculations real quick, but I wonder would it make a difference if we pay the assistant for 10 weeks of the year, so only from the start of the election period to the end of the election period? I'm not sure if that would really make a big impact, but I'm just trying to think of some ways to make some reductions, because I do think it's important to, pay the assistant supervisor to an extent, but I think maybe only doing that, from January to March could be an option, and I'm not sure what people think of that.
It'd be $795 saved. Chair Samelo.
I was also thinking that, but circling back to the 10 hours a week, if technically during the fall you work less than that, and then during the spring you work that, technically it would still come out to like the same amount kind of thing if you were to work like overtime a little bit, I think.
Brody.
I just want to clarify, and to Brandon's question as well, like those numbers aren't reflective of the actual weeks they are working and the hours they are working. That just is the way the math shakes out. Like the supervisor currently is doing 2 to 3 hours a week during the fall, more during camp, you know what I mean, and going up. So cutting it from 6 to 10, right? You're not cutting which weeks they're working in true. You're cutting their total number of hours for the year in half, which like is fine, and that's, you know what I mean, if that's what you want to do, right? I'm not saying that. It won't necessarily, it doesn't truly shape out to like how many weeks of the year they're working.
Can I continue?
Go ahead.
Okay. That's kind of what I was saying. So like during fall, they don't work as much, but during spring they do. So even if we were to move it to the 10, I think like in my head, it's still like the same. I don't know how to explain this. It's like gonna be the correct amount in my head, that like if technically they do work more during spring than fall, if during fall they're only working like 3 hours a week, and then during spring they're working like 15, it would still make up the same amount, if that makes sense.
Comptroller Kane.
I'm fine with cutting $800. I'm fine with not cutting $800. If someone could just make a motion either way, I think we should be worried about larger funds.
Is it a motion? Go ahead.
Motion to, I don't remember what the number you said was actually.
To reduce 750.
Yeah.
Are you doing this from the assistant supervisor?
Yes, to 10 hours. 795.
Okay, so reducing line, let's get this right, 126 by $795. Is there an objection to that motion? Seeing none, we will go into voting. The vote count of 12 to 2 to 1, the amendment passes. Chair Temple?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chair, but isn't it lunchtime?
Yes. If
May I
we
make a
are done
motion?
with this entity, then
Right.
is there a motion for recess?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Move to recess for 1 hour.
There's been a motion to recess at 1 hour. We will reconvene at 1:01 p.m.
Just give us, there may need to be a couple minutes before you actually get to eat because the caterer decided they didn't have plates. So we're now finding plates down in OSI for y'all. So hopefully they'll be up there when you get there, but the food is there.
I reconvene this meeting at 1:05 p.m. We have moved on to the next entity, Volunteer UCF. Let me get my phone out. Give me 1 second to get a timer up, and then you will have 15 minutes. Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay. So hi everyone, I'm Lindsay. I'm the current student director of Volunteer UCF. And today I'm going to be giving our budget presentation for the 2024 to 25 fiscal year. I'll be talking about Volunteer UCF as well as Alternative Break Program, which is kind of like our sister program. And I'll get into the differences in just a second. I don't think
Is that not?
It's
Oh,
like
'cause it's the
moving it to the
PDF
side.
thing.
It's a PDF, not a PowerPoint. Okay, thank you. So just a little bit about us and what we do. It's kind of in the name. We put on volunteer service events and educational events for all UCF students, and these events are focused on different social issues. So for example, we have an environment director who runs like environmental awareness and conservation events, and then we also have an education and literacy director who runs events that focus more on improving access to education and increasing literacy rates in Orlando. At our service events, At our service events, they're more like direct hands-on work, and these are planned in partnership with specific community partners. These are often local nonprofit organizations or organizations here at UCF, like Knights Pantry and the Arboretum. And our educational events are a little bit different. They focus more on like discovering the roots of those social issues and what can be done kind of large scale to combat them in the future. We also like to include a little bit of education at our service events as well, kind of before and after the service to really educate volunteers on the mission of the organization, as well as how their service actually benefits the community. And these events are beneficial to students because it's a way for them to earn service hours, which are needed for some programs such as lead scholars. And it also just offers a way for college students to, get out, engage with the community, talk with community members, and meet other UCF students who are kind of similarly passionate about stuff. And you can go to the next slide. ABP is a little bit different. They run service trips and experiences over the breaks here, so over spring break, over winter break, and over the 3-day MLK Day weekend in January. And on these trips, students actually travel to different communities outside of Orlando, and they participate in service and educational experiences throughout several days within that community. Students get to go on these trips for a reduced price, and we cover housing, transportation, and food and drinks for them during that time. And we can go to the next slide. So just a few statistics. So last year, VUCF had 58 total events in the fall, 43 events in the spring, and ABP had 1 winter experience that was within the US. This year so far, we've had 55 events in the fall, and ABP is actually running their 2 winter trips right now. They have a trip in New Orleans as well as Vero Beach, and those are both within the United States. We hope to kind of have the same amount of events in the spring. We're kind of pushing for our directors to start planning now. And I know ABP is already starting to plan for spring break. You can go to the next. So within Volunteer UCF, we have social topic directors. We have 12, and they plan those service and educational events within their social topic. We also have large scale events that are planned by myself, our assistant director, and our special events director. These include Pegasus Palooza and Nights Give Back in the fall. They also include Spring into Service and MLK Day service in the spring. These events are a little bit different because they're kind of targeted to bring like a large group of students in. We usually have around 80 to 100 students come, and they get to sign up for which service site they want to go to. We have about 6 different service sites on those days that they can choose from, and then they receive breakfast before heading off to their respective sites. They participate in the service there, and then upon coming back, they get lunch and promotional items. And we've also had what we like to call community partner fairs at the end of those events, where other nonprofit organizations and organizations here can kind of come in and promote their volunteer opportunities and programs to students. We also have a large-scale educational event in the fall. That's our Hunger Banquet. This is run during the National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week, and it's kind of like a little banquet where we talk about, food insecurity and homelessness and kind of the social inequities in both of those. We had our 30th annual Hunger Banquet a few weeks ago. ABP also has Active Nights in Service Week in the spring, which is a whole week that they kind of have events scattered throughout, and they promote intentional engagement and education about those social topics, as well as promote active service in the future. Okay, go on. So within VUCF, we have our leadership team. So there's myself, the VUCF student director. There's also an ABP student director, and there's a VUCF assistant director and an ABP assistant director. So all 4 of us are paid. Then within VUCF, we have 12 social topic directors. We also have a marketing director and a special events director. These directors can also choose to kind of take on a committee member if they want help planning their events. It also offers another student a way to kind of get involved within VUCF. All of those positions are unpaid. Within ABP, there are 3 trip coordinators that plan those trips and go on those trips with students. There's also a marketing director and a special events director, and those positions are also similarly unpaid. And this is now getting into the budget stuff, kind of the breakdown. So within OPS, we are having an increase of $2,684.64 solely due to the minimum wage increase. So all 4 of our positions, the wage will increase by $1 on October 1st, 2024. So the VUCF student director would then be paid $14 an hour, the ABP student director $13.75, and the assistant directors $13.50. The hours also are going to be staying the same. So the VUCF student director and ABP student directors would both work 18 hours a week, and then the assistant directors would work 10 hours a week. And this is the operations breakdown just for VUCF. So this involves like our expenses for our uniforms, office expenses, and then our professional development expenses. So first, for the perquisites, I set aside $200. This is just the uniform items for paid employees, which would just be myself, the VUCF assistant director, and our graduate assistant. And our uniform is just a polo and a name tag. And for advertising, that is all the other uniform items for our non-paid members. So those 14 directors that I was talking about, and that's $1,100. We also have a subscription to Canva that we pay for yearly, which is about $150. That's how I made this presentation, so it's very helpful. And then our professional development budget is $2,000. This is for our training. So when our new directors come in the spring, at the end of the spring, we have an orientation for them. We also have fall and spring retreats and trainings throughout the year. I set aside $100 for printing related expenses. We spend some money on paper and toner when we're printing flyers and other things in the office. I also set aside $550 for any furniture and equipment expense just through natural wear and tear. Stuff in our office does break down. So I know this year we bought some new filing cabinets because we were running out of space. So that's set aside for things like that in the future. And then the rest of the budget is dedicated towards just miscellaneous materials and supplies that we might need in the office. We use dry erase markers, sticky notes, paper, a bunch of stuff every day when we're in the office. So our total operations budget stands at $5,137, which is unchanged from last year. We also have a $3,000 budget for our social topic directors. Those 12 directors each get a budget of $250 individually for their events, for any materials and supplies that they might need at their events. This does differ from year to year depending on the needs of the community partners. So for example, we've had to buy gloves in the past for like outside environmental events. We've bought water in the past for events that are kind of outside in the heat. We've bought things like that. So it kind of depends. And this is unchanged from last year. So since we have 12 directors, each received $250, that's a total of $3,000. For our marketing initiatives, this is for any promotional items that we buy to kind of promote our agency and any upcoming events. So we do a lot of tabling, a lot of marketing events throughout the year. We table every single week outside of the student union, and we really like to participate in other events around campus. The budget for this is proposed at $4,000. So some of the stuff that we bought this year was like stickers, bags, cups, just small stuff like that that we can easily hand out to students when we're talking to them. This is decreased by $1,000 from last year, kind of because we thought that that money could be used more effectively, which I'll get into in the next slide. So this is the breakdown for all of our large-scale events. So you can see that the total is increased by $1,000 from last year. Basically, this year when we were looking at the budget, we really felt that the money could be used more effectively on our events instead of on our marketing, which is why we switched that money around. So the budget for each event involves the bus transportation, it involves the breakfast and lunch catering, it involves any promotional items that are specific to that event, it involves any materials and supplies that we need at those service sites. So Pegasus Palooza has a proposed budget of $4,000, Nights Give Back $4,500, Spring into Service $5,000, Hunger Banquet $1,850, and MLK Day of Service $1,000. Those last two events are a little bit smaller. They don't attract as many students, and we also don't have to pay for as much for those events. Now getting into ABP, so this is their breakdown. They have $3,141.80 set aside for their operations, which would involve their uniform items, their polos, their name tags, as well as any specific materials and supplies that they may need in the office. They also have $2,000 set aside for their professional development related expenses, so their orientation and their fall and spring retreats. For the winter trip, Each winter trip has a budget of $4,500 that covers that excess money for the housing, the food, and the transportation of those students. And the MLK trip has a proposed budget of $1,500 since that trip is a little bit shorter. The spring trips also similarly have that budget of $4,500 each. Their active nights in service week has $2,000 set aside for food and beverages and any promotional items throughout the week. They also hold special events. They often have like little showcases that it's like, oh, these are the trips we're going on in the winter. You should join us and stuff like that. So there's a budget for $2,000 for that, for any food and beverage and materials and supplies for those. They have educational events and social events kind of dispersed throughout the year. And those also have budgets for any items that they may need at those events or any food and beverages that they may need at those events. So educational events have a budget of $300 and social events have a budget of $1,000. They then have their own marketing budget for their promotional items, which is $3,887.17. So in total, their budget decreased by $10,000. And I'll get into that on the next slide. So APP is the only part of an agency that actually brings in revenue because students do pay a reduced fee to go on these trips. And so the proposed revenue that we would likely receive next year is around $5,000, which is decreased by $10,000. Ever since COVID, there has been kind of a decrease in not only like the amount of trips that we run, but also the amount of students that sign up for those trips. Also, things are just getting kind of more expensive now because of inflation. So we are trying to keep these trips accessible for students so they don't have to pay an enormous fee to go on these trips where they're actually participating in service. So that's why the revenue decreased by $10,000, and that's why the budget kind of offsets that decrease. So in total, the ABP budget is unchanged. Also, the VUCF budget is unchanged. The only real change that we had was because of the minimum wage increase, and we're not asking for any other budget increases at this time. And that's it for me. So I'll take any questions that you may have about us.
Thank you. We've now entered a period of questioning. Is there any questions for VUCF? Chair Simillo.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Chair Simillo.
They're not asking for anything really, and they took a cut as well. So I feel like we should move to the next entity.
Is that a motion? Yes. There's been a motion to move to the next entity. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Thank you very much. We will now see Multicultural Student Center.
Hello. Awesome. And remember, remind me how to use the control again.
The green arrow is going to be next, and then there's a smaller arrow that's like looks back. So here, try it out right now, and then go back. You have there's a smaller. Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. My name is Sandra Laliong, and I am the student director for the Multicultural Student Center. I'm going to be going some of kind of how our agency works, a little bit of our structure, and some of the budget increases that we're looking for and expecting within the next fiscal year of 24-25. To start off, I just want to go through the Ginsberg Center for Inclusion and Community Engagement. In 2022, it was established as a result of receiving a gift from the Ginsberg Family Foundation, and it seeks to serve as a university-wide and community resource for diversity, education, and training, preparing individuals for interconnected workforce and society, creating welcoming, affirming spaces to positively impact retention and timely graduation rates. So I'm going to give you a little overview of our structural layout. Overseeing the Multicultural Student Center and LGBTQ+ student support services is the Office of Civil Discourse and Engagement. So both of us fall beneath that office. And in terms of the spaces that we oversee, that's inclusive of the Cultural Center, Pride Commons located in Farrell Commons across from 63 South, and the Reflection Room in downtown Union West. Kind of same vibe as the Reflection Room that we have here in the Student Union. So our mission is creating a more inclusive and equitable campus environment. So by doing that, we are trying to promote awareness, cultural consciousness, and social responsibility by encouraging educational exploration. The biggest thing is recognizing multiculturalism, and for that, it means beyond just a single aspect of one person's individual identity, but recognizing their identity as a whole, and that can include, but is not limited to, sexuality, race, spirituality, gender, etc. So MSc and the LGBTQ+ student support services programming, just due to increase of student interaction on campus, we are just continuing to prioritize very intentional and engaging events for students to attend, to be able to foster kind of connection there with other students, as well as have educational opportunities to learn more about different cultures. Going through Pegasus Palooza, two of our largest events of the year, Taste of UCF, hosted by MSc, had over 2,000 students this year. Lavender Night saw a little less than 2,000 students this year, just to correct the number up that I have up there, but still usually gets a really good over 1,000 student turnout. And the biggest main vision for programming this year was to engage and support students in feeling welcome and included in campus life for LGBTQ+ student support services, and for MSc to bridge the gaps in communication between the cultural RSOs and ourselves through prioritizing collaboration with them and expanding our reach across campus, as well as within the cultural center, which we work out of on the second floor of the student union. So up here, I have some successful programming that we've hosted. This is inclusive of summer of this year, as well as our fall programming. It's not an exhaustive list, but some of our more popular events that we've been hosting. In summer, we had the Juneteenth celebration, as well as Sonic Bliss. Both were incredibly large events with really great turnout, both from students in collaboration with the Black Faculty and Staff Association, as well as the Black Student Union, as well as other Black RSOs here on campus. And then connecting with Sonic Bliss, we got a really good turnout of students that we had not seen before, because we focused on a more mindfulness and spiritual-based event, and which is a really cool way to kind of expand our reach across campus and inviting a new crowd to see what MSc has to offer. In continuation, for most of our fall events as well, I have Taste of UCF up there, again, our really big Pegasus Palooza programming. I have Taste of Downtown, which is kind of like the sibling to Taste of UCF, but is hosted so that downtown students get to experience different cultures through food, and we get food trucks out there, super exciting. As well as Colors of Hispanic Heritage Month, we always host a series of events, or at least openers and closers for Hispanic Heritage Month, in accordance with the fact that UCF is an HSI, and we want to make sure that we're serving these students that go here. As well as Rocky Horror Picture Show in collaboration with LGBTQ+ Student Support Services and CAB. Taste of the Holidays was a collaboration with Rosen. Pride Chats was a series of events fostering community and connection between LGBTQ+ students here on campus, hosted by our Pride Director. Embracing Cultures was one of our new events this year that actually, again, brought in a lot more of a crowd of students who hadn't experienced MSc before that were now getting the chance to. And we went across different continents and explored different cultures through musical performance, spoken word, and dance. And then we own Wednesdays, which was an event that's being run through the Cultural Center to foster more community connection between students and RSOs here on campus with MSc. So here are some sponsorships and partnerships. Not all of these are within this year that we're currently in, but some from past years as well. But it's inclusive of other agencies here like CAB and Late Nights, collaborations with the Student Government Caucuses, collaborations with different RSOs here like MEXA, BSU, CASA, CSA, and connection with off-campus organizations such as Zebra Coalition and Q Latinx, Octa, 26 Health, etc. So going a little bit into the personnel structure of MSc, I have laid out here kind of what our MSc's executive board looks like and our GAs and professional staff. So we have myself as student director. I'm also serve alongside with my assistant student director. We have our operations director, Pride director, 3 marketing directors that take on different tasks within our marketing area. our community and culture directors, and our RSO and outreach directors. Again, all of them are all hands on deck and helping out in these areas, doing specific tasks to kind of balance out the workload there. In addition, we have our GAs and professional staff, including the MSc graduate assistant, LGBTQ+ student support services graduate assistant, and the coordinators for both areas. I specifically wanted to put 23-24 and 24 and 25 right next to each other and highlighted our Pride director as we're making some changes and shifts that I will be speaking forward in a couple of slides from now. But I just wanted to highlight it there so that we could understand that there are some structural changes that will be occurring. So here's just some UCF inclusive excellence. UCF is one out of 39 institutions total that have been awarded the Seal of Excellencia. And Campus Pride rates UCF a 4.5 out of 5 ranking in terms of LGBTQ+ inclusivity. 49.1% of UCF students are a member of traditionally underrepresented groups, and more than 20% of UCF students are first-generation students. Why I bring this up is because MSc directly serves all of these populations that we are focusing on making sure that we are interacting and giving a space for students belonging to these different groups to feel like they are seen and they are heard here on this campus. And they can be supported not only just through the university, but through programming that happens here that can directly impact them, whether they're going to an event, whether they're looking for resources, and it really puts their identities at the forefront. So I included our little slogan here, exploring cultures and expanding minds. All right, here is what our budget lines are looking like in terms of the 24 to 25 year. The MSc programming is at $134,000. LGBTQ+ student support services programming is at $41,000. There is an increase there that I will be explaining in the next couple of slides. Same with operations at $54,364, an increase there that I will also be explaining in the next couple of slides. Current A&P staff, $122,931, and our OPS, $115 and $56. The increase there is just in terms of the minimum wage increase for the current OPS staff that we have. And that comes up to a total budget of $467,351. So our budget changes. We have allocated the MSc LGBTQ+ programming budget to the LGBTQ+ student support services budget, taking $16,000 to $41,000. So that is taking the $25,000 that we have as our Pride director and moving it with LGBTQ+ student support services. That is moving both the position alongside LGBTQ+ student support services as well as the programming that that position typically does. All we're taking is moving that position from MSc into LGBTQ+ student support services. And there's increase in funding for operations. This is the overall cost. That is not the increased. We're not asking for 54. That's just the overall, just so to give some context there. And then, of course, again, the increased OPS due to minimum wage increase. So we are asking for a budget increase for LGBTQ+ student support services of $8,000. The main reason this is due to Senate Bill 266 that has pushed for LGBTQ+ programming at university level to be only permitted to fund that programming through student funds. So having an increase there would help align with this requirement. It also helps cover shared expenses for Pegasus Palooza, as many agencies have been mentioning. There's been a lot of inflation, increased cost for renting arena spaces and getting the funding that we need for performers and for production. All of that, specifically with Lavender Night, which is the biggest production for LGBT+ student support services, is why that increase would help serve there. And it was also, in general, just help with LGBTQ+ student support services events in terms of programming and events for any speakers that they may need, catering and supplies, etc. For MSc, we're looking at a $17K budget increase for MSc operations. This increase would allow us to be able to maintain and sustain the cultural center programming and services that it offers. So in collaboration with the Student Advisory Council, MSC worked to gather student feedback and renovated the Cultural Center in summer of this year. It became a more inclusive and welcoming space, and in return, there has been an increase in RSOs requesting space there within the Cultural Center. Campus awareness has also heightened the use and provided opportunity for programming there. So here's a little background behind the Cultural Center redesign. It was updated this summer in 2023. It really just was not a space that students were able to feel was theirs. It still kind of had that old office feel. It wasn't functioning in the way that students needed it to for RSOs and for students just at the university who entered the office space. Last year, we had around 19 orgs there within the Cultural Center. This year, we have over 30, I believe around 37 organizations that now operate out of our space, but that is, again, not inclusive of RSOs that aren't signed within our space working in the offices, but also just go to use the space and students who go into the space. It now features a quiet study space, a snack and coffee station, which students love to use, a printing station, and updated furniture and interior decorating in the main area. In addition to that, we have We Own Wednesdays. So I know I mentioned I would mention this a bit later on. It is an initiative by the MSC on behalf of the Cultural Center. So the purpose of We Own Wednesdays is to foster community, promote engagement, and provide a space for interaction. Last year, RSOs sought us out specifically to have a space for collaboration, not just within their suites, but with ones outside of them. And as a response, the MSC's RSO and outreach directors now facilitate these engaging activities that build communication and community with like-minded and diverse students, especially members from RSOs, all within the newly renovated Cultural Center. So by intentionally gathering students from various groups, it creates unity and facilitates connection and conversation. In total, we'll now move on to the wish list. This was the one-time expense that we were looking into, so I'll mention that here. Our one-time expense was to help fund a golf cart for MSC and LGBTQ+ student support services to utilize. It'll help with us escorting performers and vendors, transporting heavy items like tents, tables, chairs, any equipment that performers need, since we usually have musical or dance performances and they need bulkier equipment, or they need to bring bags for their costumes or for their instruments. And it would help with just transporting them and transporting all of their needs there. Currently, we utilize ANSF's golf cart from time to time when it is needed, but it is not always open as it is a shared entity, and it is also limited kind of to the office hours. So when we have late night events, we're not always able to utilize that, and requires a lot of students to have to like walk from like Memory Mall carrying like tables and tents all the way back here. It's very strenuous on them, and so having a golf cart specifically for our agency would help us do the work that we need to do more efficiently and more safely for
I
ourselves.
apologize, but the time for speeches has elapsed. President Greenaway.
Motion to extend by 5 minutes.
There's been a motion to extend speeches by 5 minutes. Are there any objection? Seeing none, continue.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Essentially the limit of being able to use ANSF's golf cart limits us to be able to do all of the work that we need to do successfully. So that is the one-time request that we are asking. Besides that, I just have some testimonials here from different students. I'll read this one on the top right corner just to kind of get a feel. The Cultural Center has provided a safe and fun place for my fellow students and I to grow academically and socially, accepting everyone for their uniqueness and various perspectives and values of the world we live in. And then in continuation, I'll just hit this last part, kind of show some of the student impact of our social media, showing kind of how many likes we got from events. We've been utilizing our social media more, not just for posting about our events, but now also for campaigns. So the campaigns that we have here, I showed examples of on the right, are helping educate students about upcoming events or about topics that we cannot always cover within events. And it still provides that extra educational opportunity for students, even if they're not able to make it out. So we're still being able to share what MSC is to students, even if they aren't able to come to the cultural center or go to any one of these events. And with that, I want to say thank you so much. And if anyone has any questions, to please ask.
Thank you. We have now entered a period of questioning. Chair Temple.
A few questions, if I may.
You may.
Good afternoon. I wanted to kind of bring attention to one of the vacant positions under your AP staff. How long has this position been vacant for? Because this is the student support services coordinator.
That position has been empty for, I'd say, maybe 2 months or so as of right now. Very recent change. And the position has just been put back up as of today, I believe.
So do you intend on having this position be refilled?
Yes.
Chair Boris.
Hi, I see in your OPS that the student director went up from 18 to 20 hours a week. Are you able to explain more about why that change was made and what impact it has?
I do not know specifically what the change from the 18 to 20 was made, as that was prior to my year serving. But I will say that the 20 hours a week has helped me immensely in making sure that I am able to go to all the meetings I need to help out my other fellow directors and any of the programming that they're doing, as well as all of the kind of like around the office work that I need to be doing to make sure that our programming and our social media and our meetings and everything like that are up and running.
Any other questions? Chair Samillo?
Kind of related to the same thing. It says that the student assistants and the student director have the same hours. If you just want to kind of explain why they have the same hours, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. So student assistants work on kind of like their, as a student director, I'm working like my 20 hours a week every week. Student assistants are filtered in and out, so they might not always be getting their 20 hours a week, but they are working kind of in shifts, if that makes sense. Whereas I'm like working almost every day across.
Chair Temple, then Borges, then Hall.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to lead off on the student assistants and their hours in particular. Would you think that it would be necessary for student assistants to have that number of hours in a given week?
Yes, I do think so, just because it helps with running our office spaces. We have Pride Commons and the Cultural Center that they work out of. So we need students running those front desk areas should other students come in to ask questions and whatnot about like kind of the office or to be able to get resources.
Whereas,
are you able to explain more about the reasoning of adding an additional student assistant from 5 to 6?
Would I be able to defer to one of my leaderships here?
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Dr. Edwana Andrews, Assistant Vice President for the Ginsburg Center. The reason for the increase in student assistance is because it's become increasingly difficult to supplement employment using federal work study students. And so we employ way more than 6 student assistants because of the 3 locations we have. We employ probably about 18. And so we are able to, with the OPS line, supplement those positions that we are unable to fill with federal work study students.
Vice Chair Hall? No? Any other questions or a motion? Comptroller Kane?
So looking at the budget, there's over a requested increase of 50,000. Just looking at where we are at right now, I know that we're going to have to make cuts somewhere. So I would love to ask you where you would recommend that would have the least impact.
I think the least impact in terms of the budget, if there were areas to cut, would probably be within the operations increase that we're asking for. I would say anywhere between like 7 to 10K from that 17 would be reasonable.
Chair Boris, and then Vice Chair Hall, and then Vice Chair Morse.
To kind of go back to I believe it's the first question I asked about the student director hours. I just want to clarify and then ask a follow-up pretty much. So just to clarify, this year you currently have 18 and then it's going to 20 for the next year is what it looks like. 'Cause on my records, it shows 18 was what it was approved for. I don't know if you've redistributed that or you would explain more.
It is 20 as of right now. So I'm working the 20 hours each week.
Yeah.
Do you know if that was something that was redistributed within your budget when you guys, sat down or something? 'Cause I know on our side it was approved at 18 last year.
Do you want me to defer? Yeah, I'll defer to Dr. Andrews.
Go ahead.
Yes, we were, we had a little bit of extra funding within the MSC budget, and then also willing to supplement within the Ginsburg budget as well to ensure that Xander has the 20 hours needed to work for MSC.
Vice Chair Hall.
First of all, thank you for the presentation. So I know you just mentioned that you'd feel more most comfortable with cutting that operations expense from your request. How would you say I guess your thoughts on say if you were to move that the operations and move that towards sorry, I put back up towards the increase in the LGBTQ plus services. If you were to say lower that number but then move the operations over to that, do you think that would be substantial for the programming planned for the LGBTQ plus services? Or if that makes sense, I can clarify.
Could you clarify?
Oh yeah. Also, if anyone else in the committee can know what I'm thinking, please speak up. So I look so stupid right now. Hold on. Okay, so right now there's a request for wait a second. Actually, come back to me. I feel like there's some math in my head.
Vice Chair Morissette.
Hi, I know you said one of your operations increase for the Multicultural Center is 17,000, and you said it's to sustain and maintain the Culture Center. Can you kind of go into detail exactly what you mean by that? I know you said programming, and you guys are utilizing the space a little bit more for the RSOs, but if you can just kind of just break that down a little bit more.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much. So the Cultural Center being at the capacity that it is right now is very new. This is kind of the first year of seeing how these numbers were going to play out. We have a kind of snack and coffee station that we've been using out of our funds to have that space for students to out of our current operations that we've been using. So a lot of the times that's running out pretty quickly, upkeep for making sure that we get our the ink that we need for the printers and then the printer paper itself. Making sure that we can continue hosting our We Own Wednesdays at a higher capacity. So instead of doing the one or so a month that we've been doing now, moving that up to twice a month, so that we can get more student engagement within the Cultural Center and get more students interacting with cultural RSOs and with other people here at the university and with MSC.
I myself have a few questions. I've thought about the process, everything that was just said concerning OPS. So for your position last year being approved at 18 hours a week, you are currently being paid 18 hours per week out of the activity and service fee budget, and you're getting 2 hours supplemented elsewhere, or you used money to free up money to pay for 20 hours? I want to make sure I understand, if you could.
Yeah, I'll defer to Dr. Andrews for that.
Yes. So one of the things we did notice after the budget was approved was the 18 hours versus the 20 hours. And so we know from experience that the student director needs to have 20 hours. And so we looked at how can we make a slight adjustment in our budget. And so when I talked about we're able to supplement our student assistants with work study students, they can work up to 20 hours a week. And so we're able to have those students work 20 hours a week, and then those who are OPS work a little bit less because their schedule, in all honesty, they're not able to give us the 20 hours. And so that helps to free up some of those dollars in order to ensure that we have the funding for Xander. But then also too, we are prepared if there is ever a shortfall or anything like that to supplement with additional dollars.
Okay, but now you're also requesting two more hours for the student assistants as well. So now you are bringing them to 20 hours as well with the student director.
Correct, because one of the things that we have found out is we have a lot of programs, as Xander just showed. And so we need student assistants to help us with setup and with breakdown. And so we need to be able to pay those student assistants to help us for additional hours. We've also had to adjust the hours of Pride Commons. And so Pride Commons stays open later than some of our other locations. So we need to make sure that we're able to pay them. We've also had an increase in RSOs wanting to utilize the cultural center after hours. And so we need to have staffing there to ensure that the space is locked up accordingly. And so we increased it to 20 hours to make sure that we do have adequate funding to be able to meet the needs as far as it relates to programming, as far as it relates to the use of the spaces.
Okay, thank you. Comptroller Kane, then Chair Samillo.
Just looking at the budget, other than the 10,000 operations, looking for other places where you could potentially cut. From what I'm hearing, please correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like all those 20 hours for student assistance is not being used. Is that correct?
Yes.
So my question is, would you be comfortable with reducing those hours, or would you rather reduce the amount of student assistance to be the same amount it was last year? What do you think would be a better approach?
I think probably reducing the amount of student assistance would be a better approach.
Apologies. Chair Samillo.
In regards to the LGBTQ plus services, I do know that the programming is now zeroed out. Are those now combined, the services and programming?
Could you explain a bit more?
Yeah,
Sorry.
so LGBTQ plus services is 41,000 and LGBTQ plus programming is now at 0 for this fiscal year.
Yes, so that's to showcase that the LGBTQ plus programming is 0 for MSC because we're moving it to LGBT plus student support services. So that the position that is currently under MSC, Pride Director, has $25K of a budget, and that's to host specific programming throughout the year. We're moving that under LGBT plus student support services. So the 25,000 is included within that 41,000.
Okay, and then follow up. So last year you requested $12,000 for LGBTQ plus services. That would put you at 37,000. You're requesting 41. Can you just where's the extra coming from?
Yeah, so we're asking for the 8K increase with LGBT plus student support services, specifically to ensure that we're able to get certain programs to the level that they need to be. So, for example, like Lavender Night, making sure that they have enough for production costs, for Lavender Celebration, which is held at the end of the year for LGBTQ plus graduates, making sure that we have the ability to host that, as well as just larger scale events that LGBTQ plus student support services hosts, like Rocky Horror, or other events like Trans Week of Visibility. Yes.
Is this a follow-up or a separate question? Go ahead.
So in relation to obviously the arena cost and cost of performance, that's the $8,000, which you can't really change or prevent. However, there is about another $8,000 towards the 3 things that you just mentioned. Is there any way that we can trim any of that? Or are you is that the lowest we can go?
I would say instead of trimming from LGBTQ plus student support services, to trim from MSC operations, So if need be for any trims that need to be there, just because Student Support Services has continually had to operate at a very small budget, and the increase in budget will allow them to host the events that they've been continuing to hold in adjusting for increases for catering increases, performance increases, and like production and like getting spaces like the arena increase.
Chair Temple.
So I kind of wanted to jump back to the student director's pay. If I wasn't mistaken from Chair McClellan's line of questioning, it sounded like the director's position was supplemented by some other account. How much does that account really have? Just out of curiosity on that one.
I will defer to Dr. Andrews as I do not know.
Go ahead.
So we have not had to supplement that account. Every dollar that the student director has been paid has come out of the MSC budget. We've been able to be very fiscally responsible with the OPS budget. We have an admin assistant that monitors it every single pay period to make sure we're tracking okay, and we make adjustments as needed as far as hiring work study students and so forth. And so we have not had to supplement the budget as of yet.
Vice Chair Hall, then Chair Samillo.
Okay, I have a better question this time. Can you go back to the slide for the explaining, or can you explain like the increase in operations? Like explain what that'd be used for, like what you need the increase for?
For the MSC operations?
Yeah, MSC operations.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, it's essentially just to help the cultural center continue operating at now the level that it is, as well as not just the cultural center space, but an allowance for like MSC retreats for the board to be able to have like professional development opportunities and stuff like that.
Chair Samillo.
I was going to motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are there. Chair Samillo.
I think we were all in occurrence related to the staffing, just bringing one down since the number is since it's not being used in its entirety, and keeping her at 20, just keeping the director at 20, just because it does seem like the director does use the 20 hours. And I feel like if we were to reduce that, it would just cause strain on the director at the time. So I believe that if, like was said, if we were going to take anything, it would be one of the students that are like there helping. Also, we were given the opportunity to take 10 grand from operations. I believe that this is a better option than taking from LGBTQ plus services, just because they have been operating at such a low budget. And obviously the programming is 25,000, then it's the 8,000. So if we were to like take anything from the services, I feel like we could only take like 1,000 or 2,000. So yeah, if we just wanted to debate a little bit about that.
Comptroller.
Yeah, I was pretty much going to say the same thing. I think that those two cuts make sense, and that takes us down by 22,200. Still giving MSC a substantial increase, around $30,000, and a higher percentage increase than most other entities. So I think those are fair cuts to make.
Chair Yalomachili, then President Greenaway.
May I make a motion?
You may.
Motion to reduce line 77 operations from 54,364 to 44,364, so a cut of $10,000.
There's been a motion to cut line 77 MSC operations by $10,000. Are there any objections? Is that an objection, Kane?
Yeah.
Do you withdraw?
Yes.
Okay. Comptroller.
If we're making that, I would like to see the OPS change as well.
Chair Yalomachili, do you have a different motion?
To amend OPS from what to what?
So OPS would be reduced by 12,200. So it would go from 115,056 to 102,836.
All right, I would like to amend my amendment from reduce line 77 by $10,000 and reduce line 76 by, I believe, $13,000.
12,220.
12,220.
There's been a motion to reduce line 74 or no, 76 by 12,220 and line 77 by $10,000. Are there any objections to this motion?
Object.
There's been an objection. Do you withdraw?
Yes.
Chair Boris.
Yeah, I just want to have a little more discussion before you made a motion because I was looking at these numbers. And without reducing the student director's hours back to 18, this makes it not the same as every other student director, which is at 18. In addition to that, it would save us about $14,000 if we reduced it down to 18 and removed the student assistant, which is a substantial amount that would really help us right now. They've also said they have an admin assistant looking over their OPS, so I trust that if they need to make those hours, they will find a way to fulfill them.
Vice Chair Kringle, did you still have something? We're going to go Vice Chair Hall, then Chair Samillo.
I don't agree with that, cutting the hours, because coming from like someone who is like a student director, it is a lot of work. And if they said that they use the 20 hours, like I'd feel like it just makes no sense to cut 20 hours if they said they use the 20 hours. So I do not agree with that change.
Chair Samillo.
I believe that if the proposition of changing it from 20 to 18 is something we decide, then we should probably keep all 6 student assistants. I don't think we should do both. It's either one or the other.
Comptroller Kane.
So just to comment on that, I asked that exact question because I was curious and was told that cutting a position versus cutting hours was the way to go. So that's what I would recommend.
Chair Chile.
So, I'm going to assume that based on previous discussion, I'm going to reintroduce my motion of reducing line 77 to 44,364 and reducing line 76 to 102,836.
The motion has been made. Are there any objections? Kringle?
Just a question mainly. My change subtracts 12,464 to removing one of the student positions.
12,264?
12,464. So it's an additional like 250.
You also have to remove one from the less 12 weeks line. That makes the difference for you, I think.
The final number should work with the number I gave. So the final number should be 102,836.
So there's no objections to the motion. We will go into voting. With a vote count of 14 to 0 to 0, the amendment passes and the changes will be made. We are still in debate. President Greenaway.
Motion to move to the next entity.
There's been a motion to move on to the next entity. Are there any objections? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you.
I yield the chair to Vice Chair Morissette, seeing as the Budget Committee is the next entity.
Speeches is 15 minutes, right? Oh, wait, when you're ready.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ryan McClellan. I'm the chair of the Activity Service Fee Budget Committee under Student Government. Basically, our job is to oversee the formation of a recommendation for the activity and service fee budget to the Senate, in which we are in the middle of the hearings right now. Due to OPS increases, I am asking for about $60 more. Thank you very much. I'll yield the questions.
Chair Butler. Move to debate. There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? We are now in debate. Chair Borges.
I actually had a question. I just didn't want to object. Just one question. May I?
Go ahead.
I was wondering, since food costs keep going up, if you wanted to at all have us increase the food. I know we really didn't have enough for the guests we have. And didn't really have, I don't know. You know what I mean?
I'd be welcome to an increase there, but I did not want to request it, seeing as it is always possible to go cheaper and not necessarily ask for a little bit more. When we were putting in the catering for this budget hearings, I did have a little bit extra than the strict amount of how many members of the committee there are, because I know entities who are here also would be able to benefit from having that food as well, and I wanted to make sure it was available. So, but there's always ways to make it cheaper. I would welcome more, though.
Any other debate or a motion? Chair Samolo?
Move to the next entity.
There's been a motion to move to the next. Oh, wait, are there any objections? Okay, thank you. I yield the chair back to Chair McClellan.
All right, thank you very much. The next entity we'll see is the legislative branch. 15 minutes whenever you are ready.
Hi, everyone. Please don't murder me. Okay. So, hello, my name is Sierra Holmes. I'm the Speaker of the Senate for the legislative branch within student government. Let's go. It's the green button. There we go. Awesome. This is a cute little design that Exec's graphic coordinator did for us. And so our mission is to empower students and organizations by providing funds for travel, conference participation, campus events, and projects. We also utilize legislation to effectively advocate for students' needs. We value compassion, empathy, respect, and collaboration. Without these, our advocacy would not be possible. I'm not going to read these all out, but here are some of our fiscal committees, our internal committees, and our caucuses. We actually had an addition of another caucus, our Military and Veterans Caucus, which has been on a roll lately. So for the numbers for this year regarding registration and travel, our conference registration and travel committee is a committee that gets students connected with their passions, and students have the opportunity to travel to locations around the world to meet other students and professionals with the same interests. I'm asking for the same amount that we requested last year, which is $520,000. Based off the projections from July 1st to about now, we're on a track to keep having funds and not to run out by the time our fiscal year ends. And next, our Senate Working Fund, which is utilized by the FAO Committee, our Financial Allocations Organizations Committee. It allocates funds to students for events, projects, and promotional items. Funding levels for each category can be found in our spending policy, and organizations can be funded at 50% via a Senate bill. Organizations fulfill 50% of what they're asking for, and student government fulfills the other 50%. This is so that we are able to fund as many organizations as we can. And if your organization is looking for funding, you can look on the website, our website. Next, this is the increase that we're looking for, which is in our professional development arena for retreats, banquets, advertising, and development. This has gone from $4,500 to $7,000. This increase is accounting for inflation. We're in a very a financial crunch. For retreat, we're asking for $2,000, banquet $4,000, advertising and development $1,000. That's for our tabling and things like that. So this is the only increase that we are asking for, which is about $3,500. I don't know. I know it's from $4,500 to $7,000. Okay. And then next are miscellaneous operating supplies and services. That's for our miscellaneous office supplies, such as replacing a printer, which we actually have to do this session, calendars, just miscellaneous office supplies that our senators and our leadership uses throughout the session. And lastly, we have our materials and supplies. Instead of asking for $4,500, we're just asking for $4,000 this session. for the next session. This encompasses Senate uniforms, SGLC uniforms, name tags, and caucus support. We have the pleasure of working with the executive branch. Their diversity and inclusion coordinator has graciously been able to help support our student government caucuses. However, student government caucuses are not constrained to just the legislative branch. Therefore, the legislative branch respectively has no issue supporting our caucuses, in which the legislative branch so graciously helps supports with the executive branch helps supports with the legislative branch. And instead, we are asked, that's a decrease. So we're not asking for 4,500, we're just asking for 4,000. This is our OPS. These are all the increases with the minimum wage guidelines that you will find in our packet. If you're currently looking at our submitted packet, it is different than this presentation. What's on this presentation is going to be exactly what we're asking for. The only difference is our operations line and our materials and supplies line. So what's on this presentation reflects exactly what we're asking for, which amounts to $860,097, which is still less than what we asked for last fiscal year. And that's it. If you have any questions, let me know. These changes are based on concurring with the pro tempore, and that's why our packet is a bit different than our presentation. So I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you may have.
We are now in a period of questioning. Chair Chile.
So thank you, Speaker Holmes, for being here. My question was the registration and travel fund for, I believe, the CRT committee is currently funded at $540,000. On what justification is it being cut by $20,000 to $520,000?
It's at. It should only be at $520,000.
For context, I believe it was requested at 520 and either the committee or Senate moved it up to 540. So it was budgeted for 540, but requested at 520, if I remember correctly.
So it's correct. It's correct then on my PowerPoint, or is it not?
You have requested the same that was requested, but not the same as what was granted. So I don't know if that's correct or incorrect for your intention.
Well, I referenced the packet that was submitted last fiscal year, so that's not correct then.
What was being said is that it was originally requested at 520, but when we were looking at it, it was raised by 20,000. So if you're requesting the same that was requested, it's 20,000 less than what is being funded right now.
Okay, then I should be. Then I want to request the same from last year.
Currently.
Yeah.
Comptroller King.
Can we clarify what the new lines are? Because I know that there's several that are changing. Operations, registration and travel. I just wanted to clarify all that.
Yeah, I didn't want to change the actual packet just yet. So I didn't mind changing it when I got up here because I know that some cuts need to be made. And I wanted to ask for not that much money because I know that we have to make those cuts. So I'm just trying to account for inflation within my budget. That's the only thing that I'm trying to account for within my budget.
Chair Temple. And then we'll go Vice Chair Morissette, and then somebody over here.
Good afternoon, Speaker Holmes. I wanted to, again, this is me being very nitpicky, but I noticed that there is about an $11,000 difference between what the presentation has and what the budget packet has. Is that just something that we had seen similar, or I would like to clarify? I just want some clarification on that.
Oh, do you want the clarification on what exactly we're asking for increases within that category?
I'm just more so asking why there's an $11,000 difference between what's on the presentation and what's on the packet.
If I'm not mistaken, that's what was just talked about, how the packet is different than what I believe you were saying. You spoke further with the pro tempore.
I don't mind answering the question though in depth. So when this was originally created, not only was it not accounted for inflation, what I noticed after I submitted the budget packet was that not only did it not account for inflation, the requests from the previous fiscal year didn't account for inflation either. So I noticed as I was doing my numbers before the hearing that I would have to increase significantly because inflation wasn't accounted for the previous fiscal year, and it needed to be accounted for both. So the last fiscal year and this fiscal year and the next upcoming fiscal year. And that's why it was different. I didn't want to change anything within the packet because I didn't want to create any issues with the actual budget Excel sheet. So I wanted to allow the committee to make those changes themselves while I presented the changes that I would like to be requested.
If you look in column I didn't want to change the actual budget spreadsheet since that, you all would need to make an amendment, but that will show specifically what, with the updated request, that should show your new total number.
Vice Chair Morissette.
Can I direct a question to the CRT chair?
You may.
With how CRT is going so far this year, do you feel like CRT would benefit from having 540,000, or would they be okay with just the 520,000?
Can you come back to me?
Well, currently, if it helps, I think CRT has spent about $200,000 since July 1st, if I'm not mistaken.
President Greenway, did I see your hand earlier? No. Chair Boris.
Just kind of going off of Temple's, I just wanted to make sure we clarified everything. So on this presentation, I just want to make sure for my clarification, kind of in the wrong one. Give me 1 second, I'm just on it. Okay, so on that presentation right there, it says 7,000 for professional development. We have 4,500. I just want to make sure like I'm going through. So for operating supplies and services, it has 500. We have 500 in our packet. And then on there, materials and supplies is 3,500, and we have on our packet 4,500. So make sure all of that's supposed to be that way. Nothing's supposed to change, right? I'm just a little confused.
Is that a question for myself or the entity?
Nothing on the actual budget packet has been changed. The requests for increase are just on the presentation. Yeah, that's just for the sole purpose of I didn't want to create any confusion and change anything if someone has already solidified what they've seen on the budget packet.
I did add the new requested numbers into that next column, column D, on the budget packet, as well as in all the different pages that it's relevant. So like you should see what was originally submitted as a request and then what the updated request is. You should be able to see all of that.
Chair Almanchili.
May I direct a question to Oris, Chair Borges?
You may.
All right. So I'm asking this because I know it pertains to the ORS committee. I believe when the Senate, when the registration and travel fund was reduced by $80,000 the previous year from 620 to 540, is that what prompted ORS to draft a bill that limited the max amount of money that each RSO could receive? And would of a reduction from 540 to 520 prompt another bill further reducing that cap?
Yes, that is correct. That's why this session's ORS had the cap changed by the amount it did. It's relative to how much money is in the account. We try to keep it around the same percent. We try not to change it too much. I know you've probably heard all the engineering RSOs kind of complaining about that. It's just a fair complaint. And if we were to reduce it 20,000, that percentage would of course go down a little bit. It wouldn't be as drastic. It's not going to be as big of a cut, but it's also up to the ORS committee. If the ORS committee wants to put it at 50%, which is a crazy, insane number, don't do that, please. That would be technically allowed, but of course, ORS would see it, Senate would see it. Well, not Senate would see it, but like there's ways that people could see that and say, hey, what are you doing, and fix it. But does that make sense?
Brody, may I ask if you can refresh, because I had to fix the numbers for this last slide, if you don't mind.
Yeah, did you change the one that was in the ASF Budget Committee version, or did you update?
It's in the presentations folder, like the submitted presentations folder. Yeah, it's that one. It's exactly that one, but it shouldn't save. You might have to refresh it one more time. There we go. Perfect. That is the actual number. Sorry that I can't do math.
Okay, so 4,000, not 45.
Yes, but the only issue is because it wasn't reflected correctly in the previous packet, the 520 isn't correct. The 520 for the registration and travel should be 540, but that would be going over the that would significantly be going over the budgeted amount. So I would personally like to revisit that later on, just because we don't have the projected numbers for CRT.
Chair Samillo.
Hey y'all. So I'm about to spit some facts. 2022 to 2023 fiscal year master tracker for CRT, there was 1,648 students impacted. So far in 2023 to 2024, we have 822, so that's about half. We are halfway through the semester, so as we assumed. However, in 2022 to 2023, there was a remaining of about $70,000. Therefore, I believe that a reduction of $20,000 will be just fine.
Okay, perfect.
Vice President Smith.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're there. Chair Boris.
Yeah, I agree with Chair Samillo that reduction would be fine. I think even possibly a further reduction would also be fine. Looking at the numbers, I'd say even $30,000 reduction would be perfectly fine. Not change ORS's cap too much. Wouldn't make too many RSOs mad. And I think it'd help us with trying to balance this budget.
Something that I'd like to say, in my experience formerly as the D-Leg, I remember that there was also transfers between the CRT account and the FAO account. So I would like to, I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but if we would look back, somebody to see what those transfers were, because keeping that in mind too, and then maybe evening things, I don't know, looking into that, I'd just like to say as well, Chair Samillo, then Chair Yamachili.
Those numbers have been looked at. In regards to 2028 to 2019, it was there was a transfer to FAO of about $80,000, and we still had a remaining of $10,000. So I honestly think it was fine. Like, I think it's fine if we take a reduction of 20.
I would also like to add that Chair Borges and I can't remember if Chair Samillo was in this meeting as well, but the main students that were concerned with the reduction within the CRT budget were engineering and computer science students, and we met with their dean to discuss different avenues of funding, and they were more than happy to provide support. So if there are any issues, I do know with concurrence with the deans of those colleges that extra support from their college was something that they would be willing to explore as well.
Chair Boris. Or Yamachili, then Boris.
Yeah, so based on Chair Samillo's prediction that we are not going to run out of money this year with regards to the CRT fund, I think 520 is, while not expected, fine. The Senate can work with that. However, I disagree with Chair Borges in that I don't believe we need a further reduction of the 520,000 because inflation exists, and if we reduce that even further, RSOs are going to be able, the purchasing power of RSOs in future years is going to be decreased because costs increase, hotel costs increase, plane ticket prices increase, and so when RSOs need more money, we don't need an even further reduction of the CRT fund. I think the Senate's budget proposal is very fiscally responsible as is. It seeks no extra funding, even though there is extra funding in this budget overall from the previous year. In fact, it seeks a slight decrease, so I think it's fine as is, and we should move on to the next entity as once the questions are cleared up. Thank you.
That is not a motion, is it?
It is not a motion, yes.
I just have a recommendation to, can I even do that? To amend the lines of the budget packet to be in line with to be in line with the presentation.
You want to make a motion? I would recommend not. Yeah. Sure, Boris.
Yeah, there's one last debate. So also to finish answering your question about transfers, $35,000 was transferred on the 22-23 year, if that helps. And then in addition, regarding the CRT, I totally understand Speaker Holmes's things about engineering students, but also a lot more RSOs than just engineering students were concerned. But also, to me, I'm not even considering that in this. I'm considering it as, are we just wasting money putting it in here and it getting reverted every year? I've looked years and years past at different CRT budgets, different FAO budgets when I was the CRT chair. And it seems that if the lower the money you have, the more ambitious these RSOs and individuals are, the more they care to learn the process, to do the financial training correctly, and to use their money correctly. In ORS, we're seeing a lot of carelessness as basically the reason for people to pervert their funds. And these funds are getting used. I feel like if we reduce it more and students, we get to a point where we have to start denying students because, hey, you didn't submit it early enough, or hey, it's wrong and we have to postpone it, but sorry, the budget's already over for this quarter. I think having it to be more competitive leads to less reversions and better educated students and better funding. So,
Jersamilla.
Yeah, in regards to the CRT fund, reversions currently we're at about 3,000. Last year it was about 4,500. I do believe that regardless, the amount that we've allocated so far this year is about $270,000, not thousand, $270,000. Okay, I'm tripping. Anyways, and we still have about 280. So I feel like reasonably, I think we have enough money just because we are at the halfway mark and we do have half and half. We have a little bit over that. And I don't know if you guys know, but as CRT chair this year, I've made it one of my initiatives to really reach out to students and RSOs. I've had a few events this year and had people come out and meet them and things. So as well as Borges, he has his ins and outs with everybody. So we definitely have had people come out. I feel like we've had a good student impact this year. And with that, I feel like the 520 would be fine. I definitely don't think that we would run into the issue of running out of funds through CRT.
Brody.
I just want to make a note. This is not necessarily about whether 520 or 540 is correct, but the number that you're referencing for what's been allocated so far is not including many of the fiscal bills that have been passed. I'm putting in those numbers now so we can have an updated reflection of what's actually been allocated. I think the number that Sierra mentioned earlier is what's been spent so far, but that doesn't include what's been allocated. So I'm going to get those in there so you can look and have an accurate number.
Brody, and with that, Elisa and I discussed the FAO, what we have remaining, which is around 91,000. Is that including the bills as well?
Comptroller Kane.
Motion to move to discussion, debate.
We're in debate.
We're in debate. Okay,
We are
cool.
in
Then I'll
debate.
just do this. Motion to amend line 151 to $11,000.
There's been a motion to amend 151 to $11,000, that being student government legislative branch operations. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll vote. With a vote count of 13 to 1 to 0, the amendment passes. Comptroller Kane. Wait, real quick.
I'm sorry,
Brody,
just
is there
for proper
clarification?
record keeping, was that motion to make it 11,000 or 11,500?
That was to make it 11,000 because that's what it was asked.
Okay. The most recent updated presentation number was 11,500.
Comptroller Kane, you're gonna have to make a second motion.
All right. Motion to amend line 151 to 11,500.
Motion has been made. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're going to vote again. $11 to 2 to 0. Amendment still passes. We are now currently in debate. Comptroller King.
Motion to move to next entity.
There's been a motion to move on to the next entity. Are there any objections? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you guys for bearing with me.
We will now look at the student government executive branch. $15 minutes whenever you're ready.
Sounds good. Hello, everyone. To those of you that don't know me, my name is Brandon Greenaway. I serve as student body president. Today, I'll be presenting the budget for the executive branch for the 2024-2025 fiscal year. So, I didn't even know they did the transition. Very nice. So, a little bit about the executive branch's mission. So, the executive branch serves students in various ways. A big piece of our branch is focusing on programming to educate and support students, which I'll get into a little bit more into depth about. We also represent the student body on various university committees. So I serve on the board of trustees. The vice president serves on the faculty senate, and many of our cabinet members serve in different faculty senate committees to represent the student voice, as well as other committees that administrators form to just get student perspective on things. They tend to come to the executive branch for those things. And then finally, just implementing change to create a better student experience. So the last piece of our branch is really focusing on initiatives. The vice president and myself ran on a set of initiatives that we set out to accomplish for this year. So our cabinet works to accomplish those initiatives, as well as comes in with some of their personal initiatives that they've experienced throughout their time at UCF, change that they want to see. To those of you that don't know, the executive branch is composed of a 16-person executive cabinet. So that includes myself, the student body president, the vice president, the comptroller, and 13 other cabinet members. So we have our division of administration, which entails our chief of staff, deputy chief of staff, and attorney general as well. Our division of student affairs with our director, as well as coordinators ranging from a variety of different topics. So we have our academic affairs coordinator, diversity and inclusion, sustainability and innovation, safety and transportation, etc. And then finally, our division of communications, which is a 3-person team made up of a director, a graphic design coordinator, and a digital media coordinator, who work to produce content not just for the executive branch, but for all of student government, and manage our social media presence. So just some, I'm just going to go over the budget changes that we've discussed in terms of operations. So we've set aside $5,500 for our retreats and conferences. So that is our summer retreat, our fall retreat, and our spring retreat, as well as any conferences that the executive branch is offered to go on. This year, we had the opportunity to go on the Big 12 Student Government Conference, where I also invited Sierra and Elizabeth to join us as well, which I thought was a good opportunity. As well as different office supplies, uniforms. I'll talk about the Florida Student Association. So the Florida Student Association is made up of all the student body presidents in the state of Florida. We meet monthly at different institutions across the state, where we discuss issues that are affecting all students in Florida, as well as we have our rally and tally event, where student body presidents go to Tallahassee, to the Capitol, to discuss and lobby for issues similar to our day at the Capitol, but with the student body president. So that accounts for travel, lodging, for all of those things occurring throughout the year. And then finally, an Adobe license for our graphic design coordinator. We actually have a $500 decrease from our operations last year. Just there were some additional funds for supplies and furniture that we were not using. In terms of OPS, very similar changes that have been occurring for others in terms of the $1 minimum wage increase. Those are the changes here. The increase is around a little over $9,000 in terms of OPS. Now for our student initiatives, I did want to highlight some of the amazing events and programming that our coordinators and directors have worked on this year. We have our Winter Wonderland event, which we worked with Late Nights in Cab, which had over 2,000 attendees. We had our Welcome Week event, which had over 1,000 attendees over the course of a week. And there was also a hurricane that week, so we were able to work that all out. Also funded through our student initiatives line is our ELC program. We also, really focus on, and especially this year, I've really, talked about the importance of partnerships with other entities across campus. So, there you can see a picture with UCFPD, which is a great partnership that we have within student government, as well as with HSI. And then finally, we just had our midnight breakfast. I know some of y'all were there, where we had over 1,000 attendees coming right before finals to come and enjoy breakfast as they were studying. So how we do it every year within the executive branch is we're allocated an amount for student initiatives, and that's the coordinators present to myself, the vice president, and the comptroller what they plan on working on this year, what events they hope on what events they hope on doing, they plan on doing, and how they plan on completing those. So we discuss. We have basically a smaller version of budget hearings with those cabinet members to hear what they want to work on and decide amongst the budget how we want to do that. So this year, our Deputy Chief of Staff obviously funds our SGLC and ELC program, but also we really wanted to ensure that he focused on outreach to downtown Rosen and Lake Nona. Our Director of Student Affairs really focused on Winter Wonderland, as well as collaborations with the Military and Veteran Student Success Center, with student accessibility services, and also working with graduate student outreach. Our academic affairs coordinator really focused on professional development, and a lot of their budget goes towards the Cram for the Exam series, which is hosted the week leading up to finals, with a bunch of stress-free activities, study break, different things to give students a break leading up to finals, including our breakfast. Our athletics coordinator is really focused on increasing attendance and engagement to sporting events, and really has a strong collaboration with the RWC as well as with our athletics department, which has been really exciting to see, especially with the transition to the Big 12 this year. We've been really happy to partner with them on quite a few different initiatives and events. We have our diversity and inclusion coordinator with initiatives and events focused on diversity, inclusivity, social justice, and advocacy. This year, our diversity and inclusion coordinator has really worked with our SG caucuses to be able to make a lot of their events become a possibility, as well as I know they've collaborated with MSC and a bunch of other agencies. So that's been really exciting. Our safety and transportation coordinator focuses on events to increase safety awareness and partnerships. Like I mentioned, that partnership with UCFPD as well as parking. Sustainability and innovation coordinator works to promote sustainability on campus, a strong partnership with Arboretum there. And then finally, our director of communications, really our whole division works to create promotional items, really educating students about SG. So that is where a lot of those general SG merch that we've talked about comes out of that budget. And then, this past year, we were able to set aside around $30,000 for a reserve for cabinet members to dip into when it comes to their events. So SG Welcome Week was, something that we did not plan for to budget this year, and it was something that our chief of staff really took the lead on planning that event, and we, used that for those events. And then finally, using for an example that I wanted to just point out, we had our Winter Wonderland event the week before our breakfast. We ordered, a certain amount of things, and things kind of went out really fast. So we decided to order more breakfast for the midnight breakfast, because there's been a lot of student engagement this year, which was, we were able to dip into that reserve, which was really beneficial to be able to serve all the students that came out to that event. And then also just some special, things that come up throughout the year. I could say last year, the executive branch spent $10,000 out of that reserve to fund Publix gift cards for those that suffered through the hurricane. So that was a great opportunity that student government was able to help out with. This year, we were able to purchase some bowl tickets for the Gasparilla Bowl. So really excited about that. Our governmental affairs has a separate budget line. So the governmental affairs coordinator takes out of this to plan all of the exciting events. I see Ethan smiling over there. So we have our Day at the Capitol, which obviously is the opportunity for students to meet with legislators in Tallahassee. We put on, we obviously focus on transportation and meals for those attendees, but also a reception for the students at the end of the day. This year, we were able to reimagine UCF Downtown Day with students touring City Hall, Orange County Courthouse, and meeting with their leadership. Where you see the picture, we got a proclamation from the Orlando mayor, which was pretty cool. And some other initiatives that the governmental affairs coordinator works on is, civic engagement, so really ensuring students that they are civically involved, and voter registration and those things, as well as the political information fair, which will occur in the spring to inform students of the political processes, and really encouraging, political engagement and debate. So the only change with our budget this year from last year is an up in the request for universal nights, and I'll discuss that more in detail, and we could debate it. We all could debate about that as well. But I just wanted to, provide just for your knowledge. This has been the breakdown. The set price that's been for years, to my knowledge, since the contract has started, has been that 22 that number. Has been the number that has been the request for the past, however many years. Unfortunately, though, what has been occurring, obviously, with prices going up, and that price being incredibly low for a contract with Universal today, the amount of tickets that Universal has been willing to give for free has dramatically decreased over the past few years. So back in 2020, it was at 12,000. Every year, it's kind of gone down a bit to this upcoming year. Unfortunately, we're only able to offer 8,500 free student tickets, hopefully with additional guest tickets there. So I added to the request an additional $20,000 for this event with the hope of bringing that number back to 10,000 student free tickets. We've had conversations, and we're still having conversations with Universal this current year to potentially put more money towards the event to be able to get more free student tickets. But that's kind of where we're at with this event. So that is where that request came from. And then our long-term contracts is our lift, which has been incredibly successful this year. We will definitely be reaching that 41,000. So we are excited about that. We discussed potentially raising it, but I think we're comfortable keeping it at what it's at. We were able to offer our holiday option as well, which has been a lift to the airport. But this year, our comms division has really done an outstanding job promoting that to our students and that opportunity. So we're excited to see that be utilized this year. Some other purchases are passing of the gavel, which is the event to celebrate SG's accomplishments, as well as transition the next president and VP. We have 2,500, same as last year, and then the president-elect transition fund that helps aid the transition from the current president to the next with business cards, name tags, those things, et cetera, so they can jump right into the job. And then finally, Scantrons. We will be keeping our Scantrons at 7,500. And here's just a budget summary. So if y'all can see from our executive budget, obviously a big chunk of our budget, 40% comes from that Universal Nights event. And then this is the rest of the breakdown. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. We are now in a period of questioning. I'll go Yalman, Chile, Borges, Temple.
All right, so thank you, President Greenaway, for being here and for giving this awesome presentation. My question was with regards to Universal Nights. You said you were increasing the funding from $229,700 to $250K in order to increase the number of tickets from 8,500 back to the 10,000 that used to be there in previous years. Would exec be open to keeping the program as is in order to save about $20,000 from the budget?
Definitely keeping the program. I would suggest if there was a potential cut to maybe cut 10,000 of that, I think would be reasonable. However, I'm not sure if 2 years from now, if we're not going to start putting some more money into it, if that program can be sustained.
Chair Boris.
This is regarding the long-term contract, the LIFT contract. I know we've decreased it quite a lot over the years, like a ton. So at the current amount that it is now, I know you requested the same. Do you have the numbers of how effective that is, and if that's a sustainable contract that even has obviously it has use, but in comparison to the past, is the effectiveness there?
Yeah. So I'll have Shane. If Shane, you can pull up some numbers for me really quick, but I could talk about the contract. About the LIFT contract is you could put in as much as you want. So, if that were to increase or that price were to change, that contract, we'd still be able to have the LIFT contract, if that makes sense. So it's not like a set price that it has to be at, but I do know that it has been very successful this year. So when Shane pulls those numbers, we can get that to you.
Chair Temple.
So going off of Chair Yama and Julie's question, and assuming that there are cuts to the Universal Nights program, me personally, I don't want that to happen, but that's besides me. What would be the minimum optimum number that you would want to see out of this? Like, if you can't get $250,000, what would be the minimum optimum value?
Yeah, I think a $10,000 cut to the $250,000 would be reasonable. So going into next year with $240,000, an additional $10,000, I think would at least allow us to lobby to Universal for more free student tickets.
Chair Borges, then Chair Yamachile.
I have two questions relating to the spring event, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
So the first one, not sure, but have you talked to anyone else throughout the university about any other support for that event, considering something that draws a ton of students to UCF regarding like admissions and just general interest?
No, I haven't.
And then the second one, so I don't know if this is even possible or how legal, but I know with concerts, we can charge students for those through ASF fees. It's the only exception with the law. I know we have like a little celebration type thing near like Spider-Man and stuff at Universal. If we considered that a concert, would we be able to charge a very minimal amount for this event to where we offset costs?
I'm not sure that's the Spider-Man thing you're talking about, but the thing about, I think what makes the event so enticing for students is that they get a ticket for free. So I think, charging, even if we charge students, let's say $5, it would still, be a barrier for students.
Chair Yamachile, then at large Foster.
Point of information before I ask my questions. I believe Chair Borges was referring to the student government sponsored concert event that is outside the Spider-Man ride at Universal Nights that happened around
okay, yeah, no,
late in the night. Yeah, I believe that's what he was
it's the DJ.
referring to. Yep, the DJ. And Mr. Chair, I'm asked two questions.
Go ahead.
All right. So I saw that $2,500 was earmarked for passing of the gavel. That's a quite important event, but do you think there is any possibility of reducing funding for it? Like, could you take a $500 cut, or is that impossible?
I really don't think so. I think especially with Aramark catering is really the biggest cost there, as well as just making the event special to those that attend. I think cutting that would really take away from the event.
Got it. Thank you. And my next question is with regards to retreats and leadership development. I looked at the level of spending for retreats for each branch, considering the size of the branch. The judicial branch with its 14 members is spending $1,200 on that, which would be around $85 per person. Senate is spending $7,000. Assuming Senate had 30 people, that would be $233 per person. Assuming Senate had 50 people, which is the range of the number of senators, that would be about 140. With exec, the number is at 5,500, which is with 16 members, $343 per person, which is disproportionately higher than any other branch. So do you see any potential for reducing the retreat budget for the executive branch, considering that does not most directly impact students?
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair question, so I'll go in step with that. I did want to clarify that the retreats budget and conferences is not just the retreat. So our summer retreat costs around $2,000, similar to what I think Sierra put in for legislative branch retreat, and the rest of that funding, some of it went towards the Big 12 conference that we talked about before and some other things. So, and then obviously planning our spring retreat, which is a much smaller cost. So, I really don't think it's fair to really look at, from the size of the branch. I think each branch really does operate differently. That our first summer retreat is really where the planning of the year happens. It allows us to get away from, distractions of school or friends and really focus on team building and bonding. It really helps, and it really is. It's so necessary for a successful year. This is my third cabinet now that I've been on. The first one that I've been on, the retreat wasn't really focused on team building. It was more focused on, accomplishing, thinking about, it was really work heavy and not really, building relationships, which I think is important about a retreat. So, and that year was not as efficient and successful as I think the past 2 years in student government for me have been. So that is why, I think the retreat is very important.
Also, as a point of clarification, and correct me if I'm wrong, Speaker Holmes, but the retreat budget is not $7,000, it's $2,000 for Senate. At large Foster.
I had 3 questions.
Shoot.
All right. So my first question was just, you had referenced that with Universal Nights, you were kind of in conversations with them as far as what that increase in the budget would do. Do you have any estimates or indication yet as far as what the increase in tickets would look like?
So with that, and Shane can kind of jump in here too if you want, because we've been kind of working on conversations with Universal. But with that projected increase, there's been conversations about paying an additional $10,000 for 500 more tickets. So, the goal is with that increase, trying to work out a deal with Universal to expand that to 1,000 to 1,500 more tickets. Has been conversations. Shane, I'm not sure if you have anything you want to add.
So I will say that for the amount that we had available for us this year, their original, what they came back to us was saying only 8,000 students. And they wanted to have the guest ticket price be $65 per guest ticket. We went back and said, hey, that's a pretty big change to go from 10,000 to 8,000 tickets and having that increase. And so they agreed reluctantly that they said they could this year to go up to 8,500 tickets, and they dropped the guest ticket price to 60 because we believe that going from 60 to 65, when you have to pull out another 20 to pay for it, changes kind of some people's philosophy, and it's getting to a price point that guest ticket is out of reach, that it's not worth it. I will tell you is they did say that if we had an extra 10,000, that they could probably get us to about 9,000 tickets. But that's using this price. And I will tell you is the price point that they give us is significantly different than any other client that they work with. We are well below their market price. Because we have such a long-standing tradition to them. They want to continue to have that relationship. But what we're going to see every year, right, is the cost for them to run the park for us to be there keeps going up. So they have to figure out how to make more money. And if we only give them so much money, then they can give us so many tickets, and then they have to hope that they have more guest tickets that get sold to offset that cost.
And then my next question was, when you were speaking, you had referenced reserves of 3,000. If you could kind of just highlight that a little bit for me.
Yeah, so that's within our student initiatives budget. So what was given student initiatives last year, they took a $2,000 cut, so that's $118,000 is our student initiatives budget. That's really where the work of the executive branch is taken out of. So whether that's events, initiatives, things like that. So technically it's not a reserve budget, but it's something that the comptroller, myself, and the vice president decided to set aside as a reserve for cabinet members to come and request to use, if that makes sense.
And then my last question was in reference to some of the retreats and things you had mentioned. I know you had brought up the Big 12 conference. Do you have a number related to that? Because I know we did cut that from judicial. So just trying to get an idea.
Yeah, so Jeremy, I'm not sure if Jeremy might have a number on that specifically. So I'll give a little background though. So that was something that was not planned for. It was something that kind of just came up this year about an invitation to a student government conference to really, learn from other schools within the Big 12 about what their student governments do and how we can collaborate and work together on, different initiatives. So it was really a first-time thing that came out of our budget came out of our budget from this year. So that money was already set aside for other things that we were able to take for this. We took 4 executive branch members, myself, Colby, the vice president, our chief of staff, and our government affairs coordinator, as well as invited and paid for Sierra, the speaker, as well as Elizabeth, the chief justice, to go. And we also worked with our advisor, Shane. So that was just kind of the background there. I want to say in total, it was maybe around 3,500, 4,000 for all of those people included. But again, I think it was a good opportunity, but also in the future, I'm not sure if, it's something that student government wants to go on. I think it should be a case-by-case basis.
Chair Borges and then Vice Chair Hall.
Back to the retreat. For the summer retreat, I know that's occurred at Saddlebrook and Wesley Chapel before, where lodging and other expenses are needed. Last year's cost $3,784.61 is what I got. I don't know if it's different. Has any of that changed? Are you still going there? Are you still spending a lot on lodging and other expenses, or what are the expenses?
Yeah, I'm not sure if Jeremy has the price for what that was for this past year. I do want to say that the hotel that we go to is one of the managers is a former student government agent from UCF. So we do have a nice discount that we've been similar to the universal plan. We've been kind of way under the current price for things. So that's my knowledge of that. I'm not sure if Jeremy wanted to jump in there.
Yeah, the total spend this year is relatively similar to the previous year.
Is it follow-up?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So how much exactly would you be able to like reduce that by and still have a retreat that you feel is effective?
I don't think any, honestly. I think, like I mentioned before, having that retreat where the executive cabinet goes away and spends the weekend together is essential to the success of the year. So that's my perspective on that.
Vice Chair Hall.
Hey, so I know Sierra and the judicial branch both mentioned this. They said that like the executive cabinet helps with like pay a lot of their things. What where do you take that money out of? Like when you do a system, with like where does that come out of? And like I'm probably assuming like student initiatives, but I just wanted to get a configuration.
I think it depends. Some of it's operational costs, so it would come out of operations. Merchandise comes out of our student initiatives, which is our Division of Communications Fund.
Chair Samillo.
I know that the past years we've had like a surplus in like Scantrons and Green Books and things like that. Do you know about where we're at with how many we still have? And if we do need the 7,500 of those, if that's like because of a contract that we have that amount or what?
Yeah, no contract. I know last year, as that budget was decreased, it was a way higher cost before last year. And the administration last year decided to order a bunch of Scantrons to kind of help that deficit. So I don't have specific numbers on how many Scantrons, how we're doing there, but I think that that's a reasonable budget to keep it at.
Chair Borges and then Vice Chair Kringle. Kringle.
What uniform items do you purchase for the executive board?
So we purchased polo, name tags, and jackets.
Any further questions or a motion? No, Mitchell.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're there. Chair Borges.
Okay, so we obviously have a few things that were mentioned to reduce that at least we can talk about, but I'll just talk a little bit more about my feelings in the summer retreat. So I know it's not exactly the easiest topic. I know it's not the luxurious travel that students on Reddit were complaining about and thought CRT was for, but it is a little concerning to me how much we spend in a retreat for this branch that's outside of Orlando. That could be much cheaper without any lodging. When we're reducing pay and services in other places, I think, even moving this money to Universal Nights and not just subtracting it to help our budget at all would be more effective, but they could obviously redistribute however they want. It's a little concerning, and I want to reduce that in addition to the $5,000 from the lift contract that we didn't really get numbers, but considering you could reduce it without really changing the effectiveness, I think 5,000 is reasonable. And then the 10,000 mentioned from Universal Nights, not sure how we feel, but I'd be open to that.
Chair Samillo and then Comptroller Kane.
May I direct a question to Shane?
You may.
Did you get the Lyft voucher?
So I was able to quickly pull for the months of September, October, and November. So that's 3 months. So a quarter of the year, we spent, or student government spent, $12,087. Currently in the month of December, which is only half of the month, it's at $26.94. So right now you're trending, this is about probably the highest you'll trend. You're trending at about $4,500 a month as you're moving forward. So that 41,000 will be burnt through. But typically we shut the program down in towards June because at the end of the fiscal year to close that out and then bring it up in July. So they're going to go through that 41,000.
For clarification, if my memory serves me correctly, and I pulled up last year's presentation just to confirm, Executive President Lopez last year said that if the lift contract was decreased further than 41,000, they would have to eliminate the lift program. Just for context. Comptroller Kane.
I was pretty much going to say what Shane said, which is that the lift contract is going to be spent in its entirety. The other thing I will say about retreat is I was not here during the summer for retreat, but most of the other cabinet was. And during that time, when I came back, the whole environment, the whole dynamic that I think has been incredibly successful this year was a result of everyone really getting to know each other during that time. If you're not staying together in the same place, if you're not creating that environment, then that outcome is not there. I don't think that cost savings of $2,000 are going to dramatically affect the budget. And I don't think that asking for that to be reduced is about actually helping the budget.
Chair Almachili.
So with regards to this budget, we're making a lot of cuts. Some people are going to have their pay reduced, some employees on OPS and salaries. And so that is a tough pill to swallow. And so I think we have to be responsible in a way that is fair to our students. To that end, I am open to a cut to universal nights up to the maximum that President Greenaway said so. I think $10,000 is a reasonable cut to the current proposal. That would still be an increase of $10,000 from what is currently funded. So more people would be able to go to universal nights compared to this year. I believe you said about 500 people. I think that's pretty good. And so I'm open to that. With regards to the retreat, I understand the value of a weekend where members of the executive branch bond together. However, I do feel that can be done perhaps in the city of Orlando and at a cheaper price. So I'm not exactly sure that the money that is currently being spent on retreat is being spent the most optimally. And so I think we should look at the potential for some cuts to that as well. To what extent, I don't know the answer, but yeah, thank you.
Chair Borges and then Samila.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that, we're here, we represent different entities and we have our own personal connections with them, but that none of us are special, and I'm not going to be advocating out of nowhere for legislators to do this or that. And I trust that you guys are not going to do the same. And there's people here we've reduced money from, pay and services. This retreat can pay for an entire ABP trip or pay for the multiple positions we've cut hours for this or that from. And so I just think it's really concerning that, this is the time that we're bringing up motive when this is simply just, we got to make cuts. This is the budget committee. So I think we should really consider that.
Samila.
I was just going to motion to decrease line 141 from 250 to 240,000.
There's been a motion to decrease line 141 by $10,000, that being the spring event under the executive branch. Are there any objections? We'll vote. With a vote count of 13 to 1 to 0, the amendment passes. Samilo.
So earlier I did some math about the excess that we had. Obviously the excess is different now, but it was 196,965 at the time when I did the math. That would take each agency and department about 11 grand to get rid of, in a way. Obviously that's not like, I just did the math, and it doesn't have to be each one. But so considering exec we now just got rid of about 10 grand from them. I feel like if we were to take from anywhere else, that would be something that we can discuss further. But I think at this point, we should maybe try to look at bigger picture of other ways that we can cut, just because in relation to the budget, we have a good chunk of change left that we need to cut from. And we definitely have other places that we can take bigger cuts. And I think we need to start with what's bigger versus the smaller amounts, just so we can kind of get an idea of where we're at, and then return back to this and the retreat if we need to.
This is our last entity. So after this, we would go into a broader discussion on the entire budget, overall big picture look. Just saying. Vice Chair Hall and then at-large Foster.
I was just going to agree with Chair Samello that we should definitely look at bigger picture, bigger budgets now. However, I will say I think if you do it, and I'm circling back to the executive cabinet, I think looking at the retreat, because I know $2,000 sounds like a small number. We also cut $800 from the election commission, so it's that's not a small number. So I think that's a even smaller number. So I think $2,000, like if we do have to cut, and it doesn't have to be $2,000. Also, don't have to cut it, but in case we do have to come back, like that should be the first thing we like look at.
Foster.
I was just going to say, so in the conversation regarding this professional development, first of all, that is not a directly like student facing thing that's occurring. So I understand the importance of having the executives together and being able to, you know, get to know each other and bonding and everything. But I do think it can be done at reduced cost, and that money needs to be going towards more student facing things. And also I understand the discussion of we can be looking at bigger numbers, but at the same time, we have to consider that a lot of the bigger cuts have already kind of been made throughout our discussions. So that looking at $11,000 per organization, kind of how you had mathed it out, at the same time, you're not considering where we've already cut from, as well as there's going to be some places we're not going to be able to cut larger amounts versus smaller amounts. So I do think that in some cases, there is still room for this conversation here.
We do have $166,000 to cut to get to a even budget. And while it is true that a lot of big cuts have been made already, I do at the same time think it's worth talking about small things, but we do not need to be spending as much time as we do when we need to be thinking of how to get to there and bigger cuts that could be made. So I'll take two more. I'll do Samillo and then Kane, and then we'll see where we're at there.
I was just going to motion to move on to the next thing, but Brandon has his hand up, so I'll yield to Brandon, I guess.
Yielded.
Just to kind of move from this conversation, I think, and y'all could discuss this, but I think I'd be willing to subtract $1,000 from executive branch operations.
Is there a motion? Yalman Chili.
So a motion to reduce line 32 by
132?
Yes, 132 by $1,000 from 18,800 to 17,800.
Is there any objections? Seeing none, we'll vote. The vote count of 12 to 0 to 2 is passed. Samela.
Can we move on? Motion to move on.
Motion to move on. Are there any objections? Thank you very much. So we are now at the wrap up. We still, as previously just mentioned, well, now it is $165,745 that we need to look at. So how we're going to do this is we're going to just go back to big areas. We'll let you all guide that discussion. But if possible, we can reach out to entities, see if they're around, if we need to go more into depth. But I believe that a lot of the information that we've already heard, and we can look at their presentations and budget packets and continue off from conversations like that. Although if necessary, we could call back entities. But we're going to start. I'll go Borges, Samillo, Kane, Yalman, Chili.
So I've been keeping track of things that we've discussed that we haven't gone through with regarding reductions. So I know, unless I'm misremembering, so correct me if any of these, I know OSI offered $5,000 decrease from downtown. I don't believe that was made, so that's still on the table. From SLS, we talked a little bit about the legal assistant position. We did not end up putting it back to where it was. We ended up keeping kind of what they wanted. For RWC, the OPS is not adding up for me by $50,000. And then for court, we talked a little bit about jackets, polos, uniforms. It's a little smaller amount, but still something we didn't follow through with. For MSC, obviously we had the 20 hours. We didn't go to 18. I know it's also not a big amount, but that's something we talked about and didn't go through with. Other than that, I have a few really small things that I can talk about later. So,
Samillo.
I was going to motion to return back to OSI.
Are you wanting to bring Shane back up, or do we
He
just want to
doesn't
start
have to.
talking about OSI?
We can just go to OSI.
Okay. So we'll just be talking, like, we're not going to be going specifically, like, we're going to be talking overall. So you can just start talking about OSI.
Dope. So again, kind of how Tyler mentioned, we did just, we were given the option to cut the $10,000 from downtown. My previous argument was these are directly like affecting the students since it is the downtown campus. However, after going through everything, there was a lot of people who contributed to downtown and things to do downtown. And I feel like next year there are a lot of initiatives to kind of get downtown and other campuses more involved. And I feel like with that, hopefully there will be more partnerships and a lot more things happening, not just reliable upon downtown's contribution money-wise, but also other organizations. So I do believe that the excess of the $5,000 cut would be beneficial now in a way, just because there have been a lot of discussion related to partnerships and other organizations kind of putting their feet in as well and saying, hey, we're willing to help and like really get them involved as well.
Will you be making a motion at this time?
I was hoping for a little bit more discussion just because some people are giving me a little side eye.
Kringle.
Yeah, I'd like to clarify that. Yeah, he did offer up the $10,000 to reduce the downtown when it was originally, I think, raised 15. We did originally cut the 5, but we did leave another 5, so that would be a 10,000 increase to that. But even if we do again cut that extra $5,000 for the downtown, that still gives them a boost from more money that they had last year or this year, I guess, for next year. So they still have an increase even if we do cut this additional $5,000. So I would be in favor of cutting down another $5,000.
Clarification from me, Samilo, were you saying cutting 5,000 more in addition to what was cut, or saying you want to cut 10,000 from what has already been cut as well?
The additional 5,000.
Additional 5,000. Kane.
Yeah, I would just like to motion for that. So $5,000 cut to line 88, bringing it to like 127-ish.
Are there any objections to that motion? Seeing none, we'll vote. With a vote count of 15 to 0, the amendment passes. Kane.
The next thing I'd like to revisit is student legal services. So I know last year, as part of cuts, we had cut that assistant position and we did an OPS position. I'm thinking of reverting back to that OPS position. That would save us, I did the math, $47,848. So I think that saves us a fair chunk of money. And as I remember this exact debate happening last year, but having an additional student that's able to get experience is always a good thing. This saves money, and from what I remember from that, I don't think would be detrimental in any way.
Temple.
Yeah, as you were saying that, Comptroller Kane, I literally got deja vu while you were saying that, because that was one of the key points there. I would be in favor of reverting that position because it would give students who are looking to go to law school that sort of experience in a very localized area. So that way they don't have to have that opportunity cost of going outside the UCF and gambling to find a position in a very competitive industry. Rather, they be relatively in-home and find a position that would give them that amount of experience. So I'd be in support of Kane's proposition.
Speaker Holmes.
I'd like to concur with that. From the last budget hearing, we were informed that the individuals who interned had limited duties. So I'm going to concur with the decision of reducing that position as well as expanding the duties of the individuals that they hire for their intern positions.
Comptroller Kane, do you have a motion?
Yeah. So just real quick to give some context. So the number that was added last year to OPS for SLS was just written as a number. So what I did is I bumped it up by 8%. There was no hours or weeks breakdown or anything like that. An 8% increase is a little bit less than that increase from 12 to 13. And the reason it's 8 instead of 8.3% is to account for the minimum wage. That's not an exact number, but it's a close enough number. It's a rounding error. So the amendment that I will be proposing is to amend line 162 by adding 12,139, and to amend line 161 by reducing 59,987.
Alrighty, that motion has been made. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll vote.
What was the reduction for line 161?
With a vote count of 13 to 0, passes. Chair Juarez.
Cool. Glad you guys liked my suggestions. The other one that was really big, actually, that make a huge difference for good other ones is the RWC miscalculations, is what it seems. Shane, I know we talked a tiny bit about that. Oh, thank you. Okay. Can I direct a question to the representative from the department?
Go ahead.
So when you look in the OPS for the packet and go through, it seems like the amount just doesn't add up by like 40 something thousand. Are you able to clarify or maybe check those numbers?
Actually wasn't aware of that, so I need to go back and look. How much was it off by, like 40,000?
I can find an exact number in a second. I got rid of all those tabs and stuff yesterday.
So you're adding the total column and it's not accurate? Is that correct?
Something's not adding up. Yeah, there's some numbers. I know it's kind of weird because everything was averaged out, and so it all says 1, but it's not 1, and it's
okay. We'll take a look at it.
Chair Simela.
I know that when the business office came up, there was discussion of the business office and the ticket center staff. I wasn't sure if we wanted to discuss that more. I don't know. I just remember it being mentioned and then we never really talked about it again. So.
Comptroller King.
From the discussion, I remember there wasn't much room for integration, but what there was mentioned was a couple of areas where we could cut back costs. I remember that telecommunications was one area, materials and equipment rental. So if we can get the exact numbers, if anyone has them written down, the recommended decreases for those, I think we should go ahead with those operational decreases for efficiency.
Dr. Posey, do you have recommended?
Yes, I have the numbers here. The recommendation that I would make is in material and supplies. I requested 12,000. I think we could get by with 7,000 with that. That would be a reduction of 5,000, which is 41%. The equipment rental is, I just want to put a caveat to this. This is copier rentals, and I requested 9,500, and I'm thinking we might be able to reduce that to 6,700. And the reason being is for fiscal year 23, the total was $6,600. So I'm thinking 67 would be okay, but with the increase in cost, that might create a deficit. But anyway, it would be a reduction of $2,800 or 26%. And the telephone service, I requested 15, and I believe that we can be on the safe side with 10, which would be a reduction of $5,000 or 33%. The other reduction was the IT and supplies. There is the annual assessment of $550,000, which I can't adjust that. But I did request $556,000, and I can reduce that by $920. That would be a total of about $13,800, a little more than 2% of the entire business office budget.
Smillo.
Considering the rentals are for printers and it was stated that it might be a little close, could we maybe do 6,800 instead? In our calculations, just to give them that 100 back, just so that way it's not super, super close, because I do know that the amounts of printing and printing services and stuff have gone up drastically.
Comptroller Kane, did you have anything?
Yeah, I'm just totaling.
Oh, Dr. Posey.
Oh, sorry.
If you could turn off your mic, Sarah. Thank you.
So the total number that I have is 13,620.
Are you making a motion now?
Yeah. So that would be a motion to amend line 4, reducing it by $13,620.
There's been a motion to reduce line 4 by $13,620. Are there any objections? Seeing, is that an objection?
No, just a question. Is that with the 6-8? Okay.
We will vote. With a vote count of 15 to 0 to 0, the amendment passes. Borges?
I have more info for the RWC representative.
Go ahead.
Okay, so it's about the minimum wage. That was what was incorrectly calculated. Doing my calculations in, like, I made a copy of the Excel sheet, fixed all that stuff. I have $1,669,751.73, where on the packet it says $1,702,346. I can't speak. You know what I mean? And 85 cents. So yeah, that would be not as much as I thought it was. It would only be $32,595.27 off, but that's still a good chunk for us to save.
Does that number look right according to you?
Could you review it one more time? Yeah.
The numbers?
Yes. Yeah.
So the savings would be $32,595.27. And that comes from what's currently on the budget packet, $1,702,346.85 to the actual that I'm getting being $1,669,751.73.
Let me have a check on that. Was Jim aware of that calculation yesterday when we went through it? And did he make reference to that? It wasn't in some recent discussions with him, so I just want to make sure.
So I didn't look into that until more after the fact, but I know I talked to Shane a little bit about it. I don't know if you brought it up directly, Shane, with Jim.
I didn't bring up any numbers. I just told him I know that some of the students are a little confused on how they got to their numbers. So I didn't actually talk about any numbers or whether their numbers were right or wrong.
Chair Samilla.
I do know that there were some questions directed to him related to the calculations, and he kept referring to them being an average. So he does know that we had some stipulations.
Anybody have anything? Other entities, same entity? We still have $99,277 or $99,277 to cut. Boris,
if it helps at all too. So like in this, everything was kind of average, but splitting it up and not averaging it, like separating them by how we're doing every other entity. That's the number I got. So I don't know if you maybe want to go in and separate it instead of doing those averages. I don't know how long that would take, but I guess we have a little under 2 hours to get back to you.
Aside from the RWC, do we have any other entities we wish to look at or different areas aside from OPS under the RWC? Chile.
So my memories might not serve me very well, but I believe yesterday we talked about the student unions R&R repair fund that was proposed. Was that fully funded, or did the committee cut it to any degree?
So if you're speaking about union R&R, I believe that was something they asked for out of the one-time expenses. And I believe currently we're giving them all what they asked for one-time expense.
Got it.
Chair Boris.
Sorry, back to OSI. I didn't write down in my notes what we ended up doing, so I just want to ask for clarification. If we reduced the grad student life by 2,500, college of medicine by 5,000, and the downtown by 5,000, all of those were done right? Just want to make sure.
Chair Boris.
Since there's still quite a bit to cut, even if the RWC numbers are incorrect, I'd kind of want us to talk about CRT again, if you guys want to, like $10,000 or something.
Yeah, okay. Chair,
Can we
Miller,
go to-
decorum. You gotta
Oh.
calm down. You hit the mic. You're just calm down a little. Go ahead.
Can we go to campus activity boards?
Okay, what in cab are we looking at?
So fine arts and impact. I know that when the individual was up here, they did state that I kind of mentioned going to 31. Instead, they stated that they'd prefer, I believe, and I might be wrong, fine arts over impact. So I know that impact did take a good amount. I don't remember if that's right. If that
President
was the right
Greenaway?
order, but
I was gonna talk about something separate. So
Oh,
finish
well,
your thought.
I believe entity wants to. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so what was your question again?
I know that for fine arts impact and I think it was
Special events.
Special events, yeah. You had them like in tier order.
Yeah, so special events is the main priority for tier just because Winter Wonderland had over 2,000 students, and due to Fright Night and Glow Nights, we really want to emphasize and really want to bring events to campus that students really enjoy, and those events that special events hold has one of the most attended events other than Pegasus Palooza. And then our second most important would be fine arts due to Symphony Under the Stars also being a UCF tradition each year. So we really want to maintain that UCF tradition.
So going back to what I was going to say is impact, since it's the lowest on their tier, I think even though it's not much of a cut going to that 31,000, that way they still get a little bit more to provide for the influx. But that way we'd still be able to get a little bit more back as well.
At large Foster.
I feel like similar to prior conversation, it's a smaller amount for us to be discussing right now when we have a lot bigger cuts that we need to be discussing. So maybe we can just kind of table that and come back to it.
President Greenaway.
Something else I wanted to touch on. Yeah, I don't want to remove from programming if we can do that, because that's really, the student experience there. I know some of you might not want to do this, but potentially taking some of that money that we save for minimum wage next year and potentially putting that, pulling that out to be able to fund some of these things we have planned next year. Not all of it, and not, but it's just a thought to kind of, obviously we need to cut down a little bit more, but once we get to a point where it's hard to make any more cuts, to balance that out that way.
Speaker Holmes, did you have something still? Comptroller Kane.
Yeah. We good? Okay, cool. So in terms of that minimum wage fund, one thing I will say is that should be the last thing that we're cutting. We should try to cut down on everything else beforehand, because we already reduced it from 2 years to 1 year. And we had this year, as I said in the beginning of these hearings, OPS salaries and utilities increases totaling about $1 million. So any money that we can put towards sustaining our budget for the next 2 years is helpful. So I just wanted to say that at the end of the day, we probably will have to take money out of there, but that should be the end after we think we've cut everything that we can.
Rick, do you have any numbers for the in your presentation? I know there was areas that you said you could perhaps save on. Do you have numbers that we could discuss?
I do have some numbers. I think after reviewing with my team as far as what was discussed in the presentation, I don't really think that any of the numbers are going to justify the drastic changes to the programs that we would be talking about. So the live streaming, as a very small example, is somewhere in the neighborhood of $7,000. I don't think that that's really worth discussing. But some of the bigger things, the fixed setups and single use of ballrooms would save a ton of money. So if you think about Cape Florida Ballroom would typically host 2 events a day. Pegasus Ballroom is probably on average 1.5 events a day. Cutting those down to 1 per day would save us a lot of setup time and a lot of crew being on shift. Probably in the neighborhood of about $120,000. don't feel good at all about trying to do something like that. I think that the disservice that would do to students long term is really problematic. So I would prefer to look elsewhere within our budget and other budgets before we really talk about really any of this stuff. I put the examples up there yesterday more as we have cut and cut and cut to the point that we've gotten to bone, and so now we are slicing pieces off, not even necessarily looking at those pieces. So that's not necessarily helpful, but.
Okay. Vice Chair Morissette, did you have something?
I was going to return back to our RWC, so if I have something about the student union, I can wait.
Does anybody have something about the student union right now? Speaker Holmes.
Hi, Rick. Thanks for coming back. I just wanted to ask, when it comes to your reduced facility hours, it's a two-part question, if I may.
Go ahead.
So when it comes to the reduced facility hours, if you were to reduce those hours, what would those hours look like? And then on top of that, would that affect you paying your individuals who like sit at the front desk and like other operational fees that you have to pay to your staff?
Hours are complicated for us because it's not just a one for one. So it's indirect correlation. So we have our information desk and our event manager that would always be on shift when the building's open. So those are easy to capture. The amount of time, so we sometimes have people setting up rooms. Like if a Pegasus event goes until building close, we would have people setting up the room for the next morning, sometimes until 3 a.m. So it's not necessarily a direct correlation of exactly how much would be saved. And I don't, because events typically run late and student groups particularly like to have events that run late, I don't necessarily think that that's the best place to look either. I don't think that it's a cost savings that would really be enough of a benefit.
Go ahead.
So with that, I just wanted to conceptualize like what that would look like and the detriment of it. So for me, my question would be, if we reduce your facility hours, God forbid, would that create a lot of complex issues with the other things that you're looking to be funded within your budget?
I'm not sure I understand your question. Can you repeat?
So if we reduced your facility hours, God forbid, obviously, would that create issues with the funding that you're requesting for not only your staff, but other things like, the ballroom and things like that you're requesting within your budget? Would that affect that?
No, so it wouldn't complicate the other pieces. It's just difficult to capture exactly how much it would be. It's similar, but not the same to free printing. Like we don't know when we cut, and I don't want to even open that can of worms this year, but when we cut free printing, we always just have to kind of throw a dart at it and hope that we get close. And I think so far we're tracking pretty close to what the number was, going to $1 a week versus $2 a week. With events, they're very cyclical, and we might say with building closed at 11 now and not have any issues and everything be easy, or we might say the building closes at 11 and every night be chasing groups out of here and staying until 3 a.m. anyway, setting up, in which case we really haven't saved that much money. So it's a hard piece to capture, and I just don't know if this committee says let's close the union at 11 or let's open at 8 a.m. instead of 7 a.m. or whatever the case may be. I'm open to discussion on that. I just don't know. Honestly, it's very hard for me to even put a number to it. So I could throw some numbers together. That is the one of the 4 items that I don't have an exact number for you. I could put some numbers together, but it's not like I think Jim shared yesterday with RWC. There's a direct correlation. This is the cost per hour, and it's just not that case here.
Chair Yalmachili, Borges, then Samelo.
So on a similar tone regarding reducing facility hours, I wanted to bring up not the issue of the student union, but that of the RWC. Yesterday, we had the director of the RWC say that reducing hours saves you about $25,000. I don't know if he said that you needed to reduce it by 30 minutes or an hour to get that $25,000 savings. I believe it was an hour. And while that's an unfortunate thing to do, I think we should consider it. because saving $25,000 would, I fulfill about a quarter of the objective that we have left of cutting about 99,000.
Chair Borges.
Just a question. First, a question for you to clarify. So if the RWC OPS is decreased by the 30,000 that I mentioned, we would only need to find 70,000 more, right, to cut?
Essentially.
Okay. I'd like to move away from the union then, because they received they were the #1 decrease last year by dollar amount and biggest decrease of a department by percent, where the RWC was the 13th out of 18 by percent and would still be getting an increase if we cut them further than the $30,000. So I would love to know if there's more places we could cut there, considering it's the biggest funded entity.
Have we yet to do the 30,000, or did we get some updates on that?
Yeah, so Jim said the numbers on the OPS are correct, so there's no miscalculation on that. If you choose to go into that area, though, then I could share the areas of impact. Jim has a few things that he has preference on cuts, since there's a large amount that's needed. We do have in Brenda's budget, the RWC, the fields. Yesterday, 100,000 was given back. So Brenda requested 200, so 50 more could be trimmed to assist.
For clarification, you would have the fields be funded at 50,000 instead of 100.
It would be 50 left, yes. So we'd give another 50 back,
left.
so it'd be 150 total.
Chair Borges.
If it would help the OPS issue, I can upload the copy that I made with the calculations for that OPS, because from what I'm seeing, if these numbers are correct, they still need to be fixed, because then they're just not accurate on the budget packet.
If you would put that into committee resources, please. Comptroller Kane, or no, wait, Chair Samila, did you still have something? Go ahead.
Just to clarify, the line that she's referring to is in 5.
That is correct.
Okay, so motion to decrease line 5 by 50 grand.
Is there any objections to that motion? Seeing none, we'll vote. The vote of 15-0 passes and will be put into effect. Chair Samila, did you have anything more, or is this separate? Go ahead.
Return to legislative branch for the CRT budget. After I did some calculations, I think if we were to do any cuts, I definitely wouldn't do $10,000. The most I'm comfortable with going down to would probably be $490,000.
Chair Borges.
I mean, I'll take a cut no matter what. Whether or not we have to return back and cut more is up to us, I guess. But if you want to make the motion, I'll be okay with that.
Chairman Chili, and then Vice Chair Kringle.
I have a question to Brody.
Go ahead.
So you said you were earlier going to provide us information as to how much from the CRT budget is already spent, considering
allocated.
Currently allocated. Currently spent is, I believe, 270.
I don't remember the exact number. I think it might have been, somewhere in the 250-ish range. I think I had started putting some numbers in. The total that has been allocated as of right now is 307,000, which I believe leaves 230 something left for the year.
Okay, got it. May I continue, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
All right. So, considering that the Senate has already marked 307 for about half a fiscal year, I do think that a $10,000 cut to the CRT budget can be considered. I would be opposed to reducing that any further. So I believe the maximum cut should be down to 510. If we were to go to 490, assuming that we spent similar levels of money next year for the spring semester, for the spring and early summer semester. The CRT committee would only have around what is 490 minus 307, about 183,000 for the second half of the fiscal year, which is much less than for the first half of the fiscal year. With that level of funding, I believe CRT spending would become unsustainable. So I do think we should consider a $5,000 or a $10,000 cut to the CRT fund, no more.
Vice Chair Kringle, did you still have something? Chair Samila.
So currently we are already on quarter 3. Quarter 4 is our least amount that we've ever spent, like in years and years and years and years. The most I think we've ever spent in quarter 4 is about 50 grand, I want to say, in the past few years. And that's even before COVID and now. Quarter 3, we've already allocated, let me pull up the exact number for y'all.
We can come back to you.
So
Yeah,
you
there
don't
you
need
go.
to. In quarter 3, we already have allocated about 90 grand. And we have allocated 15 in quarter 4, just to give some numbers.
Chair Borges.
For the sake of not causing more time to be wasted, I'll go with whatever the CRT chair says. I know in Senate we're probably going to change it anyway. But if you guys want, in the committee resources, the RWC copy is made where I have the fixed OPS that we can review. And because maybe I'm just completely wrong, but it's not adding up to me. And then in this, I've separated them so it's exact and not like any type of rounding or anything like that, averaging.
Comptroller Kane and then Chair Samilo.
Yeah, I was gonna make that motion to reduce line 152 by 10,000.
There's been a motion to reduce line 152, registration and travel, the CRT fund, by 10,000. Was it? Is there any objections? Seeing none, we'll vote. With a vote count of 14-0 to 1, it passes. Vice Chair Kringle.
Is it all right if I direct a question to the FAO chair?
You may.
So I know we're talking about the CRT balance and everything else, but FAO, is there any wiggle room for you guys in the Senate Working Fund?
I'm not like really too sure. Maybe like the same amount as Samilo, but we've used over half. And I know the fourth quarter, there's not as much people, but we still used over half already.
Historically speaking, CRT usually puts funds into FAO, so it almost seems like they always go over budget, or at least a little bit over budget. So there's that. Historically, Speaker Holmes.
I'm also going to concur with that, just because when I was looking at the numbers before I requested, it just kind of seemed like it was a little too close, if that makes sense. So I would avoid touching it, but if we truly have to and it's in the best interest of students, I wouldn't be opposed, but I'd like to avoid touching FAO specifically.
Vice Chair Morissette.
I will say, with the volume of bills that I've had and how much I expect from just speaking with RSLs, FAO will have a pretty good amount of requests in the spring. So I wouldn't touch them, especially since I have had high conversations with Chair Butler about how much they already have and how much is expected. Kind of like what Speaker Holmes said, if we do have to take, I would say under 10,000, because over 10,000 would kind of be, I would say, a substantial amount and would scare me personally, but yeah.
Chair Samilo and then Chair Borges.
I want to preface that I think that we should completely leave both of them alone from now on. These are the most impactful ways that we can help students not only get the name of UCF out there, but their name, their recognition. And there's so many things CRT and FAO does for this campus. And it's like the most we do in student government with students in that way of impact. And I think that that should probably be the last place that we go to continue taking funds, even though it's super high. So, yeah.
Chair Borges.
I agree with Smillo, but kind of different topic. If the RWC OPS is what I think it is, we'd only have $20,000 left to pretty much get rid of. And I think returning to the RWC and just making a flat cut to the operations and letting them figure it out as needed to be would be the best in my opinion. Like just $20,000 left to say, hey, RWC minus 20,000 from operations. You got this. I believe in you. And that being it.
Comptroller Kane.
Can I direct a question to Shane?
Go ahead.
So I know, Shane, that you have the numbers of OPS from the past year and from this year. From what we talked about, from my understanding, the RWC is pretty much in par with their current budget this year, correct, for OPS?
I think Gary yesterday had it recently pulled, and they're either 3% over or 3% under. So they're right on, according to his stats. I think was the number, and Sarah can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if it's 3% over or 3% under, but there was a 3% variation.
Comptroller Kane.
Also, that increase that's requested is about 8%, which does line up with the minimum wage increase almost exactly.
Chair Samillo.
Okay. A question and then a follow-up question to Ryan. In the business office budget, did we put money towards repairs and maintenance for the gym?
Yes. So there was already $75,000 there. We took the $35,000 out, saved a little bit, and bumped it up by $20,000. So it's $95,000 under that budget. It's 95 plus now the reduced 250 for the two fields.
For the what?
For the fields, the turf fields, we just reduced it from 100.
Okay. So under operations, just so that everyone can see where I'm looking, under operations for the RWC, there's number 63100, repairs and maintenance. The total is 517 and 50, not 50, 500. I think if we were to take any cuts from them, it would be there, just because we already do have repairs and maintenance according to like equipment and stuff like that in the business office, and they're kind of doubling down there. So I feel like if we were to take any cuts, it would probably be from that line, just because it is such a grand total. But I also don't think that $20,000 might be the cut, but that's up to us.
Chair Borges.
Yeah, I'm open to different amounts. If you want to split it between multiple departments, 5 OSI, 5 student union, 10 RWC, whatever it is, to 20. I don't really think it matters all that much where it goes, because in the end, they're going to redistribute their budgets however they see fit. So.
Chair Elman-Chili, then Chair Samillo.
So, Chair Borges's, idea to cut the RWC OPS to reflect the new numbers has not been made into a motion yet, right?
Yes, but we are still not certain if those are the real, that those are just what Chair Borges is currently saying. So I don't want to say that they're confirmed. I don't want to say they're wrong.
Okay.
They're unconfirmed. Vice President Smith, then Chair Samillo.
I have a question to Sarah.
Go ahead.
So for that line where it says repairs and maintenance, what do they use? What is that money used for? Like that just that section?
There may be 10 different lines under that. So there's the repair of the fitness equipment. There's like supplies for building grounds. General facility repairs could be just electrical, plumbing, all of the fixings that, lamps, all that. We just spent 20 on getting the tennis court lights fixed. So big chunks get used for those types of fuel for the vehicles. I've got the breakdown of how that's spent. It's actually one of the areas I oversee. So it is large, it's really big, but that's just all for the entire year, everything that we have to repair.
Chair Samillo, then Borges.
Considering the RWC has a lot of things that we're giving them in non-reoccurring that are brand new items, I think taking about 10 grand from operations, line 108, would be beneficial just to kind of start somewhere, especially just because they reallocate everything. They obviously can put that amount towards the fixes and stuff like that if they need to. But considering the large amount of new things that the RWC is also getting, I don't know how much they'll need to fix in relation to many things.
Chair Alderman Chile, and then President Greenaway.
All right. Motion to reduce line 108 RWC operations to $2,231,018. So a cut of $10,000.
Are there any objections?
I object.
Do you withdraw your motion? President Greenaway.
I just wanted to get a better understanding, and I'm not sure, Sarah, if you're the right person for this, or before we make a decision to remove $10,000, is that the from the operations, specifically what will be impacted. So I want a little more information before I'm comfortable making that decision.
When it comes to the OPS discussion, I just got an email from Jim, and he says that if we do this cut, because he already is factoring in less 12 months into his OPS, that we would need to then reduce facilities in other areas as well, because it just wouldn't be operational. I'll go Vice Chair Hall, Councilor Kane, and then Chair Borges.
Question for the RWC, just because I think I just don't know the difference. So in operations, there's $517,500 for repairs and maintenance, and then also the $35,000 for the repairs and maintenance under the project one. Are those just for clarification? Are those probably not the same because they're different places, but what is the difference between those two different repairs and maintenance?
That 35,000, the R&R is for bigger repairs. So if the most common is the HVAC. I could spend 100,000 easy just to repair chillers and all the air handling units. And so I know some exhaust fans is a good chunk of this year. We've already spent over what we needed. And then I can never even think up some of these things. They just break. And so we were not in code because some things changed. So we had another 28,000. Jim referenced the elevators. We have 3, 2 weren't in code. That was 28,000. So it's usually big things like HVAC or code related items that eats it up. It's usually 1 or 2 items. When it comes to the 517, the pool that's a lot of money. So all the different repairs to the pump room, the roof's very expensive. It's getting old. It could be a fire panel. It could be life safety issues. It could be a generator, but pest control comes out of that. There's some big contracts we have. So landscaping and irrigation, that's 91,000 just to get all of the outside landscape mowed and the irrigation taken care of. HVAC's about 50,000. There's still a good many work orders that do come from facilities still. Some bigger projects like the lamps, the lights were 20,000. So just the fitness repair, I mentioned the vehicles when they break down. The inspections, we probably spend about 30 or 40,000 on just the different inspections for the life safety. The park and fields is 131,000 out of that 500. So that is again a contract with athletics to make sure the playing surfaces for sport club and the North Grass are taken care of at a high level. It's like all of that is where that 517,000 comes from.
Comptroller.
Can I ask two questions? So first one is, was there any additional areas where the RWC recommended that they could cut back?
Again, another unknown, but it's a really big line, is the utilities. We increased it a lot. Again, this was our best guess. We were wrong and we estimated how much. I mean, the university didn't give us because they didn't know, because projections don't come out, and what happens next April, that was the biggest surprise. So that was a big increase. And if you wanted to take a good chunk, $12,000 I'd take it from the utility line, because that's close to $1 million almost budgeted. So what we requested, that would be my recommendation.
Comptroller Kane, if I'm not mistaken, we did have a discussion this past Friday with the department heads that it was a possible route to fund the utilities for the Union and Rec Center at 3/4, although it was unknown. It was we could, but we don't know what the actuals would be like.
Right. From my understanding, someone please correct me if I'm wrong, the RWC historically under budgeted other way around. The student union historically under budgeted when it came to utilities increase. So their increase this year compensates for that and gets them on track to where they currently need to be. I would be in favor of taking some reduction from the RWC and a smaller reduction from the student union from utilities.
The numbers for utilities for the union is $250,000 increase over last year, and the rec center had $145,000 increase for utilities. Chair Borges.
Just want to close out this OPS thing. If it's not correct, it's not correct. But if someone could go and please check the numbers, because I took the numbers exactly he gave us, separated it with the less $1, the 12 weeks, and unless he gave us incorrect hours per week or weeks per year, this makes no sense. So I'd really love if he can get on a call or get here, or if 3 other people, like we do in CRT sometimes, like 3 people check this number, if someone could do that.
I emailed him a copy of the Excel file, and that response was that he already had factored in 12 months into his averages, and that any reduction would be followed by reductions to facilities and programs. Go ahead.
Are you able to ask him how he did that? Because unless he changed hours per week or weeks per year, doesn't add up like at all. It makes no mathematical sense. So I'd love to know his method.
All I know is that it's averages. I could ask again and see if we can figure out like specific. Chair Samillo.
2 things. Is there a way that we could get him on the phone or here in person to talk to at least Tyler, so they can try to talk it out? Because obviously he's kind of stern on what he's saying, but we've told him he's wrong like a million times. So,
Sarah, do we know if we could get him, or?
I could share with you some of the spreadsheets I have of just all that breakdown of how one of those lines equates. And you can see then the first 3 months, and then you could see the rate change. And that may help because he takes loads of tabs from one area, then he has to average and put that together on one line. So I know it can be confusing the way the spreadsheet's done. I can just run through at least 3 or 4 areas that I oversee, and you can see that bottom line number, and that might be helpful.
All right.
I'm going to yield the.
Sorry.
I'm going to yield the chair to Vice Chair Morissette so that I could as well look.
Okay, so my second thing was related to the utilities. I know that it was mentioned to take the $12,000. Again, I believe that wherever we take it from them, they can redistribute their budget. I think the best course of action is probably just doing 10. I don't necessarily know. I know that they did add a lot to their utilities, and I think that if we were going to take, I feel like this is a good place to start to at least kind of figure out where we want to move forward. But I feel like 10,000, if you guys want to kind of debate that. If not, I'll make a motion. I don't care.
Kringle and Gain.
Y'all might hate me for this, but crazy solution, again, might hate me. We have 1.7 million in budget stabilization, and we're looking for $40,000. Would it not hurt to take just $40,000 from our budget stabilization for the next 2 years to stabilize our budget now? Because at this point, we're talking about taking away utilities from RWC and having them struggle and having the student union struggle during these times. We have 1.7 million for the next 2 years. So would it not hurt just take 40,000 from that budget stabilization and use it now to stabilize our budget this year?
Greenlee, that's Willow.
I think that's good. If we could do that, I love that idea. I don't want to touch. I really want to try to avoid, affecting RWC and student union with their services. If something breaks, they might not be able to fix it. So, I want to steer away from that issue. If we could pull from the stabilization, if we want to pull from, I know I keep mentioning it, the minimum wage fund for next year, I think that's the course of action to ensure that, our current students are benefiting from these departments.
Smelo?
I still think even if we do that the RWC can take a little bit of a hit just because it has been said. Maybe not $10,000, maybe just a little bit less, just because there is such an influx in the two places. Even if it's just a little bit to obviously get us, because we are still 99 and that would only be 40,000. So yeah, but I think that according to Ryan, he doesn't really want to go into non-reoccurring. But yeah.
Speaker Holmes, then Chair Temple.
Considering that Chair McClellan said that whatever, isn't spent is going to be put into budget stabilization, money's going back into there anyways. So if we were to go with Kringle's plan, we wouldn't even be really taking 40,000 from the budget. We would be taking less than half of that.
I personally would be very cautious about taking money out of the budget stabilization because, granted, to Speaker Holmes' point, we are putting money back in. That's still not going to cover the cost of the money that we're taking out. If I'm not mistaken, that would be like 13,000. That's not going to cover the costs of what we're taking out, and that stabilization is going to be utilized for long-term effects. But the solution here on the floor is a short-term solution that could very well transpire into a long-term consequence for us. So I'd be very cautious on moving forward with this plan in particular. There's a reason why we went ahead with what was suggested last time.
Comptroller Kane, then Vice Chair Kringle.
Awesome. So I think I have an answer here. So as everyone knows, we have about $14,000 left in non-recurring funds. Utilities are based entirely off of estimates. So what we can do is we can reduce utilities and RWC and student union by that collective 14,000, and we can put in the bill that if they do not have sufficient money for utilities, that can be taken from the extra funds that we would just allocate to budget stabilization or reserve. That way there's no worries from the union and the RWC about not being able to pay their bills. And then for solving for the additional money, we can take that away from that minimum wage increase that we projected for. There's a reason we're adding 1.7 million to that. So I think if we go with that plan, that zeroes everything out and that gets us good to go.
I like that sentiment. Honestly, I think that's a decent way to go about it. And if we want to take the sentiment of like what everyone has been rebuttaling during this entire committee, the 40,000 out of the 1.7 million, it's such a small percentage. It's only 2. So.
Any more debate? LJ Hall? Vice Chair Hall.
Oh, good. Just for clarification, what Comptroller Kane was saying was taking like collective 14,000 from RWC and Union and then granting them the one-time expense. I'm just so I understand.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be granting, it would be essentially contingency. So these utilities are estimates. If they end up actually reaching those estimates and the number that we allocated for utilities isn't enough, we give them the ability to tap into those additional funds to fill that gap. I think that solves multiple problems here.
Can I yield it back to you?
Yeah, go ahead.
I yield the chair back to Chair McClellan.
Thank you. Chair Samila.
So is that 15 from both RWC and student union or collectively?
Collectively. And then the remainder would be taken out of the OPS stabilization, which is line 5.
Also, just to update everybody, after Chair Borges and I spoke with Sarah, we now heard everything about the OPS situation, and what they did is they did the averages and they filled in the totals, which are close to correct and accurate and everything. But the hours and the weeks and like they work backwards, so it's not. Those are rough estimations as well, but the totals are correct, so there's no issue with that. Speaker Holmes.
Question to Comptroller Kane.
Go ahead.
So would it be collective? Well, 2 questions, if I may. The first 2 Okay. My first question would it be between 2 entities, correct? And then would that be about $6,744.50 between both of them?
Right. I was just gonna say 7,000 for ease of use, so that'd be a 14,000, and then we would pull the remaining money from that line 6 or line 5.
Second question.
Question to you. For the contingency that Comptroller Kane's discussing, how would we amend that to the bill? Would we amend that on the floor when Senate sees it, or can we?
I apologize. You're gonna have to update me on this contingency. I was not fully paying attention.
So essentially, the idea is these utilities, as we discussed, their projections, they may or may not be in line. The idea that I had was, since we do have about $14,000 left in non-recurring, what we would do is we reduce RWC and student union utilities by a collective amount that is equivalent, which is about $13,500, split between the 2 of them. And then if the utilities end up being higher than when we allocate for, they would be able to tap into those reserve funds. So that way that eases that prevents any future problems, essentially, and allows us to get to our budget closer.
If I'm not mistaken, and Rick, but you're already going to be tapping in for this current year into contingencies for utilities. Am I correct?
We need to figure something out for this year. We don't have a plan yet, but yes.
Okay. So what we would be doing, Comptroller Kane, if I'm understanding correctly, is cutting that money away. And are you saying and putting it into, or just cutting that away and then putting the 13,000 that's currently in the non-recurring into contingencies for the purposes to, okay. So you said 15,000. Oh, Brody, do you have clarification or anything?
Not necessarily clarification on that, but just to get to Sierra's question, if you wanted to specify that clearly, I think if you put it in contingencies, it can be used for that regardless. But if you wanted to very clearly specify it, it would be in the proviso language. That's something that your committee will kind of work on writing before we see the bill in Senate. So you don't need to do anything with it on here.
Yes. And then for the rest of my understanding, you said 15,000 was a number. We only have 13,489 now. However, there's still money in the contingencies account. But we could, just put that in there. President Greenway, did you have something?
And also, I don't think we went through all the one-time requests yet. So
we did not go back over them.
Yeah.
That is very
so
true.
I propose let's revisit those, get those figure out that final amount. And then we can make those adjustments to utilities and to that OPS set aside money as well. And that pretty much would solve everything.
Okay. Chair Smilla, did you have? No. Chair Temple?
Clarification. Are we moving on to the OTEs, or are we talking about still referring to this? Okay.
We've moved on, I suppose.
All right.
Yes.
All right. I respond to my. I just remembered that we needed to discuss Homecoming Spirit Splash ducks. The extra 3,000 to that. Just wanted to start that conversation off there, probably.
Yes, and as I recall, when I asked about that, they know that it's going to be only one time, but they still wanted to put forward the request of one time for 3,000 additional ducks. Now they do have ducks funded through their recurring, but they wanted additional 3,000 as a one time, knowing that's. But yeah, let's discuss whether we think that's the merits of that. At-large Foster, and then Vice Chair Kringle, and then Chair Smilla.
I was gonna say, I know that there were issues in trying to fund the ducks this year. I don't know if Shane, if you have numbers related to the duck costs.
If I'm not mistaken, what she said is she kind of put it in both places this year. And so she said, if you don't fund it in reoccurring, please fund it in one time. So what she indicated is if you take it out of one place, which is one time, you'll be fine, and it's still funded it at a higher level.
Yeah, that is what she mentioned. Did you have anything else? No. Yeah. So yeah, I agree. I think what we should do, honestly, with this, since we're struggling with the recurring, is take out 30,000 from the line 44 for splash there and cover that as a one-time expense.
Cheers, Milo.
I disagree with that. I think we should move the 3,000 from homecoming one times of expense and move it to line 204, and just leave the reoccurring expense.
Brody.
Just to be clear, I think the 3,000 is already in both places, so you only need to remove it from one and not add it anywhere else.
I was saying remove it from that line and move it to line 204.
It's already in. Wait, oh, into 204. Line 204. What? Oh, you want
for
to
the promo
fund
items
them
that we talked
promo
about?
items.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'm referring to. So instead of having it there, just move it to judicial, and then it's still the same number in non-recurring. Because we talked about that earlier. So I'm
now we
saying
all
just-
get what you were thinking in
Okay.
your head.
Okay.
Vice President Smith.
So just to clarify, weren't we talking about ducks first, and then we moved into judicial? Is that
what Chair Samillo is suggesting? Is that we move the 3,000 for the ducks and we turn it into 3,000 one-time expense for judicial to fund advertising promo. Comptroller Kane, and then Vice Chair Hall.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. That pretty much makes everyone happy. And the $3,000 that's there right now, they asked for twice. So obviously we're going to move it out of that line. I don't see any other lines where they're asking for money that currently isn't already allocated in one time.
Vice Chair Hall.
I was gonna, because I did they not ask for anything earlier? Like judicial didn't have anything in their presentation about one time, did they? I can't remember because it's. Oh, okay. Because I said I was, just making sure because I thought I was confused.
Chair Temple.
Seeing no further, did you want to make the motion, Smilla? Oh, you'll just Smilla.
Motion to remove the $3,000 from line 194 and place it in line 204 for judicial.
Any objections to that motion? Seeing none, we'll vote. With a vote count of 15 to 0, we'll go ahead and do that. Any further?
I know under night thons, they have office furniture, but I know also there's the OSI request to renovate the office. So I'm not sure if we wanted to have some conversation about removing that because the office is getting redone anyway. My thought would just be to reduce that because just reduce it by 1,500.
Chair Borges.
I agree. I had the same thought, and then we didn't cut anything. We accepted everything they said, so I agree with that.
Is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll motion to reduce line 196 by reduce it to $4,000.
There's been a motion to reduce line 196 to $4,000. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll vote. With a vote count of 14 to 0, that passes. Any further discussions, conversations? Vice President Smith.
What number are we at right now for one time? Well, left.
We have $14,989 in the non-recurring budget to be allocated. However, just to remind everybody, there is no money left over in this account. It will just be put into budget stabilization. However, it is currently unallocated to that right now. Chair Boris.
I mean, I don't know if I missed conversations while talking to the RWC, but I know the union wanted that gator. I don't know if that was already in there, but if it wasn't, that would work out well.
Chair Samila.
I think it was the RWC that asked for the gator. It was first on their list, and we did 1 through 9, so they did get funded for that.
1 through 9 plus 12.
Yeah, but I'm just.
Vice President Smith.
I want to change the topic to Sports Club Council. If you see on line 201, it still shows that we're doing IM leagues for one-time requests. So I just wanted to take that out because it's for operation.
No.
I did not believe so. They were asking for advertising and IM leagues. We moved IM leagues and left the one-time advertising that they said they could split across 2 years. Comptroller Kane.
I have a motion. I'm going to give some context first. So I'm going to repeat essentially what I said before, but this would reduce utilities and RWC and student union, so their operations line by $7,500 each. And then I would also motion to reduce line 5 by $24,277. That would bring us to a zero balance. Also, I would like to note that the remaining amount of money pretty much is $15,000 in non-recurring, and that would be put into part of the bill as in case the RWC and student union do need that for utilities. So that kind of balances everything out.
So your motion would also include the allocation of $14,989 to line 189, the contingency in non-recurring.
Right. So that would be a decrease in line 108 of 7,500, a decrease in line 170 of 7,500, a decrease in line 5 of 24,277, and an increase in line 189. Line 190. Would it be 189 or 190?
It would be 189.
189, an increase of 189 to 14,989.
Explain the decrease in line 5 for me, please, again.
Yeah, so I mean that would really just be to get us to zero. We have that 1.7 million of cash reserve. For that reason, that extra $20,000 isn't going to be a make or break in the future.
Because line 5 is specific projects, which is the 95,000 that we were going to have for the equipment, all the bigger R&R stuff for the RWC that they asked for, that we moved from their budget, plus the 50,000 from the fields and the 293 for minimum wage
Right,
increase.
it would be the reduction of the 290.
It would be a reduction of minimum wage.
Right.
If that is what you all want. That motion, are you putting that forward now?
Yeah.
Okay, so reducing the operations of the union and the RWC in utilities, and the reduction of a small portion of the minimum wage fund in line 5, and the addition of $14,900 into line 189. Are there any objections to that motion?
More of a question about maybe amending the motion, if I can.
Do you withdraw for now?
Sure.
Oh, sorry. I was just wondering if you'd be willing to make the RWCs a little bit bigger than the unions, just because proportionally the amount of budget and
Sure. We could do 9 and 6. So 9,000 decrease from RWC operations and 6,000 from the union.
Chair Smilla, did you still have a question or anything you were?
Yeah, question related to the student union representative.
Go ahead.
Do you think that that would be the best course of action for the student union to reduce it by the 6,000?
As long as the opportunity for contingency funds is available in proviso, it's no problem for us at all.
Shane.
Just to make it more simple, and I don't have any weight in the union or the RWC in their budgets, instead of taking a little bit from the RWC and a little bit from the union and then doing it, you might as well just take it from one entity because it's a wash. So you could either take it all of that 15,000 from utilities and the RWC, but then all 15,000 would go back. So that way you're not like dipping a little bit here because it's a wash. So
that would be we can do a
RWC.
15,000 for the RWC.
So are you putting forth that motion now?
Correct. So that would be 15,000 from the line of 108, and then the other aspects as well.
All right. So the motion is reduction of 15,000 from line 108 Recreation and Wellness Center operations, a decrease in line 5 activity and service fee repair and replacement specific projects of $24,277, and an increase in line 189 non-recurring expenses reserve accounts contingencies of 14,989. Are there any objections? Is that an objection?
More of a question. I just want to clarify, will the student union still have access to any sort of contingencies if they do go over on utilities, even though we're not taking any?
Utilities do need to be paid, so I believe that just in how they would this year, they're going to have to. But yes, short answer, yes. Any objections to the before motion? Seeing none, we'll vote.
Just to make sure I got it right.
With a vote count of 14 to 0, that amendment passes. And I believe that gets us balanced. Does anybody have anything more they wish to discuss? Just because we have a balance doesn't mean necessarily we're done, although it could. Chair Temple.
All right. I'm gonna make a motion, and people can object to it as seen fit, but move to vote on the budget bill.
There's been a motion to vote on the. Wait 1 second. Somebody object real quick. I see number. Wait, Brody.
I withdraw.
It says, or are you in the middle still of putting in numbers? Okay. Okay, good. Because I thought there was a miscalculation somewhere. Nope, it's still here. Just for my sake, please, I want to wait until this $500 goes away, until it says 0 before. Okay, because there's still $500. Understood. Okay. Chair Temple, you can make that motion one more time now.
Move to vote on the budget bill.
There's been a motion to vote to approve the budget bill for the Activity and Service Fee Budget Committee's recommendation. Any objections? Chair Samila objects. Do you withdraw?
I withdraw.
Chair
I
Samila.
just, for some reason, it's not refreshing for me. So I just want to wait until it goes all away. So if we could just wait a second. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just, anxiety ridden. Just give me a sec.
Chair Samila, are you good now?
No.
Speaker Holmes.
It says that Brody edited it. It's just not. It's the software.
Chair Temple.
It's updated on my end.
Brody, are you pulling it up on the big screen? Chair Chili.
Can I make a motion?
You
Decorum.
you can make a motion. Chair Samilo, please. Go ahead.
Move to vote on the budget bill.
There's been a motion to vote on the budget bill. Are there any objections? Chair Samilo, you got to trust. Okay, then we're good. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're going to vote. With a vote count of 15 to 0, the budget bill has been approved. Congratulations, everybody. Allow me 1 second to pull back up the agenda. Okay, it's not. Chair Temple.
A motion?
You may.
Move to adjourn pending final roll call.
There's been a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Vice Chair Morissette.
I don't believe anyone has left, so same as initial.
Same as initial +2, if I'm not mistaken.
+3.
+3. All right. I call this meeting adjourned at 4:20 p.m. Congratulations, everybody.